born this way. You can't change this. So then I'm willing to give you the argument. Let's go with something that is based in facts instead of feelings. So let's go with sex. So if you are a male dating a male that is trying to be a trans woman, you are gay. If you are a woman dating a trans man, you are gay. It's as easy as that.
Why are you using facts to define how people identify?
Yeah, because I don't care about feelings at the end of the day.
No, but as a human, you should. I mean,
no, I shouldn't. When it comes to arguments, especially.
I mean, do you mind if I finish a point here? Because, I mean,
yeah. Let Alice go. Let Alice go, Javi.
Yeah, thank you. Because the whole feelings are a part of being human, and if you ignore them, then you're just ignoring a very big aspect of what it means to be a good person. And more to the point, it's a psychosocial schema, so it's partly psychological as well, which means that there is fact in transgender people, and there is fact in gender. Just because what makes a social construct not fact? There's still fact in social constructs. I mean, you're just ignoring the whole aspect.
Okay, hold on. I heard Alice, I heard Happy. I want Belle to just pipe in quickly, and then we'll let everyone kind of say their stance as well. So it's not
SL finally controlling her lives.
All right, I'm trying.
Yeah, she's using her woman privilege.
Hold on, Belle, go.
Whoa, so freaking lost right now. Listen, okay. I've always been taught if you're gay, you like a penis. If you are lesbian, you like the donut holes. That is it. What is in the bottom is what you want and what you like. If you are more feminine, but you have a sausage, that makes you happy, or whoever happy. And if you have a donut, that makes the other person happy. Like that, it's pretty simple. And I think that if
fair.
That's it. It should be simple. Like, I don't understand why we're getting complicated. Again, this goes back to my theory on drinks. You have a drink, you change it a little bit, but it's still similar to what you know. When you add a bunch of shit to it, it's no longer the drink you know. This shit's confusing. Like it is.
And hold on, Muppet was here before Mads. So let's let Monster. Let's let Monster go first.
Muppet.
And then Mads. There's a lot. Oh yeah, Mads, you go ahead. What do you think?
But I would say it's a queer, or at least one that's not straight. So for me, for example, like my partner doesn't identify as a lesbian, but she is like pansexual, and so she it's not like she's not a lesbian, but she likes everything. So I wouldn't go as far to say it's a gay relationship, but it would be just like not a straight one.
So define for me again. Hold on. Pan means you're more into the person, not the genitalia, correct?
It's more of like you're attracted to like the identity, like so the masculinity or femininity rather than the parts. She doesn't really care about the parts.
So because if two people have parts of the same, even though one identifies as a male, you're stating that's not a lesbian relationship, correct?
I wouldn't see it as a lesbian relationship. No.
Okay.
Yeah, by definition, that's wrong. Can I please answer what Alice said earlier, though?
Let's let Short Phobic say something, and TikToker, and then OJ. Let's just let everyone say one little their stance, and then sure, absolutely.
Okay.
TikToker or Short, whoever. One of you guys go first.
Trans woman before surgery, then you are gay. But if you date one after, I think that's kind of where it gets hard because, no pun intended, but if I say this wrong, correct me, but I know what I'm trying to say. They are recreating, or they're creating a hang on. Is it secondary sex characteristic?
They're creating sex characteristics which would be from the female sex, yes.
Right. That's where I would say what the other person said. I don't think it would be straight, but I don't think it would be gay either, because they're still attracted to that part, regardless if it was like there before or not.
Okay, TikToker. TikToker, you're gonna have to speak up. I got people in the queue. I'm gonna give you 1, 2. Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a husband. So, okay. So say if I changed into a man, right? And then I ended up getting the man part. And then, right? Like I transitioned.
With surgery
And then
or without?
I guess the question that I'm trying to get is this. Okay. The question that I have is, what happens if the individual has both parts? Does that make
Okay.
him?
So wait, if we're talking about intersex especially, so no one's going to be born with fully developed ones. Like it doesn't matter, like one of your organs isn't going to be fully developed because Mhm.
So does that mean then if say like that person, that individual looks more like a woman? But
No,
still,
so that goes into like example ovaries and certain types of things that we can see a female has, and we could also see that a male has. One of those will not be developed at all. Like it will not
And you
be.
typically get to choose, right? Like between
No,
your parents or what have you.
it goes
get
with
to
the
choose? Am I wrong?
stronger one. It goes with like the stronger organ, especially because if we're able to see that this fire hose or whatever we want to call it is stronger than, let's just say, they have no, their ovaries aren't developed at all. We're going to obviously see, okay, this is going to be a male since these ovaries aren't developed at the same time. They don't have
Okay.
a certain thing that a female will have, like the SRY
Okay.
gene or certain types of things across the board.
okay.
Okay, so hold
then-
on. Let TikToker finish them.
So then that individual then can date a man or a female, right?
No, so even with that individual, even with that person especially, they're going to be on the male or female side. There's no in between, when even in the science field.
But they could date a man or a woman.
Yes, they
Yeah.
could. I think, but hold on. I think the question is, if you have your genitalia present as female, if you date a trans man who has female parts, would that make you a lesbian? TikToker. I think that's what we're.
Yeah, that's the kind of the question, right? Because that's kind of like saying, well, if I don't know, so and so, I don't know. We'll just take one
So
of the.
I think what it comes down to, though, is the fact that this person will identify themselves as transitioning into a male, and they want to be called a trans man or a man, let's say, and so to them, it's not going to be a lesbian relationship because them themselves feel
And it's not going
male.
to be a gay. It's not going to be a gay situation at all, right? Like it's going to be like either or.
Technically, it is, but I guess it depends on the partner, right? Yeah. Give an example, Mads, and then we're gonna let just Ojibwe say one thing, and then Muppet.
I'm a trans man. I have a taco, but I have all like secondary sex characteristics that a male would. So I have facial hair, I have a beard, I have a low voice, I have body hair. So everything about me like looks masculine and is masculine, besides just like down there. So like that's kind of what we're saying. Would that, if a woman were to date me, would that make her a lesbian?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, by definition.
Lesbians
but
aren't.
It's okay. It's okay, guys, to disagree, right? It's okay to disagree without attacking each other. Because like I agree, and I know like me and Mads have a lot of different opinions, as do me and Short Phobic, and I'm sure me and Alice do as well. But let's let Ojibwe just say one thing, then Monster, and then we'll go from there. Open
I actually had a child who was intersex at a daycare.
If a man, a born male, goes with a trans, he's gay. In my opinion, in fact, over the decades, men that go with trans have a fetish. Now, if you're a trans and you have bottom surgery, you have limited your resources of finding love because most men are attracted to the, and I'm going to say this in the politest
Taco,
way because it was
taco.
a term used for decades. No, chicks with cucumbers.
Yeah,
I guess we
hey,
could say.
that's a Ted reference.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay, now I have
Hold
one
on,
more
hold on,
question.
hold on.
I have a question. I have a
Don't say
question.
penis and vagina on here.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, whatever. Chicks with dicks is what the term was me growing up. Okay, and I've been around trans in real life my whole life. I have one question for trans men, and I believe there's a couple in here. Do trans men have any say in regards to women's issues like abortion?
They should.
I do. I would say I do.
Why should they when men are not allowed to say?
Well, because I'm biologically I am female and I grew up as a female, right? And I understand the female experience and I have a uterus. So like I feel like if I have a uterus, I get to have a say in that.
But you
Wait.
identify
But
as men.
then is that not yeah, so isn't that contradictory to saying that it's a lesbian relationship? Is what my
Yeah.
No, because it's because lesbian is woman loving woman, right? So like feminine.
No, it's female loving female by
Okay.
definition.
Well, okay, whatever. Yes. So, but the thing is when you use this kind of terminology, it puts trans men in a really difficult place because a lot of lesbians would say they would never date a trans man. So it kind of like it limits us really into a corner where it's like lesbians won't date us, but if you're dating a trans man, you have to be a lesbian. So I think the rhetoric and the like verbology of it can be, I don't know if that's a word, whatever. It can be harmful to trans men.
It's a word to me.
When it comes to finding love. So I just say it in like kind of a human perspective. Okay, facts, whatever. Yes, it would be considered a a female loving female relationship, right?
Yeah, lesbian relationship.
Yes, but at the same time, a lot of lesbians would never date a trans man because they're not attracted to those secondary sex characteristics. They're not
That
attracted.
doesn't answer my question though. You say you're a trans man, yet you want to have the same rights as women in regards to your opinions on women's issues. So which are you?
That's a really great question. I honestly do think so.
Months, then like I wouldn't have a say. But at the moment, right now, where I do have a uterus and I do have I have the ability
to have a baby.
Then
Okay, I would like to just say one more thing and then I'm going to get out of the box. And this is a fact.
Oh.
It's a very sad fact.
You don't.
If you have bottom surgery, okay, but if you have bottom surgery, the statistics show that 99.9% of the time you will never experience an orgasm. So please don't have bottom surgery. You limit your options for love and you limit your options to have pleasure. And that's a fact.
So hold on. No, because I mean, just said that they're not going to get bottom surgery, right? But they're still doing everything else to present as a masculine, right? Like they pass as a man.
Have an orgasm.
And it's
like to speak on this because I am a trans man. So for one, adult trans men don't go on hormone blockers. We don't need it because testosterone is a very powerful substance. It just by taking testosterone, it limits the estrogen in the body. Also, testosterone also increases your chances of arousal and it changes your arousal. So when you're on testosterone, it's a very different sensation than when you would finish before. It almost feels I don't know how to describe it, but it feels very different and not in a bad way.
Yeah, Matt. At the same time,
I'm talking for trans women predominantly.
Okay. You just keep switching around. So I'm trying to understand. Follow.
I'm not
No. She's talking about trans
women.
Oh,
yes.
okay, sorry. I got confused too. I thought we were
because
talking about trans
the
men,
thing
because
is,
question
the
was directed
clitoris
towards
has
trans men.
hundreds of thousands of nerve endings. You cannot
So then
create.
you're not.
that.
Hold on. Then Ojib, you're not talking about trans women. You are indeed talking about trans men, right?
Sorry, I'm trying to be respectful. Listen, I'm trying to be
No, it's all
respectful.
good. I
I'm
just
an
wanted to
older woman.
clarify.
I've lived in a gay neighborhood my entire life. I know the people personally, not on a social media platform, not this
Yes, yeah.
social
No,
contagion
for
that's
sure.
happening. So I have sincere questions and sincere concerns, because honestly, back in the day, there was very loving relationships among men that liked trans women, but what they were interested in were trans women predominantly still had their male part. So yeah, it's a
Okay,
fetish.
so
It's not gay like
I
Happy
think you
says.
meant to ask for trans women then opinions, right? Not
Women. For trans men, that's not the case.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But the sad thing is for trans women, they never experience it. Like never.
Yeah,
well, I wouldn't say
That's
never.
true.
I think
It's up there. It's
not
up there.
never.
By my research, it's like 98%, and it really depends on like the country or the surgeon,
Call it
which
the surgeon.
predominantly,
The surgeon, yeah.
yeah, that doesn't that like you might get lucky of 1 in 1,000 might know how to make it slightly possible.
Yes,
But I
no,
mean, I
I
think about
agree.
it,
I
and
agree.
how is it possible? How is it possible? Like
not
Jazz
I mean, I can
Jennings
get
is
into
a
the guts
perfect
of it.
example. She's admitted that she has never and can never and will probably never experience that. She didn't know that before she had that bottom surgery. And there's like a number of them that came out, but she's that one that is on TV and all that. And it's really,
Well,
really
to be
sad.
honest, too, the people that tell the truth, they will actually tell you that it's very difficult, and it takes time because of how the surgery rearranges the appendages.
I mean,
Um,
do you mind
and
if,
that is
as a trans
factual.
woman, I
Like
speak on this?
she's not.
It's an open
Do you mind if
wound.
Sure,
report.
I really want Muppet to be able to say something if she wants to, because she's been very, very patient.
Yeah.
Mupe?
I was typing in the comments, but I guess I'll just say it. Yeah, I had my O face on 3 times today. But anyways,
That's a good day.
what was the question?
Well, we're just talking about, I guess, everything
it?
in general, like the both trans surgeries and being able to finish, and lesbian relationships if you are going to be trans, whether it be male or female, but still have the genitalia. If you're intercoursing with the same sex, is it considered a gay relationship?
Well, yeah, of course.
I love you, Muppet.
Because we're talking about sexuality. Sexuality has to do with your genitalia and what you're sexually aroused or attracted to, or what pleasures you. And so it really has nothing to do with gender. Now, I do believe that gender and sex are the same. But yeah, if you are a man sleeping with a trans woman, you are in fact gay. There's just
I
no
love
way
you,
around
Muppet.
it. I don't care if you
Once,
have decided to
Pathetic.
super your penis or cut it off, you're still gay.
do you mind if I chime in
You
a little
just
bit?
said
Because there's been a
that
lot of.
your argument about that. You just said that it was about your parts.
Right. We're talking about sexuality,
Yeah, they
right?
have-
Sexuality, who you're attracted to, which would lead to sex, your biological sex,
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Which would be your
But how do they
genitalia.
know? Right.
Uh-huh.
But if I change that,
This isn't.
I'm just questioning your train of thought, because you're saying it's about your part. Well, if you change your part,
Yes, I'm very
it's-
consistent, but go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with that for 1 second. So if you change your part because of the biological, we're still considering that to be a gay relationship, because on the inside you're still biologically what you are, right? Even if you change your outsides, correct?
Right. Yep.
Yep.
Do you mind if I chime in a little bit? Because I mean,
Wait, no, Alice, I've been waiting to tell you about things.
Well, hold on. Let
Okay.
let Alice go, and then have your
okay,
voice.
so
You know I'll let you speak. Let Alice.
I know.
So it's fair,
Well,
right?
have-
We gotta have fair.
Happy.
there have been a lot of things been going around. First of all, Oxford definition of lesbian is denoting or relating to women who are sexually or romantically attracted exclusively to other women. Doesn't mention
Yeah, I'm
female.
talking about the definition of gay still.
Yeah, but I was talking about when you mentioned lesbians earlier.
Yeah,
Second of
lesbian
all,
especially. So a lesbian is between a woman and a woman, which if we go by definition of gay, right, we understand gay is between sex because I've already read the definition. You can read the definition out loud. I've read it. And even with that, it's still including sex, which you're trying to just say, oh, well, it's gender. No, it's very much involving sex. They gave sex as the first one. And since this was the first one that they gave, especially, a lot of people inside of the trans community are like, oh, well, you're not gay. Yes, you are very much gay if you date a trans woman and you are a male at the end of the day.
can I finish my point?
Yep.
Okay, second of all, I'd like to point out that most transgender women who have had bottom surgery can still orgasm through clitoral stimulation. It is a very complicated and complex procedure, but it does manage to save most, if not all, nerve endings. So you can have a full orgasm as a trans woman. There are risks, obviously, as with many different surgeries, but that's something that people do take time to consider. And third of all, most people don't find sexual.
Ends up with a clitoris.
Yes, not a
Okay,
not a
that's
proper.
delusional. That's delusional, dear.
It's not the equivalent. No, it's not the equivalent of a female
It's not the
clitoris. However,
equivalent.
it is still
So they use.
it is
hold
still
on,
considered a
use the-
clitoris.
They use the head of the male appendage and implement that to be considered the female part that we're discussing. No,
No, but the foreskin around it does. No, it does. The foreskin around it has plenty of nerve endings.
It's not the same.
This is the University of Utah Health saying this. It's
Yeah, I can also give you one from the NIH that disagrees with you. Which one would you agree with?
Right, the one that I can physically see that.
Hold on.
You can find anything to
What
suit your
I'm gonna say,
narrative.
hold on a second. Host is talking for just 1 second. Alice, the only thing that I'm gonna actually go off of is the trans women that I know, who I talk to, give their experiences. And in fact, it has been a consensus around the board that it is very difficult to get to that point, if not, and it doesn't. And then you are left without having that experience. And it's in no way can you possibly, no matter what dictionary or what sources say, compare it to the same as what a woman would feel, because that's just honestly impossible. So I know that some people do get there, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of practice with the right person. Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, of course it's going to be different, and it's not going to be the same as what a woman feels, but it's still there. It's not feeling, and it is different, but they can still orgasm, and it's not impossible. And
it's not impossible. It's rare, though, right? It is rare. I think.
Most transgender women still have.
It's not a clitoris.
Penis foreskin has lots of nerve endings.
Okay.
That
doesn't mean it's a clitoris. Sorry.
No, because what everyone starts out with in the uterus is a clitoris that develops into a penis. Those nerve endings don't disappear; they just move.
So what if you're hold on? What if you're circumcised? Is this why everybody's on this like hate?
Yeah, that's why I strongly disagree with. That's why I strongly disagree with circumcision. It's removing a load of nerve endings.
I strongly advocate for circumcision. So like that's a whole.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I disagree with circumcision because it's pointless. It removes a load of nerve endings for maybe slightly cleaner hygiene, which can be, sort
less
of
of a
combated.
chance to get certain types of cancer. Like there's a lot of medical.
Those are treatments. Those are treatments that can be treated.
Yeah, but it lowers.
It circumcise a child.
Yeah, so it lowers the chances of getting cancer. So would you rather have like a less of a chance for a certain person to have like a better, like especially where they have a less of a chance of getting a certain type of cancer, which can be fatal, especially to males?
Removing your foot lowers your chance of getting foot cancer. Doesn't make it okay.
You know that the surgeon that did the surgery on Jazz Jennings, she did over 300 surgeries, and she admitted a few months ago in the Senate, and she's a trans woman, that not one of the 300 patients that she did surgeries on can reach climax. Not one, including herself.
Well, what?
And that is
anecdotal.
actually a fact, though.
Yeah, but it's
That is a
anecdotal.
fact, though, and so they.
It's not statistical. It doesn't represent
It's
the
not.
whole.
Okay,
But it
Alex,
is
I got
statistical,
something
though.
to ask you. That's really, I've been listening to a lot of you, and I have one question, and I think I'm gonna nail this one on the head. I think I want to know something. Are you saying that you transitioned into a woman? Is that what you're saying? That you went through the whole surgery, that you went through head to toe, that you went and done it for whatever, how long it took to become a woman. Did you transition into a woman? Like you went through the whole 9 yards?
I'm transitioning. I'm on my way to getting hormone therapy.
So you never even, what part, and you don't even have to say this, because I'm going to say this respectfully and as much as I can, okay? You just have to say up or down, okay? That's all you have to say, and that will give us what we need to know. Did you get the up or did you get the down done?
Do you mean if I have a penis?
No, did you get the up done or did you get the down done?
I'm really confused. What does
Why
that
is that our
mean?
business?
And so the reason that I'm saying this is because you keep saying like that you can actually get around like about that whole about a woman. And it's starting to make me think that you went the other direction. And you don't even have to say yes or no, but I think from what I'm listening, I think I'm on the right path with you. Correct?
Just be direct. Like, I have no idea what you're on about.
Okay, you said that you are just starting out that you're transitioning into a woman, right?
Yes.
So do you know what us women go through that whole experience? Have you
What
been with a man?
I've not been with anyone.
Okay, that's what I thought.
What's your point though? Because lots of women haven't been with anyone too.
My point that I was trying to make to you, and I didn't want to out you. I just want to be very
What do you
respectful.
mean you didn't want to out that person? You literally asked if they transitioned. You just asked
Yeah.
and how far
Like
they were
with
going
me,
to
I
transition.
don't care about feelings.
Are you
Like
trying to
with
out me as a virgin or something?
No. Well,
It's
no.
not. It's Alice. It's none of her business. I don't understand the question.
Emma.
What is the
So
point of
Alex,
that
can you add
question?
Emma, Sonia? Add Emma to the conversation.
No. What is the point of that conversation? No. Hold on. What is the point of that? Wait. What is the point of that question?
yeah.
If you guys, guess what?
You're saying. So
what
you're
I was
basically
trying
saying.
to
You're
say- no,
basically
just-
saying. You're basically saying. Oh, because they're not. Oh, you don't understand what we go through. Okay, my experience from you, TikToker, could be completely different.
Yeah.
What's your point?
And
Why bring that up?
Yeah, Muppet and I don't agree on a lot, but I'm.
Okay, you know what? I was not even talking to you. I was actually talking to Alex.
I
Alex,
don't give a
you
shit.
On a
didn't-
panel,
I'm-
honey.
Yeah, I'm
No,
interjecting.
hold on.
Did I not
Hold on.
say-
Wait.
did I
It's
not-
not
did
even.
I
Hold on.
not
Wait.
just
Monster,
say-
I'm loving the
did I
support here,
not
but I
say
really
that
want to
I'm
know. I
supposed
really
be
want to hear it from
respectful? I
them.
wasn't outing him. Correction. Alex,
Literally
okay,
asked a
sorry.
question for him to be outed, or she. I'm sorry, Alice. I don't know what your pronouns are.
She has.
I'm not.
Thanks.
But
I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't agree
so
with it. I'm
you
just
literally
calling
asked
you
a
out
question
for
at
Alice.
this person.
TikTok. What were you trying to say? I like really don't get it.
You know what? I'm not going to say it.
Well, just land your plane.
It's not my place to say it, but
Well, you've already said it. Other people get it other
You're
than
already a
me, so
little
why don't
too
you
late
just
for that.
explain it?
I want you to repeat it. Like, honestly, this is why it says no debates, conversations. So just say what you got to say, and then it'll be answered.
and I think, oh my goodness. Alex, I think you know what I'm talking about.
Say it with your
I
full
really
chest.
don't.
There
Though.
was
Like,
something that
we
you
do.
said.
We all
There
do.
was something that
about?
you
Can we
said,
Subject.
and then you tried to hide it under something
Oh
else.
my God, get to the fucking point.
Just
Can you just say
like,
it,
hey,
please?
look, Hey, the person that's talking, like, I have no problem with saying certain things, like, especially when I'm talking to someone, like, hey, I don't agree with this. I don't believe that you could be a woman, because if you're trying to say that you experience these situations like a woman and like whatever the fuck like surgeries you have, at the end of the day, you're going to be a male and a man in my eyes. There's nothing that you can do. So the other person that isn't like actually getting to their point, can you just say it so we can move the fuck on?
Happy, you know what? You got to be the most ignorant person that I've ever met.
No, TikTok,
And
just
you
say it. I
have
really
no
want to know what
respect.
you're talking
Take
about.
your
Come on
emotions out of
now.
this.
So I'm going to say it, and I'm going to be respectful as much as I can. Alex, what he said, he just blatantly said it to you. That you went and said that you
fucking
never
deal.
experienced having it during sex. So basically, you're a virgin. Yes or no?
Why does that
Well,
matter?
and hold on, TikToker. I mean, Alice did say that they're a trans woman. So, I mean, as much as we can respect.
That's
Why
what I
does
was
it
trying
matter
to
if I'm a
say.
virgin or not?
Just in life in general.
Just in life in general, it's kind of like
Well,
it didn't
obviously
take,
not.
It didn't take a genius to figure that out. Did you guys miss it or something? He actually told you. She.
Yeah, but like, why?
did
Can I just say
she
one thing? Hold on,
actually
Nash.
said it.
Hold on,
She
hold on, hold on,
actually
hold on,
said
hold on.
it, and
You
you
guys.
missed it all. And I think that's what she was trying to come out and say without having to actually say that she's a virgin.
Now you're speaking for the person you're asking questions to. What the fuck?
That's like what?
I take no shame in my virginity. And what
And you
I
shouldn't.
did, what
You
I
should
am
not take
annoyed at
shame.
is the fact that that's come up in a debate, because that has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about.
It actually does, because you said in your comment that you made it. I didn't bring it up. No one else brought it up, but you went and said it's like I know what a
Questions.
woman is feeling. Like you guys are talking about like women's
No,
body parts.
yeah,
Like
I'm talking
you
about
guys were
research and
describing
studies.
it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about research and studies. I don't have to have sex to know what a vagina looks like.
Yeah, but you have to know the understanding of how it feels.
No, I
What?
have to
What?
understand. I have to
Okay,
understand
I
what
get it.
studies have suggested. I understand what you're trying to say here, but I'm citing studies. I'm not
Oh,
coming off
okay.
Are
experience.
you gonna give him a? Are you gonna give him a quick lesson, or are you gonna give them a quick lesson of how
Sure.
it feels? Go ahead, weirdo.
Yeah.
I'm not a
Right?
weirdo. And don't you ever call me that. I never called
You're
you
a fucking
anything.
weirdo, and I'll say it 10 more
No.
fucking times. What are you gonna
Guess
do
what?
about it?
Guess
Shut the
what?
fuck
I
up.
never said anything to you about you
I
or
don't give a
anything like
fuck.
that.
Don't matter.
Guess
You're
what?
on a
entertained
panel.
because the conversation
And guess
got
what?
weird.
You can say ramp all you want, but don't you ever say that to me, to
Yeah, you're
another
a
woman.
fucking weirdo, bitch.
And so are you.
I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. And that's
Yeah,
why
that
you
got
got
weird.
dropped,
I'm
and
sorry,
that's why I'm
Alice.
still
We're
up
not
here.
going to be
Yeah,
doing
no,
that. We're not going to
that's.
be.
Thank you for kicking that. That's fine.
No,
It was
we're not
weird.
going to be doing that. That is not a welcome
Weirdo.
Wait,
stance. It makes no
wait,
sense.
who's the person that said something bad about me? And like, if you're gonna say it to like say it again. I would actually.
She called you a
That was that
hateful
person. Happy.
but
Oh,
like
okay. Because I don't give a fuck about feelings. You can ask Muffet and you can ask fucking SL. I go very much off of facts. And when we're sitting up here saying this, especially, no, a trans woman will never have the pleasure that a female will have. We have to be honest with ourselves here. We can try
Yeah, but
saying
you
it's
don't
similar and
need to be
everything like
explaining
that.
virginity and all that shit. Like that was a thing
Yeah.
that maybe was not meant to be shared, and it doesn't need to be focused on. It has no relevance.
Yeah.
Thanks, Muppet, for shutting that down.
The same, but the feeling, that's to each individual. But anyway, I digress. So, because I just learned a lot about the hooded demon of a trans woman.
I would like Mac to request.
Oh.
So, where does
What Mac's in the comments?
The release.
the
Cool.
nerve
Thank you,
endings?
Sonia, for having me.
The nerve ending in the penis.
Right. So when you climax, what do you release? Because as a man, that's all I know is during the climax, the release.
I mean, orgasm isn't just about release. You can orgasm without release.
Right.
It's just overstimulation of the nerve endings, and it does cause the release. But in trans surgeries, it's often the case where there is no release. It's just the orgasm.
the build up to the
Just the
climax.
It's the pleasure that you get from it. So
I
the
got
climax, you climax and your pleasure, and that's what an orgasm is. The orgasm isn't the release; it's the pleasure.
Okay. Well, like I said, I just learned a lot about this whole situation, and was just wondering that myself.
Something that I
Sorry,
find
Sonia.
Nashville.
I've been waiting really nice to get back to some of the points that A made earlier.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I really don't give a fuck about other people's opinions, especially when it comes to certain things. You said that this takes to be a good person or anything like that. I disagree with this. What it takes to be a good person is being honest with another person instead of lying to them. And with me especially, I don't care about feelings. And at the end of the day, when it is classified in the DSM-5 as a mental problem, yeah, no, I don't care. When someone's doing this, especially, I'm going to call it how I see it. And like, I know people are going to be upset and say that I'm transphobic for this. I'm not. I'm just saying facts. But with me, especially, you are gay if you are a biological male dating someone that is a trans woman by definition. You are not able to disprove this other than your feelings.
But to be fair, I don't think it's in the DSM-5 anymore about like.
It is. So a lot of people on TikTok try saying it isn't in the latest update. And I recommend you actually going to go look at the DSM-5. It is in the DSM-5. A lot of people try saying it's not.
I wasn't finished. I was gonna say, I don't think it's in the DSM-5 seen as a mental illness or mental disorder.
Yeah, it's a condition.
It's
a mental condition.
I know it's in the DSM-5.
Considered a mental illness anymore. It's
But I
considered
don't know what it
a condition. That's the only change there's been. It is still in the DSM-5. It's just not considered an illness anymore.
What is it considered?
But I think that's been debunked though, Mads.
No, it's not. It's in as a condition. You can look it up. It is in
I
there
think
as
it's
a
a mental
condition.
illness or mental disorder because that's the only thing that makes sense. But like, I don't know.
Right, it's a condition like any other condition. It can lead to mental illness, but it is a condition itself.
Well, I think it is a
It
mental
doesn't directly. It doesn't directly lower mental your mental health. It doesn't directly detriment it. It leads to detrimental, which makes it a condition. Similar to how psychopathy. Similar to
No,
how
I'm
psychopathy.
saying that it's a mental health the second that you feel like you have to cut off a body part just to make you feel a certain way.
No one's cutting it off, and that's body dysmorphia, which is an illness, but the gender dysphoria is not the illness. Gender dysphoria is the condition.
But people want to get the surgery because of their gender dysphoria.
Yeah, but that's because gender dysphoria leads to body dysmorphia. Body dysmorphia is the mental illness that is often caused by gender dysphoria, but gender dysphoria is not itself a mental illness. It's a condition.
Hold on, I want to ask a question here. Body dysmorphia. This is a new one to me that is being used in these conversations because it was
Somebody dropped
body dysphoria. And now it's body dysmorphia. And it sounds like to me like that is just another term to give an excuse for self-ideas. Is it not?
It is.
No, it's
I'm
not.
just confused because I thought the incongruence between your biological sex and your identity was what caused the gender dysphoria. That's why I'm confused about the body dysmorphia thing because
Me too.
I've never heard body dysmorphia used in that definition because like body dysmorphia has to do with like things that don't align, like it's not about your sex or gender or whatever. It's about like your shape and things like that. And you could have
my boobs are too
dysmorphia from being trans, but that would be like it's different than actual dysphoria that has to do with your sex characteristics.
No, so gender dysphoria stems from gender. Gender dysphoria stems from gender, so it's not necessarily about the body. People can have. People can experience. No, but I mean, people can experience gender dysphoria without themselves being trans or needing to change anything about their body. Gender dysphoria simply refers to gender.
Gender dysmorphia.
No, because it would be body dysmorphia because it's a physical attribute about your body that you feel an incongruence with. So gender dysphoria does lead to that, but gender dysphoria itself isn't an illness; it's a condition.
But isn't condition and illness just semantics?
Yeah, it
Yes.
is.
No. No. There's a medical distinguish. There.
And what would that
said
be?
they said it to destigmatize. The reason they changed the definition was to destigmatize the illness aspect of it. Because
Facts.
usually when we say mental illness, it's like, oh, what are we gonna like? Because like, what do we like when we go through these transitions? It's to treat the condition, right? It's to help treat it, and that's the only like way that has been proven that works for treatment when it comes to gender dysphoria. So
But
like,
it also sounds harsh, right? To say that it's a mental
it
illness.
does. So it is a semantics thing.
Is that not what it comes down to?
It is I think it's a semantics thing because like honestly I would rather hear it's a condition than illness, because when you hear illness, if like I don't know, it makes
It's not a kind word. No.
It's the connotation.
But do you want to know what, Mads? Hold on, Nashville. You know what else is not a kind word? To say that circumcising your child is mutilation. So the rest of us have to deal with unkind
I
words.
stand all the way with you about circumcision. I think it's very important, and I'm also Jewish, and I think it's.
Oh, hey, yo, shalom.
These are unkind words that we have to deal with. So I mean,
it is mutilation.
Wait, are you Reformed, or what type of Jew are you? If I can ask, I'm Orthodox.
I grew up conservative, and then I'm now Reconstruction.
Okay, so I'm Orthodox.
Yep. And I have so much respect for the Orthodox Jewish community. My values don't align fully with it, but I definitely have a lot of respect for you.
Yeah. You guys go off of the Talmud a lot more than us. We go off of the straight Torah.
Yep.
Yeah, so can I just point out the actual distinguishing difference between a condition and an illness in terms of medical?
Yes.
So a mental condition basically affects how you act or how you view the world, whereas a mental illness, it directly detriments your mental health. So, for example, depression would be a mental illness because it directly damages your mental health, whereas being a sociopath would be a mental condition because it doesn't directly detriment your mental health, but it can lead to detrimental mental health, if that makes any sense. So a condition basically just means it affects how you act, how you view the world, how you view yourself. It doesn't necessarily mean it's negative.
Well, but see, that's the semantical thing about it. You don't want it to be viewed as negative. And I think that's why it's been
there is an element of semantics there because, but at the same time, it does fit the medical condition or the medical definition of it, and it should be described as what it is.
Yeah, it's a mental illness.
It's not.
It is. If you're seeing the world in a different light just because you are acting, or if you get a certain type of a care, I would just say that this is counted as mental illness, because we can see this with schizophrenic and multiple other people that have mental illnesses where they have to get certain type of care, especially.
No, so schizophrenia does directly impact your mental health.
Yeah, so I would just say that trans community.
Do you not think an incongruence and a mental disorder would be considered different categorically?
They are.
Me?
They're very different.
An incongruence in mental disorder. What do you mean?
Being trans is like I don't think that's a good comparison. Because a lot of
it's a mental illness. I'm saying instead of it being an incongruence, like that is just something that doesn't match up. Is that a mental disorder, or is that just something that is you're inherently like you're not inherently? But
Yeah, it's a mental disorder. No matter how we cut it.
It is something that's not right, like obvious, like not right. You know what I mean? Like,
it's not aligned in biology with.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'll be honest. It definitely does. It's not something I would recommend or want for anybody else. So I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. It's not fun to suffer from.
And I think that is such a healthy thing, the statement to say. Honestly,
I do too. And I agree with the schizophrenia part. I more align it with anorexic. Seeing yourself as obese when you're actually starving yourself, because that is a bodied incongruence, to your body and the way you see yourself. So my point following that, of course, would be that, we wouldn't call someone fat that was anorexic, nor would we tell them they should, not eat as much. It's just that's not a cure for that, and it's also body dysmorphia.
Yeah,
I mean,
if someone's on
realistically, we wouldn't
600
comment
pound
on that.
lifestyle, if someone is very unhealthy and we can see that they're like 800 pounds, 700 pounds, we're going to tell them, hey, this is very unhealthy, this style that you are living now.
Well, that's true, but okay, so the health of a trans person wanting to transition has been proven it's not that healthy with
Yeah.
ingesting testosterone into women and estrogen into men and
Injecting.
injecting, sorry.
Which is
I mean, you could look
true.
at the physical issues with it, which there are definitely going to be some side effects to it. But there are side effects with any drug. For example, sertraline has like a massive list of side effects, but you would still take it because overall the effect is positive. It is statistically, it does increase mental health or increase quality of life, that is. And hormone therapy has been proven to work for that. You can look at statistics that show the rate of what's the word depression, or that's not quite the word, I can't think of it, but it generally drops with people taking hormone therapy. It is proven to work for mental health, and that is why people take it. And those risks are just things that you have to deal with in everyday life. Everything has risks. It's whether those
Hold on, guys,
risks are
one sec.
worth it.
Guys and girls, one sec. I think Belle's been trying to say something, but Mike is really, really low for me. So Belle, do you want to say something?
Not really. I've lost interest in half this conversation. I had something to say about 45 minutes ago and was
So
interrupted.
just put it in the comments so I can see it because I couldn't hear you. I can hear you now though. But
Yeah.
sorry.
I lost interest in my topic 45 minutes ago. So I'm just listening, and if there's something I need to say, I'll say it. But yeah, I'm going back on mute.
Can I
Oh, okay.
respond really quickly just to Nashville and Happy? So I think the one difficult part about comparing gender dysphoria, as a diagnosis to anorexia is the fact that with anorexia and not medical, but like mental health therapy, it can dissipate and improve quality of life. Therapy, yes, can lower symptoms and signs of gender dysphoria, but it will not be a solution because it is an incongruence in the brain. And so one of the only proven ways right now that we do know of to prevent this continuous suffering of gender dysphoria is for transition. And so I think that's why it's hard, because it's like it's comparable, but also at the same time it's not treated the same way. And I think if we treated it the same way, that could be really, really negative, because it goes into like, the kind of the way of like thinking about conversion therapy, things like that, which isn't really like I don't think that's a good idea in any.
I am happy you said this, because especially with this, if we really want to go down this line of thinking, because you said it's in their brain, and I'm going to use your exact words here because I love it when people use this. So it's kind of like schizophrenic, for example. If it's in their brain, do you think that we should confirm their delusion, or do you think we're going to tell them how I see it or how facts see it over their feelings?
I mean, if you
it's not I mean,
unstable and schizophrenic and somebody's having delusions, a lot of mental health professionals would say that you don't need to, like, saying facts can actually harm that person and cause them to want to do harm to others and to themselves. So people who are schizophrenic, some of their delusions are I wouldn't say like shut off, but people like they don't like tell the person who's schizophrenic that they're seeing things all the time, because that can cause that person to become wanting to unalive themselves.
That is schizophrenic, acting like, and they're believing that they're Superman. We're going to tell them straight up, hey, you're not Superman. You're not going to be able to fly off this building. I can give you sources from the NIH and at the same time PubMed and multiple other things. With schizophrenic, it's actually very unhealthy telling them their delusions are real.
Can I just point out that gender dysphoria isn't schizophrenia? And
no, I'm showing you how, which like the example with the other person over here, so they said this is a mental this is something that's inside of the brain. Okay, cool. Schizophrenic's inside of the brain. Since it's inside of the brain, someone that has the delusion saying that they are a certain thing, are we going to tell them that, oh yeah, this is completely true that you are Superman. You're able to jump from this building and fly. Fuck no, we're gonna tell them the truth.
But I think that's the difference, right? Schizophrenia with your delusions, those delusions can harm yourself and others. I don't
Yes,
think.
I would just say with being trans can harm yourself.
It's not a delusion.
It is a delusion by
No,
definition.
by definition, it's not. You're
By
of sound
definition,
mind.
please read the definition of delusion.
People with gender dysphoria are of sound
How
mind.
Happy Days sees it. If Happy Days wants to see it as a delusion, that's like Happy Days' like opinion and completely okay.
No, but read the definition of delusion, or I can read it.
No, like, and
I mean,
I
I
will
brought
say,
it up
like,
here.
Wait, hold on. I do have a. Can I interject? Can I interject? Okay, so Alice and Mads, would you say that having body dysmorphia is a delusion?
No.
Was that one more time?
Would you say that having body dysmorphia is a delusion?
No.
No.
Okay. So like, let's say like if a bigger person, all right. Okay. So if a bigger person, let's say they lose a lot of weight, right? And they look in the mirror, but they still see themselves as big, wouldn't that kind of be a delusion?
No, that's just body image issues.
No, but they see themselves still big. It's not issues. It's that
They're not
this is
seeing
how they
anything that's
perceive
they're not
themselves.
seeing anything that's not there. They're just perceiving it differently.
Yeah, this is counted as a mental problem.
Body dysmorphia is a mental problem.
Because
Yeah,
like
so
Gender dysphoria is not.
because when I lost 100 pounds, I still viewed myself in the mirror as if I never lost 100 pounds.
And I'll agree with you. there.
What
I'll
you were
agree with you
physically
there, but
viewing never changed. It was your
No.
perspective.
My perspective.
that is no. Muppet actually does have a point here, which is fair because I lost like
No,
75
she has a
pounds.
huge fucking point
Yeah.
here, a massive
yeah.
point.
Yeah, and I lost 75 pounds, and I experienced the same thing. I still think I'm like the fat, like I feel huge, but I'm literally like so much smaller than I was literally years ago. But I still feel as big as I was. So Muppet does have a good point here.
Yeah, but it's not a
so
delusion.
that would be like classified as a delusion.
No.
yes.
Wouldn't.
Yeah,
It'd be
I see
classified, but
myself
it
as
would
though I
be-
never
yeah.
lost that 100 pounds. I still see myself as big as shit.
This is counted as delusion by definition. You don't like
Yeah.
going with definition because it goes against your point.
I've got the definition up here.
Yeah, please read the definition of delusion for me.
False belief of judgment about external reality held despite you know what, I'm just going to skip past that word. Evidence to the contrary occurring, especially in mental conditions.
Yeah, so delusion, especially if they have like a false reality, if they're trying to.
Conditions.
Yeah, so delusion, especially if they have like a false reality, if they're trying to.
Conditions.
Yeah, so delusion, especially if they have like a false reality, if they're trying to.
Conditions.
Yeah, so delusion, especially if they have like a false reality, if they're trying to.
Down the street and say I'm a biological female, I'm a trans man, but it is important and to prevent like those delusions to acknowledge the fact of your biological sex and what you were born as, because if you deny that, right, like then it can get to a harmful point of delusion. But I acknowledge the fact that I'm biologically female. I acknowledge that, but I've done modifications in order to treat this mental condition that I have so that I can continue my day-to-day life.
For sure. May I interject for one moment, please? So I want to bring it back to Muppet's amazing comment because she lost how much weight and still looks at herself the same. So a lot of us women have that, but we don't go around pushing, call me skinny,
Men
call
do
me
too.
skinny, call me skinny, call me skinny, call me this. Like it's something that we have to deal with on our own, right? Because we understand in our head that it is something that's not aligning with the actual thing that we see in the mirror, right? So why is one more important than the other, and why is one more stressed than the other, and why do people have to learn about one but not the other? Starting in elementary school would be, I guess, my question now, because that is a fantastic point.
Well, I mean, the point is that gender dysphoria doesn't work like that. People aren't physically seeing delusions. They don't physically see themselves. They don't look in the mirror and physically see themselves as a woman. It's internal self. And what's more is that how you figure out that you're trans is simply by experimenting with what makes you happiest. All trans simply is the fact that you're unhappy being one thing, and you find out you're happy being another. Sorry.
I thought no, that was just me. I thought you lied for a second.
Oh right.
Good
Well, no,
feeling.
'cause
So you're
it's
saying it's
basically
based
not a
on
valid delusion.
it's based on happiness or unhappiness?
Yeah, it's based
Yeah,
on what
so I
makes
would
you
still
feel
count
Okay.
this as
Yeah. Hold on. I
yeah,
just
I'm
want.
still going to count this as a delusion. By definition, it is a delusion. If
Yeah.
they're
But no one's
thinking a
doing anything
certain
that's not
way that
there.
isn't
But
true.
Happy, can I say something? So yeah,
Yeah.
Alice, like if you're basing it off of happiness and unhappiness with how you perceive yourself. So if one day I wake up and I'm really unhappy, just like how my body is, how my body feels, or how I view myself in the mirror, uh, would you say that I would have gender dysphoria and therefore I could transition because that one day I just don't feel happy about myself, or maybe a longer time period, maybe a month of not feeling happy for
Well, it's
whatever
not a
reason?
month. Well, I mean, I can tell you from experience, it's not a month. For
Okay,
me,
well,
it
let's
was
just say I
for
feel
me,
unhappy.
it was 18 years of knowing what I wanted, but not being able to achieve that because feeling pressure. For me, it was 18 years of that, and it's.
But I mean,
I mean,
we could relate that to like our body image issues, right? It's delusional for somebody to
Hey,
look at
Sonia,
myself and
real
say that I'm
quick,
fat.
can you drop Pound Cake and Pound Cake come back? I think he's having a connection issue.
Oh no,
He's here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I just
Pound
saw
Cake's
the two dots going. I thought maybe you were trying to come up. Sorry, Pound.
I mean, you have got a point in that it is, it might be considered delusion, body dysmorphia, but again, gender dysphoria isn't body dysmorphia. People aren't seeing anything that isn't there. The only thing we're trying to change is language.
It's not just about
I mean,
seeing; it's about feeling as well.
But I
right?
also
Yeah.
wanted,
Yeah.
I wanted to just
Self-awareness
touch
thing.
also on really quickly, just like how quickly the name calling comes at us. And the one thing to go to is you're fat, you're ugly, you're crusty, you need retinol, you need this, you need that. And it becomes like, are you actually going through something or are you just an asshole?
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
this is
Yeah, like
I'm
if you
dodging it
feel
a
like
little
a
bit.
woman, if you feel like a woman, and people keep reminding you that you're a man, I mean, I don't see it any different from somebody saying like, "Oh, you look a lot healthier or 100 pounds lighter," but I don't feel it. Like
Or your skin looks dry.
whatever the case is, like I mean,
We
I
are
don't.
who we
Well,
are.
I think it's
the,
very
the,
similar.
well, I mean, the issue is that people aren't saying because what it is that I'm identifying as a woman. I'm living happily as a woman. Someone comes up to me and says, "You're a man." I've lived as a man. I've lived as a cis man, and I was completely and utterly miserable. It was horrible.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't wish that.
I
I
lived
wouldn't
being
wish that on.
morbidly
No, I wouldn't.
obese.
I have a
I wouldn't
question.
wish. No, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But the point is that you're trying to force someone into a box they don't want to.
Oh,
I would love to hear Pound Cake's perspective on this.
I have a question, and it's a respectful one, hopefully.
Sure.
Can you say you truly lived as a woman, not having the full experience?
No.
I truly lived as a trans woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
it's
I've fully lived as
presenting.
a trans man. I
That's
can't claim
I've
all
not.
the manhood.
I
that's what
can't
people
claim that
are
I've lived as
having
a cis
issue
woman, but
about.
I've lived as a trans woman. So
I would say that I lived socially as a female.
Who said that? Sorry, I'm looking for the little
woman?
circle box.
Me, short.
Short man.
Oh, okay.
Short is
Just
short.
like in
Shorty.
socially. Yes.
I agree with Shortman. Like I've lived socially, like because the way I'm perceived is as a man, like walking down the street, and I've like had to deal with societal expectations that men have to deal with, and like when I'm like I've felt that, but I can't say I've had the full experience of a male or as a man, like because I've had a very different experience in Nashville and then Happy Days, because obviously my biological sex and growing up I was raised as a woman. Like it's different.
Perfect. Okay, I really want to come back to that, but I do want to, Nashville, thank you for pointing out that Pound has been here and hasn't said a peep. So Pound, go ahead with your view.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, so I mean, I just got a few things to blurt out and I'll be done. It's nothing too necessarily controversial, but all this really boils down to is it's a clash of social constructs. right? My God's bigger than your God. My ideas are bigger than your ideas, right? And when we're looking at something like the topic of transgenderism, there's so many places we have to go, right? We have to look at the science behind it. We have to look at the psychological and the sociological differences between the two, because there are very distinct differences between the psychological differences of what it means to be a transsexual versus the sociological concept, the sociological construct of what it means to be quote unquote trans. And that's when the identities come in, that's when the gender ideology pops into place. You know, the fact that gender is a moldable, malleable feature, that is a sociological concept, that is an idea that is held by a group of people. Okay, that is very different than the actual mental condition that is a very destructive force in some people's lives if they can't manifest their physical bodies into a certain way. Okay, and when we talk about things like the DSM, and it's articles and stuff like that, you really have to know what you're talking about. Okay, so one of the chairs on the DSM for sexual and gender identity is Ken Zucker, and if you look up a lot of his work, which I have on one of my pinned videos on my page, he has a lot of works. This man's been approaching gender identity and gender constructs for the past 30 or 40 years now. This man says a lot of things that common trans people they would try to cancel him for it. Okay, just because the ideas don't fit into that sociological concept, because he solely goes into the psychological aspect of it. That's when we're talking about transvestic fetishism. That's when we're talking about autogynephilia and various other things that are out there in the scientific world, right? So when we're talking about the DSM, you're not just looking at gender dysphoria. You're looking at the people that are behind coming up with these terminologies. We have a list of people. I want to say it's about 12 or so people that are responsible for the definitions that are in the current DSM. And if you look at that list, there are a few of those PhDs, MDs that are also on the board of the WPATH, which is the current standards of care of treatment for transgender people. There's now an 8th edition out there. Now, the people that were responsible for changing the terminology of gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria, they cross paths, they cross over to the WPATH, and they are also known to be very strong activists within the trans community. So when you're looking at this from a scientific angle, you see bias. Okay, so you see people that are crossing boards here that are putting their personal bias into their scientific work. So they're taking what was the psychological aspect of transsexualism and now putting it towards the sociological concept of transgenderism, which again is the identities. So that's all I really had to throw out there. I will mute.
Period.
No, thank you for that.
Oh, not no one talking.
I mean, I can debate if you want me to on this.
I'm gonna turn off some. Of course, this is open space. You do you, boo.
Yeah, so no matter what you try to explain,
Let Emma up. She can talk about this. She is very knowledgeable and wonderful.
Okay,
I have to request, okay? So you got to tell her to request.
I just want to say after that, love you, Pound Cake, as a brother.
Yeah, okay.
Love me as a lover.
Hi, Emma. How are you?
What am I doing here? Sorry. I've been contesting with explosive diarrheas and all such a shit, and then listening to this conversation, it just added to that. And I don't know.
We're here to help.
Diarrhea.
I love that for you.
But it's been helping because it's been cleansing my body and soul. And I don't know. Y'all making this awkward. Anyways, I hope everyone's doing well.
Better than you.
You know.
Saying
Better
hi
now
to
that
you
I've
is making
listened
it
to you.
awkward. I don't know. I've been told that you have a lot of expertise on things, and you've been requested.
I'm not sure why I'm here, but I'm here.
Because you've lived these experiences and you should share your perspective. Do it. You're amazing. You're respectful. You're wonderful. You've lived all sides and you're worldly.
And she didn't say any of that shit about me, so go ahead.
There might be a
No,
reason.
it's all me.
I'm kidding.
I mean,
Well,
you don't have to.
I'm just about to drop. So I just wanted to say, you'd be surprised. I'm very grateful that no one misgendered me. You'd be surprised how often that happens on here.
It won't
All right.
happen in here, Alice. You're welcome
Yeah.
anytime. Okay, thank you.
Have a
Well,
good
thank you.
night.
Bye.
Thanks
And
for the
you. Bye.
conversation.
All right. Well, I can start with the misgendering thing. I truly believe misgendering doesn't exist unless you were actually born the person you were born, you know? Like, people are like, oh, my mental state and all this nonsense. And I always tell people, like, if your mental state is that fragile, why do you even transition in the first place? It doesn't seem like you're getting any better. Why is that? You know? Because this need for constant affirmation. You know, the best thing my family has ever done for me was basically push back. They weren't blaming or affirming me. Neither was my therapist. You know, and I developed more of a backbone than I had before. And this world has gone soft, and now it's everybody's. It's like my feelings and not yours. You know what I mean? And then you're canceled for thinking, you know, something that's I don't know how to explain it. It's just it's sad. I see this so much, and now I see this non-binary valid only to that person who thinks they're non-binary. I don't need to feed into that. Like I said, you have to validate your own existence, and if you take issue with that, then live under a rock because we live
So
in
you
the
know
real
what,
world.
Emma? I'm gonna cut off for just 1 second just to agree with what you just said there. Nikki Starkiller was in a live earlier and said these words, like, you need to validate yourself before you can start forcing other people to validate you. And until you can validate yourself, you're not going to change anyone's views on you. And I think that that's really powerful.
So I just don't care. At the end of the day, if you're trying to be a certain thing, and when it comes to the trans community especially, I don't care. Well, first of all, if you're trying to be this way, cool. I stay away from children. I don't give a fuck about your pronouns. I'm gonna call you how I see you. And at the same time, I don't believe it in like you can change your pronouns. Like I don't care. You have to also respect me to a certain degree if you want me to respect you, which then I'm going to ask you, at what point do I have to stop respecting myself to acknowledge your bullshit pronouns?
Yep. No one owes me that. You know, I owe it to myself to live my best life.
Yeah. And this is one of the biggest problems I have with the trans community. They're like, oh, well, you have to respect me. This is human respect, giving me this pronouns, making sure that you identify what I want to identify as. Fuck no, I don't care.
Nor should you, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Treat them as
identify
a
as
human.
trans
That's
financial.
all. Like even if you don't use the pronouns or use it, that's fine. We're visual creatures. You know what I'm saying? How are you going to force someone to see something? Like you know what I mean? And then this whole nonsense. Well, let's be polite and ask pronoun. How many people actually walk up to someone in real life and ask about their pronouns? Come on, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I identify as trans financial. I'm now a millionaire. So
Yeah, I'm transracial. Was good by boys, but yeah, no. Here's the problem I have with the trans community. No matter how anyone tries cutting it or anything like this is a mental illness. At the end of the day, when have we started confirming delusions when people are trying to be a certain way that isn't true? It's as simple as that. But so many people like trying to say, well, their brain is similar to a female brain. No, the fuck it isn't. If you're trying to say that
hold
their
on,
male
hold on.
that isn't true.
I believe that people are trans. To ignore that is kind of silly in my opinion. You can't.
there's no
Why would them-
belief. Like they are trans. Like it's not
Yeah.
whether or not you believe it. Like you can see it.
That's what I'm saying. So like that is a level of respect in there that like you don't. If people are fucking bugging
Cordial is
Yeah,
the,
I
is
think
the
I
term.
think I think the big problem though is that, like I mentioned earlier, there's a difference between people who really feel they need to manifest themselves into a different presentation, as opposed to these people that are doing it because it's trendy.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's the hot in thing to do, like to be gender nonconforming. Like gender nonconforming has always been a thing. Save the tomboys. Like that doesn't mean they're boys. It just means they're like butch girls. That's all it means. It doesn't mean that they need to be put into a pathway of constant reassurance that all these masculine things is what makes you trans.
Yeah.
Especially when they scream that gender stereotypes are evil and wrong, but for some reason, if
They
you
agree with
exhibit them in the opposite sex, it makes you trans and it is therefore okay. That's the problem.
So then
Especially
they're
when it puts
picking
down
and choosing.
kids.
I wouldn't even say that's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the inability to differentiate tolerance with inclusivity and acceptance. You can ask for tolerance, but you can to constantly say their demand inclusivity and or acceptance. Like, you can't force people to like you. You can't force people to accept you. Like, that's not how the
So
world works.
one of the
Fuck no.
biggest problems I actually find in the community is the splits. You have these people here who y'all
The what?
came together, the split. Let me explain. There's a split. So you have the people who, amongst all yourselves, that are respectful and are believing that women are women, men are men. Yes, trans women will never feel exactly what like a woman is or experience. Like, it's the realisticness. We accept you, you accept yourself, fantastic. And then there's those groups that are screaming, I'm this, 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 and this, and this, and this, and they're jumping on the trans wagon and bringing down what the people stand for. And that to me is the biggest issue.
Yeah,
is
and the I'm sorry.
trendsetters, the ones that feel that's what they are because they're bored with their lives and they think they'll be more interesting if they say all the mumbo jumbo.
Well, the
Yeah.
sad thing, the sad afterbirth of that, right, is going to be when the trend passes, there's going to be a massive void left behind. And the people that really needed proper care, proper attention are going to be left in the lurch to just deal with their same problems like they had to deal with before, because the attention is no longer focused there. You know what I mean? They're still going to have their mental issues. They're still going to have their comorbidities.
But the euphoria is gone.
Yeah, exactly. The shininess of it's going to be completely gone because the ones who are taking the spotlight are the trans trenders, and they're harming trans people by doing the shit that they're actually doing.
So you agree with me then on the second point, because I get a lot of grief on this.
It's true. I
for
had
posting that, and I think that it is literally the
Oh, the allies. Yeah, the allies always screw things up.
Yeah.
The allies
not
always
even
screw
not
things
the
up. It's like
real
the White
like
Knights.
Sonia, Pound can't
fake
read,
allies.
so please don't force him to come out like that, okay?
oh sorry I didn't know. Oh Nashville, you know I'm gullible. I'm Canadian.
No,
Don't
my
lie.
problem is I read way too damn much.
I don't know big words.
Mm.
It's okay. I'm really bad. It's my dyslexia and dysgraphia.
Well, now I think we've lost everybody unless Emma's in the community, but we've lost all the people that were in the community, which is okay.
And here's the thing I have. So most of you are American, I think, and some are not.
America.
And so what is
Canada?
Who said Canada?
Obviously the host. Have you not
The
read
host.
the fucking?
Well, yeah, you. You not have a man's voice. I was like, wait a minute.
Canada.
How dare you misgender? Sorry.
Canada.
I am Canada. If you ever hear somebody make fun of somebody and they refer to them as Canada's a bitch, that'd be me.
That's her.
Come on, I said let's talk about. Let's talk about. Let's start with that, okay? That doesn't scream Canadian.
What do you guys think is a appropriate age to start sexualizing and educating children?
Sexualizing? Never.
If you want me to speak as a clinician, I personally think 16 should be introduction to things like sex ed and stuff like that, but it has to be very refined because that's roughly going to be around the age that teens start exploring things about themselves and other people. As far as other things, when it comes to I just pop it up there with everything else legality. We're talking 18, 21, 25 kind of a thing. Because I always leave room for subjectivity in these kind of arguments. But if we're talking about things of sexual nature that don't come from the home, I would say 16.
All right. So in Canada, it's right now it's in the West Coast. There's something called SOGI, SOGI, which is they're trying to push in schools where they're forcing young children starting age 5, 6 and on to learn inappropriate things.
Absolutely
So
not.
they want to start them with, you got to pick your pronouns. You got to learn about consent. I'm like, I personally think maybe let's wait until they're 9 or 10 and let's start with your body's about to change. Let's talk about it. And parents, now if you hear it in the news, they're saying it's like an anti-trans, which is not. It's to protect children. And parents are pissed because you do not get to opt out on this. You do not have the
Ugh.
choice to teach the kids.
Exactly, Belle. And when I signed off on not having it last year and it was done anyways, who do you think
So the biggest problem with
fucking
that,
rose the
yeah.
fucking hell bomb? You don't want, you think a Karen is bad? You have not met a Sonia, okay?
So they're guising themselves, they're guising this education behind it being some kind of helpful, right? But if you look deeper into it, if I make a statement to you, don't think of an elephant, what is the first thing that pops into your mind?
Why
An
not?
elephant.
An elephant, exactly. So this is what happens when you have young minds like this. They don't understand how to process things like sexuality, identity, whatever you're throwing at them like that. They're very core, very basic elements there. But if you start introducing these things to them, guess what? That's all they're going to think about. So you're molding their brains, and this is literal indoctrination in front of our
Were
eyes.
you Pound Cake? You probably weren't in my live, but I know Nashville was when I did Canada After Dark. And remember Nashville, that teacher came up and
Oh,
she
yeah.
said a thing or two, and then you
Right,
could
right.
hear it in her soul that she's like, I shouldn't have said anything, because they're not allowed to say anything to
You'll be
parents
canceled. You'll be
unless
canceled.
we dig. No, you're not allowed to say it to
No,
parents if you
directed
ask
by the
questions.
by
You're
the
not allowed.
school.
So
You have
when
to
you
talk to the principal or the school board, period.
so
And this
when
woman shat her pants being up here.
when you get hired into the school board, you have a whole confidentiality, whatever thing you have to sign, where whatever happens or said in the school, you're not allowed to talk to it about parents. So, I mean, you can join the school board, you won't know anything. And be a trustee, you still won't really know anything.
No, that's
because
not true.
the
Depends on who
trust,
you're dealing with. I'm
it
all up in there, girl, and
depends.
I got full fucking knowledge because
But
I do have an in though,
you
and I don't
do.
like to
But what I'm
boast about
saying
it.
is that you don't have an in where you can approve of what is going to be taught. You
Yes, I
gotta
do.
You do?
The Catholic board lost my child outside in the winter snow for 2 hours and didn't come call us. They don't fuck with me.
Oh,
And
No, that's
it's not like a plus. It's not a win, but it is my flex a little bit.
no.
And
What
I
I'm
hate
saying
to
is,
say that, but
you've got some clout though.
what I'm
That's
I
saying
do, I
is,
do, I do, I do, I do.
Hey, I got you. The best clout to have is like I do have a certain clout when it comes to a certain church. Like actually, it's 4 churches in the same area, and it's in Fort Smith, Arkansas, where I am banned from 4 churches there. I got some real good clout with that one.
Yeah, babe, I
So-
could have sued the pants off of the entire board.
you could have. You could have actually. So what
I
the
would have.
a lot of money.
unions would protect. But anyways, what I'm saying is that you don't get to sit there and write what you want to be taught. It comes from the government, which goes to the trustees, and then it goes boom to the teachers, and they get no choice. And
Totally to yes, but I mean I
that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Because I'm also on all of that. Because
The teachers have no
what's
say.
going on.
But we got a new principal. Like our whole administration staff is new this year since last year.
True.
Well, I mean, let's say that I flipped my fucking noodle, but my requests were met with open arms. Let's say
I'll
that.
be back, guys. I'm getting a phone call.
Yeah, I am getting
Yeah.
a call too, actually. But
So like,
So
this
Pound
is what's
Cake,
happening.
Yo,
what? Okay, with the elephant analogy, okay, what is the end game for this? Do you think? I mean, it's some fuckery.
it's not though, because look at like my whole thing has been this year. I'm proud. I can't complain about anything.
Well,
Nashville.
yeah, this year, but
So-
Sonia, what if it kept going like last year?
Well, that's just
What's
it. Parents,
the end
parents
game
that don't have the
for?
time or the energy or the
No,
knowledge.
no. No, I'm not talking. I'm saying, why is it even spoken of and present in any school?
The
What's the
powers that
end
be,
game?
the powers that be want society to be shifted in a certain direction, and this is just another tool to use in that place. It's the same thing as critical theory. It's critical queer theory. It's critical gender theory or critical race theory, whatever you want to call it. You know, activism has infiltrated academia, and it's getting a chance to really pick up some steam and push its ideas forward. And that's what we're looking at today. You know, because if you follow things back through time, you'll see different periods where, you know, they were teaching all the kids in school what a communist was and this, that, and the other, you know.
But
And
like, when was that? Like, my biggest thing, and I don't want to
The
interrupt you,
70s.
is that we don't have the funding to even like dish out a solid curriculum to actually give our kids what they need to actually grow into being successful fucking human beings,
you don't want
right?
them smart.
We
Right.
exactly. So
They
why are
don't.
we feel? And this is where people get like so mad, like, you don't want this taught in schools, you don't want this and that. It's not even that I care about the history and all of that. Sure, it's actually quite interesting at an age appropriate level. They, them, and grade 2. I don't need. I teach that to my kids, but like, let's get, like, last year, for example, they've reintroduced cursive into the curriculum, right? They did this 10 days before the school year ended. And my son was like, they're coming home with all this homework. And I'm like, is this a fucking joke? Like, how are we going to get cursive in 10 days? Like, these are the things that irritate me. And this is like one of my main things. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, let's get the fucking curriculum back on track and stop trying to mind fuck our kids with all this nonsense.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's just
Like,
it's a piece of the bigger puzzle. You know, if you look back in the day, they used to actually say shit like, these were medical industries saying things that, like, you know, drinking alcohol and smoking cigarettes while you were pregnant was perfectly healthy. You know what I mean? This is just how the
Wait, it's
bigger
not?
part of society. Yeah, no
Hi,
shit, right?
Amanda.
Hi, sorry, I'm
It's
comment
just
banned, so I couldn't sit in the comments even if I wanted to.
No, you can come up here anytime, babe.
That's cool. Go ahead, Pound Cake.
no, but that's basically the gist of it. You know, whatever the ruling party is. And I don't mean Democrat or Republican. I mean just whoever's got
Right.
the grips on society at the moment. You know, can kind of shift the conversation. And like I said, you know, you don't want them smart. That's not
Yeah.
a good member of society. You need good worker bees.
So,
You know,
so my
Exactly what I
original
was just gonna
question
say.
then is the end game government dependence and socialism?
Absolutely,
100%.
absolutely.
So I don't know, Nashville, if you know Beautifully Broken down here. She's my girlfriend from Canada.
And I'm saying
and
this.
she
I'm
knows a
saying
lot.
this as a classical liberal. Okay, I am a JFK Democrat. I'm not some right wing whatever. You
Right,
know,
right.
making some crazy conspiracy theory. I am a middle ground guy,
Hell, Trump would have been
and
a
I'm saying
Democrat
stuff
back
like
then.
that.
Mr. Pound Cake, so since you're a JFK whatever supporter, do you find that your beliefs or JFK's beliefs are more towards the liberal side or the conservative side?
Well, so
Currently.
JFK Democrat would be more on what would be considered a conservative nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
know,
know.
because it's less government. You know, but the place where I kind of branch off is, you know, I do believe in things like gay marriage and, you know, certain social programs for the downtrodden, but not for dependence upon those programs. You know, we do need to have those safety nets for aspects of our society and, you know, that need it or whatever. But I do see that there's a major malfunction in people that abuse those systems. You know, so that's what a JFK Democrat is.
Yeah, because like I
It's
will
more middle
argue.
ground. Like a classical liberal is technically a centrist, but
Yeah.
nowadays it would be considered someone on the right.
Yeah, because like my godmother is in Boston,
Did you
and
hang on one sec? I just wanted to know, did you say a liberal is considered on the right?
A classical liberal.
So
There's a
any,
difference.
so like
And we now have
basically,
progressives. We now have progressives now, and the progressives are the ones that are far left.
so like anybody that had like liberal beliefs in the 60s, it's more what the conservatives would believe now.
Truth.
Like
Yes.
that's more aligned. That is what he's saying.
Yeah.
So
But
like
I don't fight people when they say, like, you know, liberal this and liberal that, because I'm not that kind of liberal that they're talking about.
So I think I would probably fall like what a liberal used to stand for. I may
which would
fall
be a
for that. I don't.
conservative.
That's I don't really know what I actually at this point I'm nothing. I think they're all fucked.
Yeah, it's all shit. Same shit,
I
different toilet.
I think that they all eat at the same fucking table. I think that the reality of it is that there is nobody that's coming to save us. I
Yeah.
think that the only thing that saves us is if a fucking miracle happens. And that's my opinion. I guess somebody says that's an anarchist, or that somebody said that's a libertarian. Like, I have no idea what it is. I
Mhm.
don't actually care. I'm a part of just myself and what I think is what's
She's
best for the world.
BC, right? You're Canadian too.
Yeah, I'm
I think there's
BC.
3 of us now. Woohoo!
I'm sorry.
And BC, yeah, thank you. BC is
God, they're taking over.
BC's woke as fuck.
Oh
It's
man,
like
I saw
California.
all the protest in Victoria the other day.
Did I
Oh,
send
yeah.
it to you yesterday?
That was great. Was that
Oh,
yesterday?
well, it was terrible in
It was
Vancouver too.
yesterday. Did you keep your kids home?
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Fuck, I did.
Yeah,
My
one
husband
of
was pissed.
one of the members of my nonprofit organization, she lives up in Toronto actually, and they're woke as fuck up there too.
Not everybody, but some are. And the
Yeah.
thing is that in Ontario, like that Soji stuff eventually will make it our way, but nobody is going to read it. And they're just sucking in what the news media says. And I'm like, go read what it says. Go
No,
read.
it's here already in BC. So we have
Yeah.
Soji fully all across the whole province. It's gross. It's like they don't call children. You know, they used to say, "Hey, boys and girls," it's friends now.
Not here.
They
Not here.
they don't use those. They don't use pronouns like that, or else it's they them.
Nope, that's not allowed here. How the fuck is that in BC?
It's not a baby, it's a baby.
No, no, no,
Right?
no, no. That's what the
Well,
protest
this is
for.
the
Give
thing.
them
Like, I actually
choices.
I just booked a meeting with my daughter's teacher because I'm like, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. I haven't had the meeting with her, but she's about to hear a fucking whole lot of shit that she probably isn't going to like, and I actually don't give a flying fuck.
But you don't
Do
do it
you
with the
know-
teacher, baby. You do it with the principal. That's the only
Well,
way.
I'm
what
going
it's
to start with the
And
teacher to find out what's
won't.
going on,
They're
and
not
then I will
allowed.
go to the principal.
Amanda, they're not allowed. They're not allowed to even
Well,
discuss anything with you.
Yeah, they're
It's
not
a
allowed.
waste of time. Call and reread. I'm telling you. Even Belle knows.
Yep. Skip the teacher, go to the
Yep.
principal. Principal
Or the-
doesn't go. Get a
So what? Just go to the
petition
principal and say, I want to
trustees.
talk about what's going on.
Yeah.
Yes. When my Chase's teacher called the 3rd grade to ask if I had questions, I said, yeah, I want to know the new policies and procedures this year in regards to my kids identifying as the opposite. And she's like, hibbity, 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 same as last year. And I said, so I need to go to the administration? And she's like, yeah, principal. I'm like, or the school board. And she's
I
like,
will-
yep. I did the
will
next
say
day.
that-
And
that
she,
my town is one of the only towns that didn't release any letter concerning the whole protest that happened. They didn't release, and there was nothing said about it.
my school didn't either. But I
And
knew
I will
about it.
say as well that most other school districts did. And also I've been told that it's a little bit, which is weird, but it's apparently more conservative here. But again, another thing that I have been told, like there's a lady that I know personally, and her daughter, not last year, but the year before, or was it last year? No, it was last year. I don't remember. Her daughter changed her name and her pronouns and all of those things in school. They didn't tell her anything.
Yes, that was last
and
year.
Then
The
her
fuck?
report card got sent home, and
They
had
fucked
a
up.
different name on it. And she was like, "What the fuck is this?" And so she actually went and she served them a cease and assist, and they won't even fuck with her anymore because she's like, "I don't give a flying fuck." Like, they were in the wrong. They're not allowed to do that as much as they want to tell you they can. I went and looked up parental authority today.
Are you Catholic or public? May I ask that?
I'm public. There's Catholic out here is like
Catholic
super
under
expensive.
18, they're not allowed to do shit anymore. This is as per this year, first day of school.
Yeah, but it's expensive. We don't get that.
Catholic
We
is free
can't-
here.
Hey
Yeah,
guys,
no,
I appreciate
Because-
the conversation. I'm gonna hop down. It was
Sorry,
nice
yeah,
meeting
sorry,
all of you.
Pancake.
Host, thanks for
Yeah.
having me up.
I know,
Good to
how are
see you
you?
again, Pancake. I
Come
appreciate it.
anytime.
sorry if I'm crazy.
No, you're
No.
not. Jesus.
I am a
Well,
little
it sounds pretty fucking sane to me.
No,
But-
but I'm telling you, Amanda, this is
They're-
what
The
we went
child was
through.
not
Told
afraid.
at school not to tell the parents because they're going to get mad.
This is the
It's
thing. I'm going to tell people
secret.
right now. The child is afraid to tell her parent. No, actually, that child afterwards now became suicidal.
Yep.
And after she shaved her head and all of these things that she wanted to do to become this opposite sex. And then this year she's wearing fake eyelashes. She's wearing dresses every day. She's wearing makeup. and now she's still dealing with her hair growing back, and she's depressed as hell.
It's
And
creating division between parents and child, right?
yeah.
But
Right.
okay, I gotta say something. Like, I find that the origin story so fascinating because originally it was like the Muslim
Marv.
communities that spoke out, and then they were united with the Catholics and the Christians, and the Jewish people came out, and then the Amish who have no TV and radio came out. Like, it is
Pooh Daddy.
amazing how many people came out in support of this.
Hold on, let her finish. Hi, boo.
The Amish.
Hey, Marv.
Come on. Like, that
What
is
up, Ozzy?
amazing.
Hi guys, how are you?
Hello.
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Visiting Montreal here from United States.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing.
Yeah, I know it How's it going, sucks. Ozzy? But you guys, do you guys support the LG HD TV community or no?
I do.
I
Yeah.
support
I've got
people doing
ESPN
whatever they
Plus.
want with themselves,
Oh
and if
yeah,
they're.
I mean, yeah.
But I don't support my child needing to know about.
Yes, it's a broad statement to ask, honestly.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, well, LG HD TV community. Do you guys support that?
The HTV house.
I call it the
Yeah.
Hey, Pooh,
So-
they've got Rogers up there. That's
I'm
the
gonna
only
answer.
choice.
I'm gonna answer just like from me as the host that I support people that are respectful, who actually are trans, who
Hey,
are
I'm
not
still trying to find out what's up,
shitty.
Hosies.
Non-binary. I do not support. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm,
think it's a
I'm
thing.
still trying to find out what's up, Hosies.
Hi, poopy poop.
What's up, you knucklehead?
You got 3 of us, so you better watch yourself.
Canadians.
Canadians.
We're the
Hold on, no.
51st
Not
state,
really
eh?
Canadian, I'm fake.
I want to ask Morph, what's your point? Do you support? What do you have to say?
My point is I don't support. I mean, they do have their rights, but they should not push them upon our kids and us and everyone else.
So I ask this to everybody. Do
Like
you have
what
children?
rights? The right to freedom of
Yeah.
expression? Shouldn't
Hold on,
should
do you have
Right, they
children
have the
as
same
well?
rights we've got.
No. The right to tell my child that it's okay to be dad and dad and mom and mom.
Good.
I mean, that's not a right.
The problem
Right,
is
that's
that
just them
it's
expressing
starting at a really
Yeah, I mean, that's
So what
how
I
I
don't-
look at it.
Belle, you're so quiet.
What I don't support is the disrespect.
It's starting at a
That's what
young
I don't
age.
support.
It's starting at age 6 and 7, where
But
literally they're still eating boogers and saying they're delicious.
Stop it,
They
because I'm
can't hide
just
their
gonna
shit.
throw up. Belle, if
You
you
know
don't know this about me,
what?
I have the worst gag reflex. Nash
Like,
knows.
some
I
of
will
these kids
die.
are still in diapers. You know,
Here's the
like it's
thing. I was around that age, taking swimming lessons at the Boys and Girls Club. To
how
get
old
my,
are you?
I'm much older than anyone here.
Sorry.
He's not that old. He's so freaking crazy.
Please give
But
your
at
cat some attention.
at that age, I recall someone
It's not my cat.
talking about rubbers. Okay,
But
and
hold on, Nash.
yeah.
I just want to answer more for just really quickly because there's a bunch of people flooding in here. To teach that 2 parents can be men and 2 parents can be women is not a huge fucking problem for me because that's just part of my everyday life. Like we have lesbian
Well,
friends with children,
in
we have gay
society,
friends
yes,
with children.
it's becoming
Society,
more normal.
but that's up to the parents' discretion, I suppose,
Correct,
right? It's
correct.
not
But
just
my
because what I do is not right for you.
but my point is at 7 or 8 years old, I didn't know what that meant. So I asked my parents on the way home. It
Mhm.
was an older child that was, talking about, rubbers and all this kind of stuff. And I didn't have a clue what they were talking about. So in today's society, all this sexuality talk is, kids cannot comprehend this shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're
But
still
can
trying
I?
to- Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you're a child and you're an only child, I'll agree with that. If you're a child who's had a pregnant mommy and they've seen their mommy be pregnant for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th time, kids ask a lot of bloody questions.
Oh,
And
yeah,
kids are
yeah.
curious as fuck. And my oldest son knows everything about every single part
You
that
know
go
what?
on it.
So you know what?
I had
Childbirth
a
because it's
My
4-year-old
son,
up my
older
ass.
sister. I had a sister
She
that was
said a
4
boot.
years older,
I did a
and
boot.
I didn't see my mother pregnant until I was 10, 2 or 3 years later. So I
Yeah,
mean,
they don't really notice.
So my
yeah,
son, when
Mine
I was
did.
after I had
My daughter
my
did.
daughter, my son says to me, because I would go in the room to pump, right? And so I was like going into the room and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm going," and I explain like milk, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, "Well, I want to see." And I was like, I wasn't sure how I felt about that. But anyways, I was just continue doing it. So one day he's like, "I want to see." So I was like, okay, whatever. He was 7, right? And I'm like, I didn't want him to think like it was something bad. But he comes into the room and he's like, "Don't you feel like a cow?" I was like, "Get out right now. Get out."
yeah, right.
You would need a large gap.
What a bright child.
I used to moo whenever I pumped.
I
That
said,
is
"Listen,
the
like
that
we
is the
just don't say
perfect
things like that to a woman ever."
right. That is
Like,
the perfect
Yeah.
location and the perfect
Yes.
situation to teach a
Yes.
child.
Yes.
Not in a classroom
Hey,
with 20 other kids.
Exactly.
like in
hey,
daycare, because I worked
so
in
do y'all?
daycare.
Well, hold on. Go one at a time, guys. So
Oh,
we can hear.
okay.
Poop, you want to go first?
Yes, Poop hasn't said anything. Poopy.
Yeah. It's a little off topic, but do y'all know what the great tragedy of Canada is?
Voting
These
Trudeau
cats.
in or
Amanda, you're gonna have to shut that cat
No,
up, girl, and go on
no,
mute.
Castro not using a
it's not even.
rubber.
It's not even that. So the tragedy in Canada is that Canada had all the promise in the world. They were going to have French cuisine, British culture, and American technology. But what they actually wound up with is British cuisine, American culture, and French technology.
Yeah.
Except for we do
Nobody
shave our
understands the
armpits here.
French.
Oh, you know what? He's just coming in here to razz me, I'm sure.
Okay. Anyhow, no one understands the French, not even the French.
Oh, hold on a sec. 1 sec, Belle. Hold on. Hi, their guest. What is your name?
Lux.
Hi, Lux. And what year were you born? What was that?
I can't hear it through the car that's passing. Give me a second.
What year were you born?
What year? 2000. I'm 23.
Okay. Good.
Okay. So I worked in daycare, and I worked in a private and I worked in a public. And when I worked in the public one, I learned way too many things that my mind still is learning. So one of the schools that I worked at was a public school, and they had an alternative school connected to the public school, and they kept whatever the alternative school separate from the public school, and they all shared the same daycare. So all these children were exposed to these things every day. They never questioned it. They thought it was normal. It was not a huge deal. It was not like flashing in their faces. It wasn't extravagant. I worked in a private daycare. Same thing. We had 2 lesbian moms, 2 moms. We had the 2 dads. It wasn't a deal. We had moms that were pregnant. They come, show the belly. The kids ask questions. It wasn't thrown in their faces or down their throats. It was a natural occurrence and experience and done at appropriate level and explained. That is not what's happening now. It's like they're rushing kids to get older for some sort of mind twisting. Except the alternate school was kind of weird. And when I mean weird,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but who's washing dishes? Who's breathing heavily here? Like,
I'll stop washing the dishes. I'm sorry.
It's not me for once in my life.
Not me.
I'll stop washing the
You
dishes.
can wash
I'm
your
sorry.
dishes. You just might want to mute your microphone.
I'm probably gonna mute if I'm washing my dishes, but
It was you, yeah. If you don't mind, it's usually
I'll take
me.
accountability.
yes.
Take accountability for that.
Usually women do that. Oh, let's see how it's gonna be reacted.
It's
I'm
true.
a traditional
I usually wash
housewife,
the
so you're not
dishes.
gonna
My husband sucks at washing dishes.
No, it was just a joke.
You're good.
I wash dishes. I wash dishes when my girl's not around.
Hey, is it too early to start singing
Fucking-
Canadian Christmas
Whatever.
carols?
I don't do Christmas songs, okay? This is a Halloween
Do not.
album.
Do not.
This is a
November
Halloween
1st.
gothic black.
Hey, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Let's
Your parents
go.
must have been fantastic, dude.
I quit.
On the first day of
I love my
Christmas,
pay. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. No, I love my parents actually.
Okay, you guys, let's get back
Yeah.
on track here.
Five golden dudes.
Broncos too. Poop head.
What?
Pooh, did you actually want to say something about the conversation or no?
Oh, I'm no, I just don't really give a shit.
That's
'Cause I
okay. You're
love
allowed to.
Canada.
You're
I
my
have a
fave.
thought. What do you people think about the Catholic schools? Because I want to see what your perspective is.
The Canadian Catholic schools?
Yeah. Current Catholic schools,
mean,
not
like-
schools from the 1960s that do not
Oh.
exist.
Not the
I don't
ones
have
where
an
they
issue.
find all the Inuits' bodies.
I feel like
We're
throughout
just
the
fine if this is
generations,
Trudeau's government. It's the Liberal government that did that.
I feel like throughout the generations, Catholic schools have been getting smarter and smarter with the way that they indoctrinate children. And in this
Indoctrinate
point in
how?
time,
False. False. Are you from Canada?
I am not from Canada. I'm from
Indoctrinate
Australia.
how? What do you
I'm just
believe
talking
that the
about in
Catholic
general.
schools are doing?
Well,
I
at
thought
the
she said
beginning, there was at the beginning there were like sacrifices and like there were stupid shit like that, like in the olden days for sure. And then as they got as the laws changed, as people got more smarter, they had to find better ways to teach the quote unquote word of God without breaking the law, while following the laws of the country that is in. I don't know Canada for
Okay.
sure. I can't speak for Canada.
So I
I
have
can
a
definitely
question
speak for Australia.
for you.
Yeah.
If you had something you really loved and you like, I don't know, not loved, say you have a piece of cake and there's somebody else who really wanted that piece of cake and you decided to give that piece of cake to them, isn't that technically considered a sacrifice? You're giving something to someone else to benefit them, giving a jacket to someone that's cold, giving money, giving food. That's literally a sacrifice.
Yes, I would say that's a sacrifice. You're sacrificing your warmth for that person but it's your decision, right? It's your decision to sacrifice that. Children don't have the decision to take off their jacket and give it to
No.
that other person. They are
No,
forced.
that's right.
I don't want to
But
be
if
rude,
they
but I'm
see
gonna
that their
jump and I
Hold
can't
on, hold on,
comment.
hold on. Let me just finish my thought before I forget it. But if they see that their friend is hungry
Hi,
and they've
beautiful
already
person.
eaten, they will give them their snack. That is like
You
them
think to
being
go, Amanda?
rude.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I can't.
but I don't think that's a.
Fucking friend, everyone just shut the
hold
fuck up for
on.
a second. You have to go, babe?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
Oh,
Amanda.
she
She's
gone.
my pal. So she was just saying she has to go. Now you guys can continue. Bye,
Bye,
Amanda.
Amanda.
Thanks for coming.
So
Yeah, I was once so far north in Washington State that I got cell signal from British Columbia, where she's from. The worst fucking cell signal ever.
It's because you were on a Skittle flip phone, Pooh.
I mean, teaching
What's
a
a flip
child
phone?
how to give and being selfless is a wonderful thing.
Claire here.
Thanks, Boo,
For
for
you
that
all, so you know how demented it is here. Is the
All right,
drug
tell me more about this
legalization
brainwash.
and how they're giving
I'm
up
gonna be
things
honest with
for
you.
safety for kids here.
Oh wait. The first 2 points are the ones that I really want to talk about. The third one is
Good.
something that I can't speak on because it's about Canadian Catholic schools.
That's the third one, but sure, let's go on the first two. What do you
You
think?
can still have an opinion. It's cool.
Yeah, you can have an opinion, and we'll just tell you
I have an
what's
opinion.
happening.
I just don't want to be incorrect. I don't want to say the wrong thing. You know, I don't want to
Sure.
be
Yeah.
informal.
No, so start at the top. Non-binary. What
I
do
mean,
you think?
if nothing else, you might
I
need
already
to be
heard so much
educated
about
on it.
non-binary.
I don't care. This is my
I
main
love,
fucking
It's
thing.
okay.
I love how all the
I'll
trans
make it
people
quick.
were saying
It
that
exists.
non-binary exists.
Cool.
It's
It
funny because the
exists?
trans people were saying that they didn't exist, that it's all a mental states. That was the whole thing. That
Fun fact: the
30 minutes
LGBT
ago.
community sucks. It actually does suck.
You're right.
There's a lot of
Actually, can we talk
inconsistencies.
about
You
we
have
talked about how
Raby
there's
Sexual, you have Maps, you have a bunch of
It's
these
true.
things that are just fucking
oh wait.
the LGBT.
They're
The
hijacking.
LGBT sucks.
But we cannot. We're not going to go ahead and put maps in with the LGBTQ on the platform, please,
They're
because
just
they're not the same.
hijacking.
until they have their own letter.
Sonia,
I'm sorry.
Sonia, if I may suggest a
No,
good
don't be
talking
sorry.
point for the background next time is how Canada continuously loses its freedom of speech and expression.
That's a whole other thing that I disagree with, but sure, we can go there.
You don't think that Canada's losing the
Put it on the list.
I speak on this all the time. No, my
We
freedom
do
of
not
speech has not
live
been
in a
taken. My access to news has not been taken. There's a lot of misinformation out there on Canada, and that's why Canada After Dark is so important.
Okay, so
but it's censored.
so Canada doesn't have laws on the books that restrict your speech
No.
or
There's no
compel
hate
your speech.
speech law.
Is there propaganda
From
and
the
fear mongering out there that yes, we can't say what we want to say? Absolutely. Do you call the police stations around province wide? I do. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I got nothing but fucking time to debunk all this shit. And unless you're inflicting violence on somebody, you cannot be charged nor put in jail for misgendering. It happened one time from a father, and he's the only example, and everybody is fighting back tooth and nail. So that is false. That is misinformation.
Oh, okay. No. Well, actually, then it's not false information because somebody has been arrested for that, right?
Yep, there is one
And it
person.
doesn't matter. It's
Mhm.
great. Hold on. It's great. It's great that Canadian citizens are fighting against it, right? But the government still has that law in the book, right? Which means that they can
No,
then
No, it's
arrest
not a
and
law. It
prosecute
has nothing to
anybody
do
else.
It's not a law. It
No,
was
it's not a law.
just somebody being an asshole,
Yes, it was a proposed thought.
Okay, but he was arrested for that, though, right?
but not charged. He was let go.
I'm
He
gonna
was
wash more
just an
dishes.
example.
Okay, hold on. It's the fact that the arrest happened at all is what's chilling about it all. You know, 'cause there
Absolutely, but
shouldn't
look at
even
how many
be
people are fighting
arrests.
back, though.
Right.
We had an
Okay,
entire.
I get
we had
that,
an-
right? And it's good. I get it. It's good,
Just
right?
because Audrey
But
Hale
that's how
was a
it
small
does have a
schmooter
chilling
in
effect,
America
right?
doesn't mean
And
trans women
then
can't be in
when
school.
you even
Okay,
have
If it's
have
a
laws,
singularized
I wasn't
instance,
talking
it doesn't
about
count for every
Yeah, I
instance.
wasn't
because I
talking
live in
about
BC, I just wanted to make a point
We
on
are
that.
going to
The
let Pooh
gentleman,
finish, though, guys, and we're going to go one at a time, okay? I don't want to have to mute. We're all adults, so let Pooh finish, and then everyone can say theirs, please.
Okay. So then please do tell me a little bit more about C16 then.
so the gentleman was arrested. He was spent 69 days in jail. He was released, and the charges were dropped against him. But he did spend 69 days in jail.
Yes.
And it was actually because he, in court, they told him that he needed to use his or her, whatever, preferred pronouns. And he was mistakenly using the wrong one often. And so they said that he refused to use her pronouns. And that's what happened there. But either way, I just wanted to come in and say that
Right.
because I can't type in the
Yeah,
comments
Matt,
because
yeah.
the comment banned for 24 hours.
Thanks, Amanda.
Appreciate the gifts though. Thanks. Yeah, but
Yeah,
so to me,
that's so weird.
that's a government entity. Hold on, dude.
It's definitely
Hey,
not
hold on
okay.
for a second. That's a government entity. Dude, hold on. That is a government entity compelling speech. All right. So it is telling you you must say this, that, or another about another person. Right? That is not freedom of speech or expression.
Okay, so Kang, may I just ask you one question then?
That's awesome, man. That's
Hold
awesome.
on.
I like
So now,
how
I have
you
a
said it.
I just want to say one thing. So now this year in my school, they are not accepting they, them, or non-binary as a gender or to be discussed at school or to identify anybody as that. So do you think that that's inappropriate as well?
I feel like I
When you
feel
ask
like
him here, the
I think it's wrong. I feel like people can identify however they like within like normal bounds of identification. You can't identify as a spoon and be like, no, I can't go to school because I'm a spoon and I'm in my cornflakes and I'm chilling out in the
Sorry,
bowl
is this
in the
Pooh answering?
kitchen sink. Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Girl, when did I get a funny accent like that?
No, exactly. Sorry, I just wanted to
Yeah,
hear back from him because
I've already forgot what you were asking me because that dude chimed in.
I'm saying that
I'm,
because
go-
now this
I'm gonna follow this little poop thing because he's actually speaking truth.
If I could get my sentence out though, that would be really fantastic for me.
I'd love for you to.
I was saying now that in Canada, like the last bracket here, they're no longer using they them pronouns. They won't allow children to identify as them or they. There's no non-binary. You have to recognize that you're he, she, they, or man, woman, boy, girl, rather. Is that
And that's how
wrong?
it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be.
Is that what? Sorry, I
It's
just want
he,
Pooh-
it's he and
I just want
she.
Pooh- Jesus Christ, dude! I just want Pooh to answer for me because he was saying that we don't have freedom of speech, but now that it's kind of gone back, is that okay?
Okay. No, I think it's fine, but I don't think they should be compelled to use they them pronouns. But the thing of it is that you have laws on the book like C16, which is what I was trying to get you to explain to me what it is in
Okay.
case I'm wrong on it, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So if C16 is what I remember it is, C16 compels people to call people by their preferred pronouns. Now, also what I heard is that nobody had really been arrested for violating C16, right? But the fact that that law even exists on the books is the government attempting to restrict your speech or how you refer to somebody else,
Absolutely.
right? So
And if it
the
is
law
on the
shouldn't even be
books,
on the book.
yeah, if it is on the books, they can enforce it at will.
So, like I've said, you guys, we've all heard of Karens. I don't think we've really talked about the Sonias of the world. And I don't like to read things without actually going down to my local police stations and calling around province wide, getting my information from actual people. I record conversations, I take notes. I don't like to spread misinformation. What I've been told is yes, you of course, if you misgender somebody, you can be fined, but you'd have to show that you are going to be violent or cause some kind of harm. They strongly recommend you to use proper pronouns if it's been expected or explained to you, or to gender properly. But every place that I have called, and I mean, if you want, you can PM me and I'll give you the stations that I've spoken with, no problem. I keep diligent notes. You have to be doing something in a violent manner in order to have any of this even partially come into play. Like, we're not allowed though to protest against LGBTQ protesters. It has to be within across the street. Like, you can't do it right up against them. That is for sure a thing. So if that goes against our freedom of
Right.
speech,
So again,
that
yes,
one I
and
can
I'm sorry.
confirm.
Yeah. So again, though, you still have laws in the books, and who gets to determine what violence is when you have governments that are basically soft, that will agree that words are violence. And also silence is violence.
Well, and you know what? You're right where I am, because my mayor is very much involved. She is part of the LGBTQ, and she wants us to be arrested if we even look the wrong way at somebody, and that's factual. But she hasn't been able to get anything actually.
Okay,
I
right.
see.
See, again, if you have any kind of government entity, either personally perpetuating through executive action, or a legislative body putting laws on the books that will tell you that, or compel your, either restrict or compel your speech, then you don't really have freedom of speech or expression in your country.
Yeah,
This is all going.
I
This
guess
is
you're
all
right.
going right back to Jordan Peterson and why he got ousted with
Well, that was
freaking
bullshit, man.
University of Toronto. I mean, this is exactly what he was saying then.
Well, I mean, because he's a public figure, like they made an example of him too, which is fucking garbage.
Right.
Yo, Carmine, what's up, man? Been a minute. But so, and Carmine, to speak to that, right? The damn thing of it is, though, is that what happens in Canada and or California tends to filter its way through the rest of the United States. That's the damn thing of it, right? So Canada is almost like from my perspective, is a liberal testing ground, and a lot of the shit that happens in Canada, the liberals in the United States are attempting to do here.
You know
That's
what?
correct.
Last year I would have agreed with you, but this year I'm feeling like, I don't know, we've had parents are fighting back, and that's what's not being shown to you all, I don't think. And parents are fighting back so much harder here than they are anywhere else, in my opinion.
I don't know. We should talk to those parents in Virginia.
That's
We have an
right. 'Cause
entire
see,
countrywide
Holy
lawsuit
shit.
next
the fuck. But we actually did what you're doing there, Sonia.
Yeah.
And our own president said that we were domestic terrorists.
Yep.
All I can say is, what's up, y'all? Hey, all I can say is,
Hold on one
like,
second,
I
one
am
second.
so.
Carmine,
Yes,
I'm sorry
ma'am.
to interrupt you. I'm your mom now. How are you?
Hi, I'm just like sitting here listening to try to get everybody's stance, but I feel
Sure.
like
Can I just ask you really quick what year you were born, please?
Say what?
What year were you born, please?
I was born 1993.
You're good.
Thank you. Oh, is there like an age limit?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Oh, I'm 30. Yeah, no, I'm 30.
You look young, so take it.
Oh, I get that all the time. I have a baby face, actually.
Sorry. Yeah, we'll let Carmine go. We try to take turns as best we can.
No worries, no worries.
Hey, Mark, can you mute while others are talking? You got some background noise.
Carmine, go ahead, honey. I'm sorry. Carmine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
not me sitting here talking on mute. But no, all I was gonna say is I'm so glad that my son is 20 years old and he dodged all this shit. If he'd have told me 20 years ago that we would legitimately all be sitting up in here and everywhere, and like, you know, it's not like we're just some random ass people. Like millions of people, excuse me, are having this conversation about imaginary shit, and I would have just slapped in your face. Like I would have never thought that humanity would spiral into this, right? And I'm not anti anything except like I'm anti like don't make me play your game, right? If you want to do that, then do that, right? But I should not be compelled to participate and be that entertain your words or X. So yeah, here's the other thing. You know, it used to be, 20 years ago, everybody tolerated whatever. It's like, okay, I don't approve, so fucking what? You're over there in your lane, I'm over here in my lane. Who the fuck cares? Now we moved into the thing where it's not enough to tolerate. We have to accept, and not only do we have to accept, we have to embrace. And I'm just not for. And if we do not, then we're all kinds of, all the shit we've all heard, right? And I just think it's really unfortunate that now not only do we have adults, because this used to be pretty much an adult deal, right? Now we have moved the goalpost to children, and then and I'm not saying it's all these folks in this community, right? Because I know some people in that community, and they haven't lost their fucking minds, right? But there are some, and they just happen to be super fucking loud, and that have moved the goalpost to our children, and that has what really is what has started this whole thing. I'm not trying to monologue, but the only other point that I would make is that if people could leave our children alone, we probably wouldn't be as up in arms as we are. And then the whole like forcing us to say whatever, no, it's not gonna. Well, I'm never gonna fucking do it.
Well, Carmen, tell me this: do you think that it's actually the quote unquote community that's trying to implement this with younger age and education?
Yeah, I want to know.
Or do you think it's the government?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I couldn't even. I'd just be lying because I've never really thought of the question, right? But the one thing I will say is that I don't even really think it's the community, right? I just think it is a minority of the community who are on some perverse shit and come at me if you want, but like that's really what I think. It's not even like the community at large per se.
Right.
It's just this subset that for whatever reason is fascinated with children, and it's fucking disgusting.
Right. I think it's a percentage of the community that's just vocalizing what the government is trying to implement.
Well,
I
what's
don't think it's the
wild?
community doing anything.
What's wild? Right. Well, and what's wild is to see the government, and at least here in the United States, and I'm guessing Canada as well. But you're sitting here supporting this shit. There are states that have passed and or are trying to pass legislation to exclude the parents and do whatever with the children on some DL shit. And
Exactly.
I'm like, y'all, how is the government endorsing this? Like,
I
for real?
know.
So
Yeah.
that's like this is like the bottom point here. I'm gonna cut you off for just 1 second, say what I'm gonna say, and then I know that on the bottom here, you're gonna have to give me a name, I'm your way or whatever, because that's weird for me to say. But so last year, this shit was happening in my school in grade 2 behind my back, and how it was handled, it was disgusting in a Catholic school, in my opinion. This year they have changed everything. I fought my tooth and nail. I mean, so did lots of parents, but I do want to let. I'm your name. I'm your mom. I'm not calling you. I'm your mom. Do you have a
Not
first
your-
name? I'm your mom.
She said it's
Hang on.
Marissa and it's on her profile.
Yeah, it's Marissa. That's probably it's supposed
Marissa.
to be
Okay, I'm Sonia.
Tasha,
Nice to meet
but-
you.
Yeah, hi. I guess I'm just confused. I'm actually a developmental therapist. I went into developmental psychology. That's my major. And I'm just trying to understand this concept that a lot of parents are thinking of, like, that their children are being targeted. Where is that fear coming from? I don't understand that fear. Like, why are people saying that? Like, what?
Are any of y'all parents besides
Guys, please, I'm about to go real quick, but before I go, honestly, I'm from US, been here for a long time. I was never born here, but I'm visiting Canada, and I'm in Montreal right now and everything. But let me tell it. Yeah, well, let me tell you one thing that we live in 2023 right now, right? So for 2010 years, there was Adam and Eve. And then for last 13 years, it's Adam and Steve. So just think about that.
I don't agree with that.
All right.
I don't agree with that either. Okay, that was
Have a good night, bud.
Canada,
all right.
my home is England.
Not the American singing the Canadian anthem. What the fuck?
So
It's actually a very beautiful anthem, man. I like it.
until
I
they
do like
changed
it
it.
better now.
Until they changed it. Come
I
on.
can't agree with that. Okay, so Marissa,
Yes.
so you're asking, where
Why?
does this fear come from?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, okay, so well, I guess if I may respond to the question, and that question is, well, hold on, give me a second here though.
Sure.
What makes you say that it's something that's being said out of fear?
I mean, like, I'm on the opposite end of all of this, and I don't understand all the like even just a second ago, Carmine, you're like, well, I'm not anti anything, but I don't recognize the validity of anybody that's different than me, and this is all mental illness and blah 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 blah. Like, I don't get that.
Remember hearing that?
I guess that's how it came across to me. I apologize if I'm misunderstanding. I'm sorry. I just don't understand. I don't know. I'm a member of the LGBT community. I mean, I work with kids. I don't ask. I don't go
No,
around
it doesn't.
asking kids their pronouns or anything like that. But I don't understand. I think some of this is like a little uneducated.
I'm sorry, Marissa. I'm not. These reactions aren't against you. I'm sorry.
Okay,
My
no
apologies.
worries.
Go ahead. Please continue.
I'm gonna let whoever is trying to answer first, and then I'm going to answer
Okay,
after.
sure,
Please.
sure.
Okay.
I can't
well,
see
if
who's
I may
bubbling.
respond, if I can respond to Marissa real quick, and then, bitch, too bad you don't have more than 43 followers. Otherwise, I'd tell you to get your ass up here and say that shit to us. Anyway, so the thing of it is that this isn't this. I'm sure for some parents it is something that comes out of fear, but
Okay.
For most people, it's because we have actual evidence that children are being targeted in public schools with gender ideology.
Okay.
I mean, the teachers, or a lot of these teachers, are actually dumb enough to go public on TikTok and say as much that they're doing as much. Yeah, we'll convert your children. You know,
Can
I'm
I
doing this. That's totally LGBTQ or whatever. So I mean,
can I
we've actually seen evidence, not just by what's gotten out of the school and what's in the curriculum, but we've actually got teachers blatantly admitting to doing these things.
And can I just pose a single question? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone, but like, one of y'all said, I believe, the person on the bottom box on the left said that they were a developmental therapist or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I major in developmental psychology and I work with kids with trauma. Yeah.
Right on. Cool. But no. So my question though is that why is I don't know what your take is because I had to step away and take a call on my other phone.
Yeah.
But
And I would like to
but
answer after, please.
my question is why is it felt in some circles why is it so important to connect with kids about this stuff especially when they're super young? And what's your thoughts on that? Like what is the importance? Because I don't understand. Like, I mean, why can't we wait till they're 18 or something?
I'm not of the okay, well I don't think that like a lot of the things that you guys are saying I haven't seen, and I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum of y'all's opinions. For example, I became a therapist because I came out at like 13 for liking girls, and my dad is very religious and super Italian.
Congratulations.
And he sent me to a conversion camp where I almost died. And then when I came back home, I really struggled with my mental health and with like my identity, because it's like, wow, I'm a terrible person. I'm going to hell. Like, I have these thoughts. I must be like seductive. Like, I just had all these issues. And I actually tried to kill myself at 15.
I'm alive, babe. I'm alive. Sorry,
I'm sorry.
that's
So
awful
sorry.
that you had to go through that. No, I feel bad.
I'm
correcting
sorry
you.
about that.
I'm sorry.
So I actually work with queer youth that has trauma, but I'm not sitting here like, I don't understand the concept of running up to kids and like necessarily shove anything in their faces, but I feel like kids that are going through those things and are seeking help deserve that support.
May I answer, please?
Of course.
And then I'll let you guys go at it. I have people in the queue. I'm not letting up until AW fucking requests because he's got so much to say to me all the time in other people's spaces where I yell a little bit, but we don't do that here. So parents, you said parents are scared.
I'm good at yelling.
Parents are sick. Frankly, I'm going to speak for all parents on this. Parents are sick and tired of being told that we are not good enough educators for our own children, that we're not making the right decisions, that we're not having the conversations, that socially and through family, these things aren't being introduced and being taught. I think from my personal experience and just parents in general, the education system has fucking declined so drastically.
I do agree with
that.
that.
We can barely get a goddamn curriculum out that is building and shifting and shaping our children to become what they need to be to succeed as human adults, right? So example, the last point here, Canadian Catholic schools, my son was in grade 2 last year. I pushed, and all I really didn't want was them being introduced. Okay. I teach my kids. I talk to my kids. I got little boys, and we are an open family, and that is my choice. And I am naive, maybe. I say this all the time to other families not communicating with their children, but that's not my experience. And you see people on here screaming and yelling the same thing that I am. And we're just being discredited constantly over and over and daily over again. We're bigots, we're transphobes, we're this, we're that. None of these adults on this platform or in general right now can agree. And we're at each other's throats. So what in God's name does anybody have
puts in a grade 2 curriculum. You walk into a fucking public library last year, my 2-year-old and my son was 7, just turned 7 at the time, a pin tried to put on their chest saying they, them. Have you lost your mind? There's no
Well,
he,
that's
she.
not
My
appropriate. That's not
what?
appropriate for someone to do to your child without your consent. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. So like
That's not
this,
appropriate.
parents aren't paranoid. Parents are fed up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm happy that you acknowledge that, because like I'm not like a hateful person, but it is happening. And when people say it's not happening, just because it's not happening in your state or your
Yeah.
place of residence, it does not mean that it's not happening everywhere else. Do you know what I'm saying?
I wasn't trying to discredit your experience by just
No,
saying
no,
that
I know,
I
and I
have
appreciate that.
it. I guess that I just struggle with people that like, it's like they're raising their children the way that they feel best. I have 2 kids. I have a 10-year-old and I have an 8-year-old. And it's like, I'm not sitting here telling my children like, oh, do you feel like a boy or do you feel like a girl? I'm not doing any of that. But I think it's okay for my kids to know that people like that exist, because that's other people's business.
Absolutely, but from the
feel
parent.
it's harming my child for them to know other people exist, because I teach my children that we should respect and be kind to everyone, no matter, what their religion is or their skin color or
But that's
whatever.
you.
But that's the time, age, and place for the parent, right?
And if you're religious, and this is completely like, we have a huge Muslim community where I am, huge, and they are fighting back so hard because you're going against hundreds of years of people's belief system, and their women aren't even allowed to like go into the dentist, let's say, without their husband being there. And now you're asking for them to have trans women go into the restroom, and
That's
the
something
wife
I've never
gets.
agreed with. That's something I've never agreed with.
I don't even want to get on the washroom thing because my main thing is kids. But like you're asking religions to just not exist to accommodate, and it's not realistic. Do you know what I mean?
I guess I'm confused what you mean. You're saying like, I guess I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Well, you send your kids to school to get an education.
Yes.
It's okay to have beliefs at home of acceptance and all of that, but science and truth needs to be taught first and foremost. We're not here to be our kids' best friend. We're here to teach our children. We are their parents. It's our responsibility. You were born a boy or you're a girl. It takes a man and a woman to create a human life. To argue that that is the only thing that should be taught in grade 2, other than maybe some families have 2 moms, some families have 2 dads. I don't care about that because that's already taught at my house. My children know about trans because we socially and through family ties, the kids are aware. And if they're not, it's because of their parental choices. And
Okay,
you don't
so
get
then
to take that away.
I have a loaded question for you then.
You could ask Nashville because I think he can answer better than me.
Okay. So like, you're talking about grade 2, right? Okay. So I don't necessarily think that's appropriate to like be a whole curriculum. Ooh, I can't speak today, to little bitty kids because they just need to be little bitty kids. But if your children have a teacher who happens to be non-binary, would you have a problem with that because of their existence? Like that's not allowed either?
Okay, I will take that.
She can.
Yeah.
The person can be non-binary all they want,
Okay.
but it has zero to do with their curriculum.
Yeah.
When I was in grade school, when my older sons was in grade school, they never knew what sexual preferences or sexuality or
of course.
You know, why
gender
do they need to know that?
ideology.
That's my only thing.
If they were married, if they had children, if they were dating someone, that has nothing to do with their job. J-O-B. That's just like protesting the NFL on the 50-yard line. No,
Wait,
that's
will we
your.
be
It's kind of
no,
funny,
hang
right,
on.
Nash?
JOB. I'm
Hang
sorry,
on.
I'm new to this, so I'm not sure. But
Okay, you hit mute. It's
Oh,
what
sorry,
you
I
do when
didn't
other
say
people
hi.
are
Yeah,
talking.
1 sec.
So, the whole NFL protest thing, I don't have a problem in the world with them calling a press conference and stating their beliefs on whatever issue they want. But when you're at work, you do your job, and that's nowhere descripted in their jobs.
Can I offer some food for thought?
Yes, I was just gonna say hi to
So
everybody.
let's share.
Just give me two shakes here.
Sorry,
I was
you
just
don't.
gonna say
You don't even
interesting
have to
enough.
like give a whole like essay. You can just say whatever to me. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm a
No,
little.
Sonia,
I'm
will
I'm
you
no,
save my
I'm gonna say
box?
hi.
I've got to drop
Hold,
down and switch
Yes, yep,
devices.
absolutely.
I'll
Yep,
be
no
right
worries.
back.
But I
hold
was
on.
just gonna say it's funny enough. My husband's drama teacher in high school, who is very much a lesbian, is now the principal at my oldest kid's school, and nobody knows that. My sons don't know that she has a wife. I do because it was my husband's teacher. She's fucking awesome. I thought like she's a great educator.
Yeah.
She's fun as shit. She's my favorite person to be on the board with. And the kids are none the wiser. Anyways, I just want to say hi V, hi Grady, hi Chandler. And V,
Hi,
can I
thank
just know
you.
what year you were born, everybody, please?
2005.
What month?
Hi, my name's
February.
Chandler.
Okay,
Oh,
you're
that's right.
good. Chandler,
Okay.
what year were you born in?
My name is Chandler. I was born in April 2000.
And Grady.
January 2004.
Why are
Okay,
these names
everyone's
not
good.
popping up in the box? I only see like 3 people.
So something that I was gonna say was
We'll start with V and we'll go down. Yeah, we'll take turns, please.
earlier when you guys were mentioning that you didn't think that certain things should be taught in young grade schools, which I agree with. However, Catholic school, right? That is something, or like certain religions are the ones that are forcing certain beliefs down people's throats because that's the school that they're in, right?
So I
And
would
it's
just argue with you here because if you see in
Yeah.
the bottom, so last year my son learned all about non-binary against my will in a Catholic school. So if you're gonna come with that, you're gonna have
Well,
to
you
tell
know,
me
if I
why.
may also,
Well, let's take turns. Let's let her finish.
if I
Sorry,
may
it's
also,
is hold on. Yep, yep. We're gonna go down the line here. V, are you female?
yeah. Sorry, I'm like, I have my train of thought and then I get to speak and then I lose it.
I
No
can't help you,
worries.
girl, because I'm an outburster.
So, who was gonna speak? Was it you,
I'm gonna make a
Nashville?
quick response.
No, Grady's gonna go next. So we're
Oh,
gonna get the
okay,
point
yeah,
across,
Grady.
and then we
I was
can.
trying to ask if I could. Well, hold on, Sonia, because I get what you want to do here, right?
Are you hung?
But
Is this
the
poo?
thing is that was the subject that was brought up.
Yeah, that's
I
poo.
can't.
Yeah, it's poo
Oh,
right
Pooh,
now.
you go ahead, honey. Yeah, you're good. I can't see who's talking to me.
All right. So the thing is, okay, so I don't know in which country you're particularly speaking about Catholic schools, so I'll just speak to the United States here. The thing with the parochial schools here in the United States, though, is that none of them receive public funding, right? All that's privately funded. So, and parents choose to pay the tuition, send their kids to school there, right? And they send their kids to school there because they do want things, if you want to call it indoctrination, they want things indoctrinated into their kids, but they understand that this is what the Catholic or the parochial school is going to teach them, right? So they know they're going to get their basics, and they also know that they're going to get some religious texts involved in their education as well, right? The thing with public schools also in the United States, though, is that parents not always, but a lot of parents tend to send their kids to school there because that was what their education was. And also they can't really afford to send their kids to a private school or parochial school, right? So whatever happens in the school, I mean, the parents aren't choosing it. That's the public school systems choosing the curriculum, and then with a captured audience, kind of indoctrinating what parents don't agree to children.
Exactly. That's a really good point because they're shielding it, right? We're not able to access unless you actually take the time to call the board or the principal, because the outlined curriculum that we get given, and this is my first, I mean, my kid's only in grade 3. The teacher gave me one, but if I want to go and get actually descriptors or details, I can't talk to the teacher about it. And I mean, we've already gone over how that works.
Yeah,
Put
I
your
mean,
numbers up
and
right.
even if they post the curriculum, even if they post the curriculum online, right? That's just the public curriculum. Teachers or even department heads can easily slip in things in as part of the lesson, right? Because you don't get the lesson plans, you only get the curriculum being taught, right? So they can definitely slip things into the lesson plans that parents wouldn't necessarily want their kids being taught.
But what about
Exactly.
the kid's choice? What if the kid wants to learn something?
At 6
Is
years
the
old or 7 years old?
If
They
that
can
child
go to
wants
well,
to,
no,
college.
no, I don't think that they should. No, I don't agree that anything should be forced on them at that age. Not at all. I would say
So
when
I'm gonna get my guy to change my background, maybe to say the age group that I categorize, because I don't care what people do as adults. I don't give two shits.
Okay, what
yeah,
about
but if your
high
child,
schoolers or maybe 7th or 8th graders?
Then I
if you're,
think that should be an elective offered course.
Okay, then
yeah, I
yeah,
wouldn't be
okay,
against
yeah.
that.
From
But
my
if your child's
understanding, it
coming,
was
With the
for
parents' consent.
Hey, Sonia, thanks for having me up. But
I know you're getting cut off. You're getting annoyed. I'm sorry.
Sonia, I've got to get to bed.
That's
So,
what I'm saying, Nashville.
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to. Hold on. I'm just trying to. Sonia, thanks for having me up, but I've got to get to sleep, so I'm out.
Okay, honey bunny. Well, sorry that you got cut off. You're always welcome.
all right, Pooh, good to see you, bro. Yeah, no, my only thing, yeah, especially with the young folks, if my child's coming to me at like 8 years old, and they're like, "Hey, whatever," I'm gonna be like, "How the fuck do you even know that?" And if when they get older, when they're like 14, 15, 16, I mean, listen, kids have social media, right? And then they come at me with that. I'm
Not my
just,
kids.
well,
I'm not allowing it.
right, it's probably not the worst idea you ever had, but no, I mean, they can even now. I mean, they probably don't even need social media because all these other kids have social media, so that they learn from these people at school all this stuff, and I if my child came at me at 8 years old with this, I would just be like, somebody clearly, I don't like to use the word grooming because but it is what it is, right? Somebody's cultivating your child, like somebody is exposing your child to this, and if it isn't you as a parent, then that is a real. I mean, even if it is
Well,
you
I
as
mean,
a parent,
Carmen, I would correct in the little sense of like if it was me, if my son came, I only have boys. If they came to me and asked me some kind of questions, I'm not going to assume that somebody is doing something that they're not supposed to be. I'm going to be asking questions in response, and that's how I learned that something was taught to my 7-year-old child that I specifically asked not to be, right? I will let you answer it one sec. I just don't want Grady and Chandler to feel like they haven't said hi
Oh, no,
yet.
I'm good.
Here, you guys give your
Oh no, I'm
stances.
good. I'm good. I'm good.
I know
I'm just
Chandler was
being.
trying to speak then.
I love getting to say hi. I just wanted to give you guys your moment, so no worries, no worries.
Well, go ahead. I kind of suck at paying attention to whose turn it is. So everyone give your stance and then you guys can open dialogue.
Okay, well, I may start then. My name is Chandler. Hi. Oh shit. Sorry, my AirPods are being really annoying. So I'm gonna.
Do you need a minute?
You know you can hear me. My phone's being really annoying, but
I
my
can hear you.
AirPods are being
Nashville,
annoying.
can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Carmine,
So,
can you hear her?
barely.
Oh,
okay, well, I'm gonna recharge the AirPods, so hopefully it won't be a big problem.
I've heard much worse.
from
Okay.
me.
Yeah. So I'm basically all I was saying is the whole the main reason I joined is I don't really understand why people think that another person's way of life needs to impact them so much that it like significantly affects their life. So for example, if someone wants to be like trans, someone wants to be like LGBTQ, IA, whatever, I don't think it should affect my life, and I'm interested in hearing why someone thinks it should affect their life. So I don't have a lot to say. Until that, I'm gonna charge my AirPods so I can actually like talk to you guys. That is
Cool. We'd love to have a conversation.
Yeah, my AirPods suck too. I don't even use them. I use wired headphones at this point.
I do
Ridiculous.
too.
Yeah, that's why if you hear heavy breathing or like panting, like someone's like fucking dying,
It's
it's always
Sonya.
me. It's always me. You're like, Sonia.
That's why I
And I'll
always
be
go
like,
on mute because I'll be making noise back here.
Right.
I'll be like doing laundry and I'll be like talking to my kids.
Oh yeah. I'm cussing people out. Then I get on. Then I
No,
turn
it's
on
always
mic. I
me.
say what. Yeah.
Yell at me always. It's allowed. Nashville knows the rules.
I
Right.
Well, I mean, I'm going to take that first at Chandler here. I don't give a shit what you do as an adult. I think majority of us don't give a shit what you do as an adult. People being trans really has no effect on my life, to be honest with you. I don't like things being introduced to my children that aren't okayed by me. The only reason I really have been on this tangent was last year, my son at a Catholic school, my girlfriend was going off and off on what they're teaching. And I was like, girl, you are crazy. You are some kind of conspiracy theorist. And she's like, call your fucking school board. And I did. And I called the principal. And what I found out was more than disturbing. If your child and starting
And
from
how
age
often
7,
was it, Sonia? It wasn't a 1 hour, one day.
it was for 3 weeks. I just actually confirmed this. It was 2 days, half an hour each time for 3 weeks to deem your home appropriate. That they're having a counseling session with your child without parental presence. Now, this was not public school, Catholic. The public schools would include the parents, which is fucking oddball enough, but it's the truth. And they
Can I
would
ask
make
a question
accommodations. Yep,
because
sure.
I
I
am
was
because I am from the station. No, to you. Like, how is it though the Catholic schools ended up? Was that mandated or was it something they chose to do?
It was, I say federal government, people fight me on this. I've been trying to prove that, but I have a lot of things that I do during the day. But yes, the entire curriculum changed for them. I called every school in my like little district here, and I called schools in Ontario, and I called schools in Quebec because I've lived in all 3 provinces. And the main one to me, the most harmful, was actually mine that I was at. And me and my husband, we looked into different schools, and I would call and have meetings and actually get them to give me like verbiage on the lessons. Like, you explain to me what you're saying to my
No,
kid.
my question was, how did the Catholic schools end up teaching this? Like, was it
This
mandated
is
by
a
the government that they
yes,
had to
yep, yes.
include? Okay.
Yeah, and they would last year. This has changed this year, right? So this is why the bottom one says that they're no longer. Because, I mean, it wasn't just me, but parents have been fighting back in Canada a lot. And last year they would actually accommodate the bathroom that your child would be identifying with, even for the 3 weeks, without your knowledge. And for me, I feel like it's not super relevant because I'm so tight with my kids. Like, there's no way that anybody would know before me or my husband. But the fact that that was even considered appropriate is what got me on this bandwagon, because nobody should be talking to a kid that little about anything without their parents present. Period. If you disagree with me, I can't.
And as Chandler said, that how does it affect your life?
That's how it
How does
affects my
how
life.
does it affect a child's life?
Right. Yeah. Fuck me. Like, and that's just my thing. How does it impact my life? Well, because you're fucking with my kid. And
That's the only reason I care.
right, literally, absolutely. Because like I said a little bit ago, maybe a couple of these folks are in here, but I listen. 20 years ago, I'm 43 years old. 20 years ago, like, everybody stayed in their lane, and it was fine. Nobody fucked with nobody. I mean, yeah, you had the outliers, and you're always going to have the outliers, and you're never going to like annihilate all the isms, phobes, and whatever the fuck else, right? But for the most part, folks were just like, okay, whatever, you do you, Bill. It really, it got set off when this, again, the subset of said community decided, well, look, it's not enough to, tolerate whatever, now you got to accept and embrace. And not only do you have to, and, say all these words that don't mean shit, not only do y'all have to participate in this, we're going to actively expose your children to whatever, this.
So I
And
will say this though, Carmen. I think I come from a little bit of a different angle here, because my kids know what that people are trans. We teach acceptance. We teach love is love anymore because maps. But like, we have gay friends with kids. We have lesbian kids with kids. I grew up with two people that are now trans men, and it makes complete sense to me that they are happier and better, and this is who they were meant to be from their core. But you can't even say this to people now without it being jumped down your throat that you're tokenizing. You're tokenizing. You're tokenizing. No, actually, for some reason, I'm stuck here trying to justify to you that I'm an actual parent who is excellent and who includes my kid in inclusivity. You can't win, and this is the problem. The
well,
hate
and I
comes
would,
from the opposite side, I would say,
and
where I'm
but I would
concerned.
argue that I would argue that not to not towards you. But I'm saying is, nobody has nobody has anything against. Yeah, I would argue that the vast majority, or at least the majority of the community, isn't even on that bullshit. They just want to fucking live their lives. It's this,
Yes.
20% or 10%, whatever it works out to be. I don't know the numbers. Don't ask me statistics. I don't even fucking
No,
bother.
that's when you read my next one. The allies, the toxic fucking allies who are
Then
hateful.
these are the worst of them all.
No, right. Now, I
Yeah.
will say the whole, and I agree with you, Carmine. We used to stay in our lane, blah blah blah. Well, society doesn't dictate that any longer. We're communal, we're societal, and we face many walks of life. You know what I'm saying? So as a society, we have to function together. But when it comes to education on certain things that the parents don't agree with, we need to throw it out the window.
Where you go, baby?
Chilling. Hi, Lily.
Nothing
How are
much,
you?
honey. What are you
Hi.
doing, baby?
Do we know Lily?
No.
No, Lily. Lily's trans.
No.
Nice to meet you all.
Hi, Lily. What year were you born, honey?
1990.
You're good. Go ahead.
I just heard your
Thank you.
background. That's all.
That's my partner.
Got you. I assume that.
So Lily, just to be clear for everybody, you're a trans woman, yes?
I am a trans woman. Super proud to be a trans woman. I think
Yes,
it's dope.
excellent. Excellent.
How
long you been trans?
A long
Excellent.
time.
So we have a trans woman and a trans man thus far on the panel. That's great.
I think that, I don't see what I don't understand is like, why is there so much arguing on both sides? Like, you have these radicals on both sides. Like, you have radicals on the anti-trans side that are just like, no.
Your mic, babe, is muffling in and out. No,
Your
man,
audio
Yeah, I
is
can't hear a single thing you're saying.
Wait, is it better?
Yes.
Okay. I don't understand the point of the argument on both sides. Because you have extreme radicals on both sides where it's like, you have transphobic people, like truly transphobic people, because real transphobia, like, it looks completely, and like, there's some types of transphobia that I'm like, as a trans person that has been a victim of transphobia, I'm like, all right, I get it, but like, there still has to be the ability to communicate and to like understand that people make mistakes or they have set beliefs, and that's why coming at it like at an educated level between both parties to come to a mutual understanding. But what I don't really understand is why is the debate like it's always focused around trans women, and it's
So-
like a byproduct of like a misog. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if you saw it at like the beginning when you log in, but like, this is like not a debate space. It's just like for conversing to like maybe even learn a thing or two about each other. We
Yeah.
try to keep it pretty decent. So I, just
I
wanna
love
say
it.
that.
Hi guys. Thanks for having me up so quick.
Oh, hold on. I just wanted Lily to finish, though, please.
I forgot my last point.
I'm the
But
worst
anyways, I want to
interrupter.
say hi.
I'm sorry.
No, I want to say hi. Not all trans people are evil. Not everybody is evil. I think that everyone has this, and it's not just with trans people. I think everyone is in this state of like micro analyzing what each other's doing, and we do have the access to information. We are kind of like really involved in each other's lives a lot more than we used to be as a civilization. And it's like,
when are we gonna get past that? You know, there are people that are different, and like you may think it's weird, but like some people think the things that you do are weird too.
Sure.
Sure, but
Um,
not that weird. I'm gonna be honest.
I've been involved in heterosexuality all my life, and I talk to other heterosexuals about my life sometimes. But here's the problem, Lily, is it's the far one side and far the other side are the loudest. I don't think the majority thinks anything about one another. I just think it's the squeaky wheels are getting heard on both sides.
I do actually agree with that. It is
That's a
the
good way to put it.
media. The media likes to turn everything very black and white, and you don't get, because that's how they make money, right? By
Yeah, it's not just the media.
diluting conversations and everything. You know, they thrive off of people getting pissed at each other. So the majority really doesn't give a shit. I totally agree. But I would like to ask, what is oh my god, I lost my thought again. Jesus. I was so sick of it.
Listen, I've been sitting here cheaping on this vape, but I'm not that bad.
Bro, I'm faded than a hoe. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm faded than a
I'm
hoe, faded
also
than a hoe, faded than a
vaping.
hoe, faded than a hoe, faded than a hoe.
I don't know
trying
what that
to-
means. I'm gonna
think
drop you
of
if you
what
can't
to
get it
say.
together, though, Grady. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
my bad, my bad.
And how do
So
you
V,
think about
might I
your friend?
recommend pencil and paper? I'm joking.
No, that's what I
I'm
do.
sitting in the dark right now in my bed. I'm totally
No, I'm with V though. I lose my thought and then I'm like, fuck, and then it comes back, and then I'm like, gosh damn, it's gone again.
I just start saying other shit. So I mean,
I have a pen and paper in front of me all times.
Well, to what Nashville was saying earlier, and actually,
I got it. I got what it was.
okay, go.
Why is it so important to
yes.
you guys? What not you guys. I'm not trying to be, pointing fingers.
no, the
You're
collective. I get
generalizing.
it.
That's fine.
What
Yeah, that's fine. You're
what
generalizing.
your kid chooses to identify as. I think the most important part is supporting them and accepting them and
Yes.
trying to figure out whether or not they actually feel that way and trying to support them on whichever path they pick. Like if they think that they're, I'm just going to use a maybe 11, 12-year-old girl. If she thinks that she's a lesbian and then later comes to find out, oh, maybe I'm not, your point, your thing as a parent should be to expect or just support them on their way and believe that whatever they are,
They are. If it
Right.
comes
Who
organically.
contradicted that statement?
I don't think we have here. Thanks, Nashville.
And that's a perfect world, right? Like I wish and that's what kind of breaks my heart. But like between me and my mom, like this destroyed my relationship with my mom.
But I just want to ask, like Nashville said to V, like who up here has said that?
Oh, nobody. I was just kind of
In
taking it
general.
from
I
I was
gotcha.
taking it from some of the statements we were making about like what children are being introduced to in school. Now I think that there is a difference between introducing them and then forcing topics on them and
What about
shoving
people?
Okay, if you didn't agree with something that I thought was very important, and I took 30 people and sat them in a room and told them why and how it was important to me, would that offend you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
If something was very important to me and I had a captive audience of 30 people, let's say, and I made you listen to what I had to say about it, and would you be offended by that as a person right now?
No.
Okay. Would you be offended by it as a second grader?
No, because I
Would you?
wouldn't
Okay. Okay. Would you be offended as a parent of that second grader?
No.
You wouldn't? So if I was telling them how, hell, IV drug use has improved my life, would you be offended by that for your second grader to listen to a dissertation about how heroin has improved my life?
Okay, well, that's a little bit different.
No. We're using
it's something
generalized
that we
statements, right? You like to
disagree
generalize.
with,
To generalize.
But this isn't something that you
but
can
I'm still going to
generalize.
teach my child about heroin. Do you follow me now?
So are you saying that teaching kids about like
No. Don't jump to assumptions. Let them say it, because
Yeah.
this isn't
So
the place like that where we're going to be assholes.
with that being said, though, all I'm saying is what you are comfortable with or what I disagree with as a parent is my responsibility as that parent to raise my child the best way I see fit. There's no handbook on the best way to do anything. If parenting was easy, we wouldn't have shitty people in the world.
And we're all doing our parenting for the first time, right?
Absolutely. Even the second time's different than the first, because that second kid's going to be a 180 from the first kid.
Absolutely. And I think that as well for V. There's a difference between saying that kids don't need to learn. They need to learn from their parents on some of these things, right?
Oh, is that a question for me?
No, I'm telling you. Everyone is saying that, like, parents, to have it in the school system, I've said this a lot. You haven't been here for the whole thing, so I will just say it again, that like our funding for education has been grossly diminished, and they can barely spit out the actual curriculum that we need to raise young, successful human beings. So the fact that this is still like a thing that needs to be pushed, we need to have more faith in parents to do our jobs. And people have religious beliefs. Like, I'm in a big city with a whole schwack of different belief systems, not myself, but I can talk to my kids about these things. And when you're 7, they don't want to learn about it at school. They already hear about it from their parents. We teach our kids. People need to give parents more credit. Like, when you're older, age appropriate, the history of the LGBTQ, all that stuff, I can stand behind it, no problem. It's interesting. It should be taught the same as Black history, etc. But to introduce a non-binary person, to tell your child at age 6 in school or 7 that they can become a they, them if they don't feel like a boy or girl, to put that thought process in their head is very strange to me.
that's kind of what baffles me, is because like when I was a child, that was not a thing. But I was still trans as a child. I was still trans as a child, but that just learning on that scale, like learning in public school, like I don't know, that just seems like a whole different reality than the one that I was given as a trans child.
And
I just want to comment on this guy's comment, Nashville, because it drives me nuts when people change my words. No one said it's dangerous. I, myself, if you don't like it, I'm the host. I think it's an unhealthy mindset. If that hurts your feelings or you don't like to hear it, you're probably not going to like this space, because I'm not changing my view. Continue, guys.
Yeah, and I would respectfully say, at the age of 7, that would be a difficult discussion to hear, in my opinion, of any sexuality, hetero, homo, trans, whatever. At the age 7, especially around peers and opposite sexes, it's just completely inappropriate. Grady, please tell us what you're smacking. That sounds so good.
Oh, damn, I'm smacking up some Twizzlers. I'm not even gonna lie, I'm better than a hoe.
Well, you sound like you're in the field chewing on cud or something, bro.
I'm annoyed by him. I'm sorry. This is just non-productive. But I do want to add to that it is our job as parents to teach reality and truth. And you're born a boy or you're born a girl, or you're born intersex if we want to go down that very slim path. We all, everyone in this panel, everyone in the comments, everyone listening, we were born from a man and a woman having intercourse. That's how we all got here. Okay, one way or another. Maybe not intercourse. Okay, I'm gonna get yelled upon that, but we need the product of both.
97% was intercourse.
Yelling, I'd be like, that's all
Right?
right.
So this is what we should be focused on in elementary ages. The science and the truth behind who you are. If organically kids grow up to feel some kind of way, of course I'd support my babies. People disagree with me on that. That's too bad. That's my stance.
Oh,
My
there's
kid,
nothing my sons can do that would change my love for them. I mean, nothing. They could murder another family member, and guess what? I'm going to support my kid through that. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's that's a
I'm
big
so sorry.
misnomer.
So what? So you want to tell your kids the only option is hetero? That's not what SL is saying.
nobody's
SL
saying
saying
any of
that
that.
like you need like teaching her kids basic sexual education, like or like not sexual education, but like the facts of like how things, biology. And so like SL literally said that if some like one of her kids like some came to her, she would be accepting. So like I think you give her more credit. Like
Thank you, Mads. I appreciate that.
I'm with her. Like if my son's 20 years old now, excuse me, and if he came to me tomorrow and he was like, look, I'm not comfortable. I identify as whatever that may look like. I'd be like, all right. I mean, if that's where you're at, then that's where you're at. Like, and so people come at me because I'm not with the whole this stuff in schools. I'm not with any political or any type of agenda in schools, be it to do with gender, politics, whatever other social issues, whatever. I'm sorry.
Absolutely agree.
I wanted to say before I go, I respect all your opinions. Just know that. Even though I disagree with some of them. But here's the thing, right? Some people here seem like they have faith in kind of the traditional values that the Bible built the world on. So
I don't, but I'm not religious.
I'm not religious
I do.
either.
I am.
I think that there's just a deep understanding that we should all know, right? Is that human beings are flawed creation, and we all have our struggles to bear in this life. We have paths.
Absolutely. Daily.
And
But we also all
have
have the right to be
experiences.
who we are, right? I think most of us here agree with
Yeah,
that.
we all have the right to be who we are. So it's like, my path in life is this. It's a struggle. It's a struggle because people will never see my identity as valid. They'll always question it until the day I die. There will always be this questioning of who I am, what I am, and what I am, and what you are, because what we are here is not really what we are. What we are is something far different. So we'll all be something completely different than we are here. So
Reincarnation, love it.
What are you yapping about?
I would just like to say, Lily, I appreciate you coming out. And
yes,
I think that can go both ways, right? Your identity will be questioned, but my views will be questioned as well till the day that I am gone.
Yeah, but see, it's your question my existence. Like you live in the comfortability of like never being questioned about your womanhood.
No. Don't assume. Don't assume.
When the men in the space also get the privilege of, well, for the most part, in heteronormative, non-queer
For sure.
community,
No, I
not
will.
transgender,
You're right.
there is, you are given the privilege of your identities being set in stone and not questionable. Like when people see you, you're a man. You don't have to defend that. You don't have to constantly explain yourself over and over again and hope that the people you're explaining yourself to are just kind enough to see past all the extra stuff about identity and kind of just see you for the person that you are.
But Lily, like this is the whole point of my space, right? We're not here to argue. We're here to just listen.
Yeah,
And
it's not
I
a
hope you
debate,
feel comfortable
like-
to come back.
Yeah, no, I'm not
But
debating
I
it.
will
I'm
say,
just-
I'm sorry for your struggles, but know that I have struggles too. But they're just different. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that's what I said. I respect your opinions. I'm not gonna sit here and say you can't use your vocal cords to express the way that your brain interprets things and feels, because that's
absolutely. Nor
none
can
of
I
our
you.
right.
Nor
Right?
can I
And
you.
like, yes. So it's like, it's okay to have a disagreement. I will always say that I'm a woman, and there will be so many that say, no, I'm not. And like, that's the beauty of being us in this country as well, is that we can do that to each other.
Do you believe that women's boundaries should exist? And if so, how do we define those boundaries if any male can identify as a woman?
I believe that each individual.
I think it should be illegal, honestly. Like
Oh,
before
not
18.
Manimal. I love you, Manimal. I really
Grady,
do. We
come
talked
on, bro.
earlier, and you're so rude to me.
Was I rude? I don't think I was rude.
You were a little bit rude, but it's okay. I forgive you already.
I mean, sometimes it's hard to not be rude, I guess, on like these panels, everyone's trying to interject and talk at the same time. I'm just trying to say like, do you think women's boundaries should exist?
I think every person has
Is
to
that one
set
of
a
the questions in
boundary.
the background though?
Yeah, but I mean, if we can't define what a woman is, then women's boundaries can't exist because any
Do you
male will be
think
able
I
to.
can answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Sure.
feel like women's boundaries should exist, but with that being said, to be honest, aside from all the new stuff that's been going on within like the past 7 to 10 years, being a transsexual, quite frankly, is about being in the boundary of a woman. So, and I can go further into that, but if you are curious what I mean by that.
Well, I kind
Like,
of am. Yeah,
I'm intrigued. Let's go.
Like for example,
for
Minimal, like
example,
when I disclosed to you in the earlier live that I'm intersex, you kept asking me about my medical information, and I kept I don't consent to that, but you kept pushing. So like that's the thing, right? It's like
right.
You're crossing over a woman's boundaries by like revoking that consent over and over again and continuously trying to insert yourself in personal information about a woman that she doesn't want to disclose to you.
Well, no, you actually thank you for reminding me that that's what it was about, because you're claiming to have an intersex condition, but you can't. But you're refusing to tell us what intersex condition that it
You
is.
just don't have to prove to you anything.
I know, but that's okay. I'm
Well,
just trying to
Manimal,
say
wait,
that
wait, wait, wait,
if you're
wait.
claiming to have an
Can we
intersex
use?
condition, but
Hold
you can't
on,
tell us what
Manimal.
intersex condition it is.
Manimal. Can we just use an anecdotal or a hypothetical with those same parameters then, without this person disclosing their own personal stuff?
We're also not attacking up in here, Manuel. It says right on my description that this isn't a debate, it's for a conversation, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I don't need to have a debate about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there should be definitely boundaries for women and they should be respected. But to pose that question, you also have to respect women's boundaries too, because there were women in that panel that you overspoke and shot down when they were talking about women's issues. So to pose the question about women's boundaries, you actually have to respect their boundaries first.
Yeah, no. When I say women's boundaries, I'm talking about like actual like public spaces. You know what I mean? Like, do you think that the public spaces should exist? Because a lot of people talk about like it's all about respecting other people. And they say all this identity stuff is we have to respect each other. So sure, that's great. That's a great.
Sorry, Manuel. Can I just like, I don't want to talk about bathrooms.
Okay,
I really fucking don't.
That's fine.
The whole point of me going live on my own is to like not have a yelling
I'll
echo chamber of the same people just yelling. So what I'd like to discuss, if you have any questions or thoughts on it, is the toxic allies. Right? And I think that's where we were before we came in and discussed the bathroom. I don't want to go back in time. And I'm sorry to cut you off there, but that's kind of where I wanted to have this live go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my opinion on the toxic allies is that they're definitely not helping trans women, because I feel like there does need to be a definition for what a trans woman is, and the allies seem to want to just like have everything be inclusive, which doesn't help women or trans women. It doesn't help anyone comprehend like the difference between any of these categories. So, anyways, that's my take. You guys can go ahead. And
there's in my
Hi, Karina.
Hi.
Hi, Karina. How are you, babe? What do you think?
I think there's a difference between okay, so just hear me out, okay? There's a difference between an ally who, because we all know, right, that the trans umbrella has kind of expanded to include a wider range of lived experience, right? And so, like, you have people that are non-binary under the trans umbrella, and which is, I'm not criticizing that at all. But what that also did was that widened I guess the way we see ally people, right? Like back in the day, an ally of a trans person was an ally of a quote unquote transsexual, or what that was back then. Does that make sense? An ally now, you don't really know like what their understanding is or what their placement is in the discussion. And so I feel like, my marker for analyzing whether an ally is a good ally is whether they know the broad spectrum of like lived experience of being trans, like not just one particular. Does that make sense? one particular thing. And whether they're actually connected to the community somehow, because there are some allies that I've heard that like they don't know trans people, they've never had discussions with trans people. They think that because trans people are in the LGBT community, if they're an LGBT ally, that means they're also a trans ally, and it gets really confusing, right? So like there's a difference between an ally that supports the binary, for example, and this is not a criticism. There's allies that support the binary. There's allies that support gender abolition or gender nonconformity. And those allies don't even agree. So, you know, I do think that there are some allies that I think maybe are not, you know, unfortunately are like not doing a good job at like helping the communities that they say they're trying to help. But honestly, I think that's true of any community. Like any community that you could think of out there, there's allies that really are kind of like hurting the community rather than helping it. That's any community, but.
It's, you wouldn't be a community if you didn't think alike. You know what I'm saying? And I think that part of the issue, like Karina was saying, is that community has gotten so broad, it's more like a tent instead of an umbrella. So, and within that tent of a community, you're always going to have dissent towards one another, even in heteronormative, you have dissent, you know? So how would we expect that many different thought processes of what is what not to have dissent amongst themselves, much less allies?
I always say that a good ally will never speak for a trans person. So when someone says that I am the voice of this person, that could also be seen as you stepping in as their voice. No, an ally allows the trans community, a good ally, and not just the trans community, this isn't any type of ally. A good ally will allow the voice of that community to be upheld, right? They won't stand in front of it, or they won't be louder than it, but they support it. They make sure that the voices are being heard. Some allies I've seen on TikTok seem to be speaking louder than the community, and
while making money.
And not only is he speaking louder than the community, they are trying to like add all this extra shit that the community isn't necessarily interested in.
Right.
I'll give an analogy of a personal situation I had with my youngest son. During 2020, 2021, when they were all locked out of schools, high school, his senior year, he graduated virtual, okay? And that was during the summer of love, if you want to call it that, okay, just to be TikTok friendly. And I'm a white guy, okay? And he is dating a biracial girl, and he supported her in that movement. And I told him, I said, you can support anyone you want to, but don't confuse their struggles being yours. And he kind of looked at me and he says, well, what do you mean by that? I mean, and I told him, your life experience is not the same, even if you support them. And I think that may be an analogy of what Karina is trying to say.
Right. Yeah.
Or is saying, rather.
Right. It's a really sensitive thing, because I don't want to down talk. So I don't want to, my message is not that that allyship in general is bad. No, it's not. But I'm just, in this culture that we live in right now, this, like our society right now, with like the amplification of social media, it's a lot easier now for an ally to be an ally.
Okay, but like, hold on, Karina. Like, would you call me an ally?
Yes.
You would?
Yes.
I would have a
Okay.
different opinion, but like that's just my
So, because like
opinion.
Karina's my girl. Like I have friends on here that are trans women that me and Karina have had conversations. We have cried together, like literal connections as friends. And I have a few other on here that really, really have changed my entire fucking outlook. I would not call me an ally in the sense that I support every single person for everything that they do. I'm a friend to you.
Right. And so, and that's a good question, right? So like me and Lily, like we have a common experience, but we also have widely different lives and different worldviews, right? So that's what I mean. That's why I mean there's a large spectrum of like allyship too. I would consider you an ally, Sonia, based on my interaction with you and what I know about you. But I think Lily, respectively, has a different opinion, and that's what
I just don't believe that there's. When we talk about the word ally, allyship, and like what that encompasses and what that means, like I don't believe that true allies even exist. Like there's, if there was
But
true
should they
allies
exist? That was my
existed,
question.
then
Should
there
you
was
support every single person just because they're in the community? Because I refuse to do that, because some of people in the community are toxic as fuck. And I don't need to support. I want to support you as a person, not you because you're in a community.
Facts.
I would, yeah. That see, and that kind of.
So y'all are gonna find this strange for me. So I'm gonna hop in here just for a hot second. I'll back out. I think an ally is somebody that stands up for the cause of the community when a member of the community is not there to stand up for themselves. Does that make sense?
No, because I would stand up for Karina any day to anybody, but I would not stand up for somebody that I didn't know.
Well,
Well, but just because you don't know a person doesn't mean that they don't align with the cause, though.
But Authentic, would you agree that within any community of life, not just the LGBTQIA community, would you not agree that the cause is not a monolith within that community, of any community?
Yeah, no, I understand that there's not a monolith per se, but if you're in a discussion and it doesn't align with how you perform as an ally when somebody's not there, you can stand up for somebody and go, look, dude, that's not right, bro. Like, you don't need to be saying this, that, and the third. It just isn't right, regardless of whether you agree with the entirety of the monolith or not. Like, there's a certain respect and a certain decorum for people. You cannot just conglomerate a whole group of people, whether you like a certain amount of them or not, is irrelevant.
Authentic. Look at people, like I will never support, and I'll give names because I don't give two flying fucks. Natty the Baddie, never would happen. Adora, never would happen. Two most toxic people on this app. Mel, who's an ally, most toxic fucking ally on this app. I would never support any of them. I've tried to have conversations. I've been ripped apart. My friends that are trans would never speak to me that way, and they would have my back against these people the same that I have theirs against even my peers who disagree with my
Can I pose a question real quick? What is the purpose of, and like, I mean, everyone has the right to speak the way they want. I just want to know, like, why, what is the purpose of misgendering them? Is it like that little insult that you just said? I was just saying, I thought I heard you say him for both the trans women that you stated. So I was just asking.
Well, I mean, I will misgender them because I don't respect them, and they've been nothing but cruel to me. So why the fuck do I gotta respect somebody who doesn't respect me?
But you don't think like a person's
Where you
identity?
as an ally need to stand up properly.
No, I don't, because you want to call me names about my personal appearance, and that's okay.
It's your personal appearance. It isn't your identity.
I would. That's kind of conflated. But anyway, so well, let's this damn airplane go over. Hang on.
I find it also like I really know that
I've been waiting to speak actually.
Oh, sorry, Jolly. Go ahead. Sorry, my
I
bad.
don't know if I'm allowed to. I don't want to be rude, but
No, you're allowed to interrupt me. I'm the worst, so go ahead.
I just want to ask, first of all, are like, how am I gonna put this? Well, I'm gonna lead into what I'm getting at. But are the trans women that you're talking about, are they like passable? Would you say that they're passable?
Some, but not all.
No, I'm talking
Yes.
about the one that she's referring to.
Well, I mean, some, but not all.
No,
But
I mean the
clearly,
two people that you referred to.
oh, I would say no.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say this, and I'm not attacking you for what I'm saying. I'm
I don't
making
care about
a
that though. I care about integrity. I care about how you
no,
treat others.
no, no,
I
no.
care
I'm
about
getting.
being the one
I'm
for the
not
monetary
talking about
gain.
that, but I'm getting into like a general statement.
Mhm.
So what I have noticed, and this is the only issue that I have with like my community, and it's that, you know, for the longest, and I feel like this doesn't just go for trans people, this goes for everyone. First of all, I don't think people are even that spiritual enough in this day and age, or just like enlightened, or whatever you want to call it, where you're like really open minded or whatever. The majority of people on this earth are really close minded. And, you know, I can't speak for what it was in indigenous cultures prior to the age of exploration or colonization and blah, blah, blah. But in modern time, um, men and women have roles. Men and women have what typically men and women do. And it can be sexist, it can be oppressive in some ways, but overall, there's a general consensus on what a woman does and what a man does, and how a woman looks and how a man looks. You know, there are outliers, but the point is the majority, you know, have a certain standard. So, what I feel like is the issue now is, personally, I don't think there's an issue with like non-binary or gender fluid or any of those things, but I personally feel like they should just literally have their own category. I don't think you need to conflate things. Now, with that being said, I need to say a few things, but a trans woman, for example, a trans woman is a trans woman. The only reason why I would also say in the same breath that even though a trans woman is obviously a trans woman, I would still say that she's a woman, given that she can pass as a biological female, even though she's literally not a biological female. It's like you don't know that. And if we're going based off of this trans woman who passes as a female, living everyday life, it would be disingenuous to say that they don't know what it is like to be a woman, because they may not experience every little thing to the T. But with that being said, when we're having these discussions where we make the distinctions, yes, a trans woman is a trans woman. Now, my last point is, you know, for the longest, trans meant transsexual, and people can debate that if they want to, but at the end of the day, I think that gender is a social construct. However, I do feel like gender is heavily, if not 99.99%, associated with sex, because it is. At the end of the day, I think it would be disingenuous to say that me being born like, you know, a little boy, that I didn't see an image of a woman, that I didn't see my mother or my sisters or my aunts or the girls that I went to school with in my class. And I think it would be disingenuous to say that I didn't see that as what a female or what a woman was, and to say that that's not what I was, you know, desiring to like to become or whatever. And, you know, personally, I think that people have a hard time validating trans, like being a transsexual compared to being intersex, because now it's referred to more as transgender. They say, you know, transsexual is outdated. Now it's a gender thing. It's more of a mind. It's more of a personality. It's more of like an identity. But as much as it is an identity for a lot of transsexual women, it really is a biological thing for us. And that has not been able to been fully solidified, but more and more it is getting solidified that it is a biological thing. And I would even go as far to say that it may end up one day being discovered that transsexuals are just a form of intersex that is less visible because it's more neurological than like chromosomal, or, you know, something that you can directly see ambiguously, like with their organs or like their genitalia. So that is why I say when it comes to this transgender thing now, like I personally don't like the umbrella because I feel like you don't need an umbrella to embrace other identities. And sometimes for me, it's not just an identity, it's literally like a being. I feel like transsexuals or trans women, it's kind of like faith with works. We're putting in the work, and it's like, it's not to say that if you can't fully achieve it that you're not valid, but it's the effort that we put in. And the same way that, you know, um, artificial hormones were created for men and women to live better lives, they eventually discovered, hey, you know what? This will benefit men and women who were not originally their original sex or gender, or whatever you may call it. And now we figured it helps us. And it's the issue is it needs to be available, and we need to be able to properly diagnose people and to not just hand it out like it's candy either. Because the truth is, a lot of people are fluid, and a lot of people
Right.
are, you know, things like that. But when you want to call fluid trans just because you may put on a wig or you may wear a different style of makeup, I think trans should have always stayed how I feel like we were kind of getting somewhere in the 70s when we had people coming out, or like that model Carolyn Cossie that was in the James Bond film, or like people like Christine Jorgensen, people like Laverne Cox, that we were actually getting somewhere. And I feel like now, and this is where I'm sorry, I'm extending my last point, but what I want to say is I don't even think it's just um, straight, heterosexual, cis, whatever you want to call it, allies who are the problem. I think we even got to a point where some of us probably, I think we felt ashamed to feel like for once now we're getting a place of understanding, and we're getting like our own little section. And then we said, oh, wait a minute, we don't want all y'all here, because it's like, not that you can't be in the section, but it's like,
it took us a lot to
we
get
started,
here.
we started saying okay to everything. And the thing is,
Yeah, y'all got hijacked. Like that's
yeah,
legit.
but that's my
I really believe
that's my
that.
thing. And I'm gonna end it with this. Like, for example, if you do not pass, if you do not have access to hormones, I feel like you should be able, like as an American right, I don't think anybody, trans or not trans, should be denied any type of healthcare or affirming care. But with that being said, you know, there's people who literally don't care about any of that stuff, and it's just I said it, so that's what it is. And we're not
Are you
we're
talking
not
about
living in a
self
yeah,
ID, Jelly?
we're not living in a space in this world where you can just we're living in a society. In a society, there's categories, there's things you have to work with. Like if you want to go do something outside of that, then you are more than welcome. But right now, the thing with transsexuals is our whole purpose was to, in a sense, assimilate. And it's not always for the best, but overall, the point was if you're a boy who feels like you're the opposite, you go take these steps to be a woman. And that's when I mentioned earlier that when it comes to boundaries, yes, women should have boundaries, but the whole idea behind being a transsexual is respecting those boundaries, because a transsexual would not walk into a woman's bathroom and feel comfortable looking like a man going into a woman's bathroom, because they would fear, the woman would fear that. And they themselves, if they were a natural born woman or whatever you want to call it, they would fear that as well.
No,
So
but
it's
see,
one of
Jolly,
those things like,
I get where you're coming from,
yeah.
honey. I totally understand what you're talking about. And as an ally, here's my thing. Women don't like every single woman. However, we are not going to misgender women. You get what I'm saying? Like, hey, that's my girl. I love her. She's awesome. I can't stand her. She's a fucking bitch. It is what it is, right? We can do the same thing with people on the other side of that gender spectrum with transsexuals and trans women. You don't have to like every single trans woman to be an ally for the trans cause. You get what I'm saying?
But you
Like I can
can't
sit
do
here
that.
and go,
You
I'm
can't
not
ask that
gonna
of
hold on. I'm not gonna sit here and say I know everything a trans woman goes through. I'm never gonna ever say that because it's not my place. I'm not a trans woman, so I can't say that. However, if a trans woman is not there, I'm gonna sit here and go, hold up now. If this is a trans woman space, why are we trying to invade it? Let's fucking stand up for our trans sisters and be able to help them out. And when a trans woman steps in and they can speak up for themselves, then yeah, I'm gonna let them have the floor.
I
But until
disagree with
then,
you.
just because I don't like a certain person doesn't mean I have to alienate a certain type of people.
No,
That's
see that I'm the opposite
disrespectful
though.
overall.
No, because I'm the opposite though. I want to alienate the people that I find being harmful to the people that I actually think are genuinely just wanting to live their life as trans women or men. I have friends on both ends. And so these people that are doing harm to the community for them, and it impacts the people that I
But if
care
they're
about, I'm not
doing
going to jump on
harm
their
to the
bandwagon.
community, that's for their counterparts to call out, not for me.
I don't care though. This is where I get angry. I don't understand how any of you, to be honest with you, allies or trans community, support half of these fucking people on this app who are using it for monetary gain to spread hate and to belittle people and parents and people with questions and making children cry that are 19 who have questions, and the background is for educational purposes, and the support that is being thrown out there, but then focused on somebody like myself and calling me a TERF and calling me a fart or whatever the fucking new term is and calling me a transphobic and coming at us. Like your energies are focused on the wrong people here.
Can I?
Like,
I
It's not,
actually have
it's
a
not a
personal
focus on the
experience with this.
person itself. It's a focus on the cause. Just like there are certain women that we don't get along with as women, there are also certain women that we do get along with as women. You know, like I tend to be a more masculine woman. So I'm pretty sure that very feminine women don't get along with me, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, we're all still women.
I would
Okay.
disagree with you because I think I get along with more masculine everything. I've been that way my whole life.
Okay, well, you see what I'm saying? So if you got a feminine woman coming up here and calling you out sideways, then as another masculine woman, I would say, no, hold on. Now, just because you're misconstruing your ideologies on this type of person doesn't necessarily mean that's for every single person in that category.
So basically, like, I have a personal experience essentially with what you guys are just explaining right now. So I have a friend who is now an ex-friend. This friend I knew was male, and I knew this male as this person. So we had a falling out, and I found out within the same time frame they're transitioning to female. So I've known this person, this male person, for a long time. So yes, I am misgendering, sure. But the ex-friend problem I've had anyways, the problem is not the problem. I still say she or they as much as I can, because
Exactly.
just because, and again, like, you can, if you can disagree in this way, but take it this way if you want to take it. Be petty. If you want to be petty, just keep gendering them correctly. You want to prove your point, then gender them correctly as a petty point if you must. But in my opinion, it's until they say otherwise, I feel, don't be quick to misgender. And again, I'm not saying they're in the wrong of what they do, but gender has nothing to do with what their actions are.
I think though, can I rebuttal that just really quickly? Because I think a lot of people put way too much thought into the fact that somebody is accidentally misgendering. What comes natural to me when I look at somebody who is in the midst of transitioning, let's say, or they're not somebody that I know as a trans woman, and I say the wrong gender, this is why I push first names and first names strictly, because then there's no need for disrespect. I have misgendered one person intentionally on here over and over again, and I apologized after. But for myself, I don't care. Like, I do to people that I care about, who I interact with all of the time, but it's not my responsibility to know and have my brain process something that doesn't align with my brain processes right away. Does that make sense?
So my
Like, if someone has a
problem
full-on
that I
beard
have,
and you want me to call you a woman, like, I'm gonna have an issue with that.
right? So the problem I have is when people demand you to call them a trans woman or a trans man, and they talk about respect. But when you sit here and say, I don't want to be called a cisgendered woman, they have a problem with it because, oh, it's fact. That's what I have a problem with. If it's mutual, if they want to give me mutual respect and not call me something that I don't want to be called, I will call them whatever they want to be called. But until
hypocrisy
mutual
goes both
respect
ways.
is given, I'm not doing it.
I think that at the end of the day, if you are supportive of a cause, regardless of what it is, you need to be supportive 100%. Whether you like a few people in that group or a few people not in that group, or you don't like a few people in that group is irrelevant. If you truly do support that cause, you're going to have good and bad and ugly in everything, no matter what it is. But if you truly do support that cause, you do your best as an ally, as a person supporting that cause, to be there for those when they're not. And at the end of the day, that honestly, it's just about having that positive reinforcement put out there for everyone, regardless of what the topic is. You don't want to be a hypocrite and go, yeah, I support your cause, but because I don't like you, I'm going to misgender you and I'm not going to, address you respectfully.
I absolutely can do that. And I will do it with my fucking full chest. And I'm allowed to do that. Absolutely. If someone's going to be disrespectful,
you're allowed to do that. But then I will tell you honestly, if you're allowed to do that, then I think everyone around here would be allowed to say that's very hypocritical.
It's not hypocritical because I don't claim to be an ally. I claim to be a friend to who I'm friends with.
Well, if you want to be a friend of who you're friends with, that's fine. But I'm a friend of, like, for example, I'm a friend of Karina.
I also start off on a clean slate with everybody.
Right? I absolutely love Karina. So I support trans rights. I support trans people. I support the LGBTQIA. I support them 110%. But just because I don't like a particular person doesn't mean it gives me the absolute right to be a dick to them.
So this is, let me change my phrase. Can I change my phrase? Not the person, the message. Not the person, the monetary gain and the hatred spread and the negativity and the harmfulness it does to my peers that I actually support.
Totally understandable. Let's say just for argument's sake that Karina was one of those people that had the hateful message. Okay, I get where you're coming from. However, just because she has a hateful message doesn't mean I get the authority to misgender Karina. That's not fair to her. That's not fair to her cause. Just because I don't like what she has to say doesn't necessarily mean that I have the automatic right at that point to misgender them. It's not genuine to myself as an ally.
Because if there's a hateful message that is bringing negative rhetoric and negative experiences to actual trans women, I have to assume that you're literally not fully an actual to your core LGBTQ member, and you are just wanting monetary gain and fucking clout.
Can I say something? Because I need to get off really quick. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Just super quickly, I just want to say, I think, like, I can't think of any other community where there's allies that are also in the, like, they also have like a foot into the experience of the community that they're an ally for. So for example, typically people that will say they are an ally of the Black community are not Black, or people that are an ally of like the disabled community are able-bodied, or if you're an ally of the blind community, you are someone that can see. Like, you're not, there's a difference in experience. I think it's different. It may be different. This is just my opinion. It may be different with trans people, and it may be a little bit more complicated because we are saying my identity is woman, right? So,
which is beautiful,
right? But I think it complicates things because it's like a hybrid of an ally, right? Like, so if you are a woman that is not trans and you are an ally, you're an ally of the experience of being able to say, of me living my truth, right? But then also, there has to be some accountability for me to be able to also protect the experience of what it means to be a woman in today's society. And I think that's
why the thing is, you shouldn't have to protect it. It should be accepted without
just
question.
be accepted. Exactly. Look, Karina, I love you, sweetheart, and you and I, we know each other on a very personal level. Here's my thing: as an ally, whether Karina's my friend or whether she's my enemy, I should address Karina as she and her, as she requests. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean that essentially at the end of the day, this is a trans woman who is fighting for her truth to be trans. And I should support that whether I agree or disagree, okay? Whether we think each other best friends or worst enemies is irrelevant. At
Yes,
the end
but
of the
I can
day,
support Karina, but I
Hang on
cannot
one
support
second.
people that are harmful.
exactly. It is,
Because
I mean,
language.
it doesn't
Hold on.
necessarily have to be to a state of harmful. Whether I like Karina or not, it's irrelevant. I don't have to agree.
I hear you.
Hold on.
Here's-
Nashville was trying to say something. I'm not sure if you heard him. Just hold on. He's
Here's
quiet.
something
Sorry.
that, because
Thanks, Tom.
language bothers me. When we say my truth or her truth, do you believe there is an objective truth?
Yeah. The
Absolutely not. This is what she feels.
The objective truth is that is a trans person. At the end of the day, that's a trans person, just like I'm a woman.
Okay.
If Karina did
Amber,
not
you
agree
said-
with me, I would still be a woman.
Hold on, Amber. I got to jump in. Hold on, Nash, one sec. I got to jump in on this. The reason that this is where it sounds just absolutely ridiculous, because again, Karina, I'm going to give you respect as a human being. I'll give you respect.
You are, please, Mark. Like, I'm not kidding.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to give you respect because you're a human being. But do you not see the hypocrisy of what your statement was? That you have allies that are not trans that are defending you because they're not living the life of a trans woman. You're not a woman, and you're saying you are. Do you see the hypocrisy behind that? Hold on. You don't know what a woman goes through.
Mark,
So
you misheard what I said.
I think he knows what it takes to be a woman.
Let her answer.
One
Okay,
of the-
fun.
Stop talking over her. Let
Hang
her
on.
answer.
What I
And can you
said
mute,
was-
please?
Mark, your point is really good, but that's not what those are not the words that I said. I said
Oh, I'm
that-
sorry.
Yeah, what I meant was, maybe I said it wrong. What I meant was, because my gender identity is that of a woman, right? I recognize my biology, I recognize I'm trans.
Right.
What I'm saying is that for Sonia to be my ally, it's not, what I'm saying is I recognize her discomfort with supporting all trans women, because not all trans women respect Sonia's idea, like her experience of a woman, right? I particularly align very directly with what her experience is, even though yes, there's major differences. And that's why I say it's like a hybrid of an ally, because in all other cases, an ally supports a community that they do not belong to, right? And I get what you're saying about the biology, I get it. But because my identity is woman, I have to play by, in my perception, I have to play by a woman's rules in society. I have to respect spaces. I have to,
Hold on.
Okay, so this is, hold on. Let me just finish.
Hold on.
Please
Mark,
let me finish
Mark,
this conversation.
I just want to say one thing. I just want to
Okay.
say one thing.
All right.
Karina is the only trans woman on this platform who hosts lives to hear women's stories, because she wants to hear them and embrace them and give us like a moment to say like what makes us feel our womanhood and not belittle. And like, this person is fantastically amazing, and I support this person no matter what. So we're not gonna like,
Yeah, I'm still going to respect Karina
Yes.
as a human being,
I'm just
absolutely
saying, like,
100%.
she deserves
I'm not
praise.
here to disrespect anybody else.
Mute.
So I'm not here to disrespect her. All I'm saying is, what I'm saying is this, is that the woman's space is already occupied. I'm sorry, but it's already occupied. And when shut up, Fun. Shut the fuck up.
Please control your emotions. Jeez.
My God. Okay, this is where people have issues, is that space is already occupied. There's nothing wrong with being a trans person. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But I think the issue is that you're taking up space, and not you in per se, but the whole ideology is taking up the space of what womanhood is and manhood. You know, what we've come to believe womanhood and manhood, because like words do matter. The truth does matter. And what is wrong with having a trans space? Instead of taking over women's space or men's space, have your own trans space. Like, I don't understand what the difference is or why it's such a big deal.
How big is that space, Mark?
It's quite big now. It's gotten your movement has gotten large, and it's gotten a lot of momentum. You can't say it hasn't.
Yeah, but how big is this space? Like, give me a measurement. Because you're
How,
talking.
how do you give a measurement
You
on
mean
that?
woman's space?
Give me a measurement
So,
of what a woman's space is.
Can I
know
speak
I
in
have some.
specifically to women's shelters for DV? How it may be, and look, I have all respect for you. You specifically, just by the look, would not trigger me in a bathroom, right? But
Yeah, we're not doing
knowledge
bathrooms.
of
We're not doing
you, no, I'm just giving an example and I'm going to move on. Having knowledge of you being trans, right? And knowing the studies that I have read and the situation that I was in and going into a DV shelter, it would trigger me for you to be there. And that space is not big enough to move.
But like that's
right?
like that's not like her fault, right? That's like not her problem, right? Like
No,
we need to take this up
it
with
is,
people that
but
actually
this
can
is
make a difference.
no SL, and that's the problem. Is we're saying that's not my problem. Well, it's also not my problem that this person wants this respect, right? I'm giving her the respect of calling her, acknowledging that she has transitioned, acknowledging all of these things. At the very least, we can respect women who are saying, look, I'm in a DV shelter. This is
Well, I mean, at the
triggering
very
for
least, we
me.
can
I am
actually
supposed to
respect the
be
topic,
safe.
which is trans allies and not trans women, because it's
Right.
not here for people to come up here and feel comfortable and then get fucking berated because it's not even the topic. So if we're
Am I
gonna talk
making
this
you
stuff,
uncomfortable,
let's respect
Karina?
it.
I was just trying to answer her question, SL. You know I'm not one of those disrespectful cunts.
I thought we were not debating. Like, I just wanted to say that. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought we were just having a conversation. I'm not
I'm just-
debating.
No, I know.
I was trying to.
I'm just the anger got really loud, and I'm just saying, like, I thought we were. You're calm. You're calm. You're calm. I'm just saying.
So, I'm gonna
Previously,
pose.
it yelled, and I'm just saying.
I'm gonna pose a question, right? So if it's not your problem, I'm trying to see your name, Tinkerbell. If it's not your problem, right? And if it's also not my problem, I mean, I'm not, we could disagree as to whether it's a trans is a choice and all that. I don't personally think so, because I've tried not being trans for many years, and believe me. But if it's not your problem, if it's not my problem, then what's the solution? My solution is we got to work together. But
I feel like at this point, a solution would be a public bathroom is a public bathroom. I don't really agree that they need to be co-ed because of children. However, safe spaces that were designated for women should remain safe spaces for women. And I do also agree that there should be safe spaces for trans individuals. And I do believe that there should be a large, massive uptick for safe spaces for men because there really aren't any.
So I've started asking this question to everybody who has an opinion on these types of things. And can you tell me what you yourself are doing to ensure that this is happening in your state, country, city, town?
Me, that's a non-issue here right now. I do stay in constant communication with my children's teachers, principals, and things of that nature.
I have a question. If a woman enters a center for or a shelter for domestic violence, and her partner was a woman, would she also not be triggered by all the other women that are there?
I mean, I guess that's a fair point. However, I couldn't hear whoever was talking.
SL, can you drop one CB, whatever who that is? Like, seriously.
Oh, is that still interrupting?
Yeah, she's always interrupting. Just goodbye.
One of the
Thank you.
people who wants to know a question is, do you guys like know Native Indigenous women? And I want to know your opinion on them because a lot of people have like opinions on them, and I want to know your guys' opinion on them.
I can't with the
Some
way
of my ancestors were indigenous. There.
So, Fatman,
SL, I
I'm not
love you.
saying, I'm not by any means saying that she can't have a shelter. What I'm saying is, I truly and genuinely feel as though there should be safe spaces for trans individuals, men and women, and they should all be separated. And I do understand the question about women in DV shelters who were abused by women.
Yes. And that is under
However,
consideration
What if I was?
when they approach the DV shelter.
What if I
Right.
was abused by? Like, I'm also thinking about myself. I date men, but if
Hold
I
on,
dated,
Karina. I'm so sorry. I'm giving this person 5 seconds. What would you like, Fun? What would you like to say?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
What
You
I
get the
would
floor, 2 minutes.
say is that I think that we all need to think about that none of this really matters. Like, if we really think about it, let's just love and accept everybody. And this
Sure.
is
Okay. So
garbage.
maps. You want maps to be integrated into my life? Love is love. That's
Yeah.
what you're.
Yes.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, she
Goodbye.
got to
You're
go.
outta
Goodbye.
here.
She got to
No,
go.
goodbye.
She got to
Fucking
go.
serious. She's
Goodbye.
never coming on the
Wow.
panel again.
Wow. Dude, what was
So,
You
that?
need to block her.
Here's the fear. Here's the fear, Karina. And I think it's a very valid and logical fear because things are happening all over the country. And I don't know where you're from specifically, but things are happening all over the country where men are self-IDing, right, as trans women. That's the fear for women in their own specific DV shelter. It's not so much that we're going to walk down the street and see a man in public and be scared or triggered. It's that this is a safe space from those people. You get what I'm saying?
I agree with you. Yeah.
So that's where the issue comes in for me when it comes to bathrooms, when it comes to jails, when it comes to DV shelters, when it comes to all of those things. And I do genuinely, without a doubt, honest to God, believe trans women and trans men, women and men alike, all deserve safe spaces that are not just for them. Like they don't have to worry about, like you, for instance, me coming in and making you feel uncomfortable because whatever, you know.
Well, here's the question. Here's the question, Tinkerbell. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, why is it wrong to have a difference of opinion?
It's not.
But this is where society is leaning right now, that it is wrong. I mean, I don't agree with it. I don't agree a man could become a woman. Where's my right to have a disagreement with that? You know, as much as Karina, we want to give her her rights. Where's my rights to say I disagree with this and I'm not going to fall into this little bullshit of what they deem themselves to be? In my opinion, a man's a man, a woman's a woman. Simple as that.
But I truly believe this app exacerbates the issue, right, with the extremism. So you'll
I don't know
find a
about
few
that because,
people.
hold on, if you're Canadian, and
Well,
as you know
not
I am,
Canadian.
well, you know,
I'll
as
say
I
in
am, I
America.
mean, you have, well, yeah, you trust me, you're going to want to, but you literally have, like, the trans community, the LGBTQ community has privileges that the rest of society does not. They have these privileges. They're getting, well, it's simple. You get $75,000 for top and bottom surgery through Alberta Healthcare. You have scholarships that are being utilized right now only for the LGBTQ community, not for anybody else. Scholarships, yes. Scholarships. I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all.
He's
What are you talking
not
about?
debating.
He's answering
He's
a question.
answering a question.
So can
Yeah.
you please put?
How am I angry?
Here's
I'm not
the
angry.
thing. Look, and this is not my live, and I am by no means trying to run things. However, I think Mark has just as much of a say-so in this as women do, just because of the fact that there are trans men in this world as well, and that would directly affect him. Also, I'm not sure about his children or even maybe possibly grandchildren. I don't know his age. So,
Sorry, what
I don't know
my children,
SL,
my
but I'm
wife,
going to say, like,
it
why are we
affects all
phone
of us.
policing?
What's the problem?
No, there's
I'm
no
just
problem.
saying, like, they keep tone policing him, and he's just answering a question.
Who's they?
So
I'm not
no,
exactly sure who it was. I
it's
think it was
me. And what
Siege.
it is I've been trying to say something for the past.
You're super quiet, babe.
Oh.
I don't think anyone can hear you.
Oh, I've been trying to say something for the past half an hour, and no one's been saying it, so that might be it.
Sorry, go right ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So now every point I have doesn't work because every point I've had has been in the past. So what I was saying, I don't want to circle back because it's like you say, it's unfair to Mark. I was just saying that it was getting
Mark
very
yielded to you. Ask your questions, babe. You're good.
no. What it wasn't that he was yielding to me. What I was saying was it sounded angry to me. So I was just saying,
So
hey,
there's a difference between passion, strong thoughts, and anger,
Yes.
and that's another thing, right? Like no one's screaming or calling names up in here. So
and that's
we're
why I
just
said
not
it
so
sounds.
angry.
I'm not saying that it is, right? So that's why I'm not saying that he is. I just said it sounded, right? I'm not.
Okay.
So I'm just.
And that's the thing. That's why I turn my camera on, because I can sound like I'm yelling and I'm really not. But everybody
Me too.
doesn't like
Let
to
her
do that.
let her
So
go though. Let her go. What did you want to say
But
for the last half an hour?
basically, it's just been back to the point of like. So bathrooms. We are going back to bathrooms again. It's
I'm not doing
fine.
bathrooms. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm putting it down. I can't.
I know
I
that's
can't
what I'm
spend one
saying.
more
That's
minute of
what
my
it was
life
sounding
talking about a
like
fucking
was
bathroom.
everyone's going about a safe space for all this stuff, and that's what I was getting frustrated about. Was that's where it was going to, and I'm saying like it's not fair, and that's where I was trying to get back to, but it was in the past, and people that's where it was again.
wait, what's
It
not
was
fair?
so far in the past.
No, let's go back for sure.
No,
Yeah,
what
what's
I'm saying
not
is
fair,
so
Siege?
no, I'm
Besides
saying
life.
so far in the past that people were talking about the bathrooms, and I'm saying like every time I've been trying to talk, it seems like it doesn't work, and now I know it's because I was quiet. So I'm
Yeah,
saying
you were
like
quiet.
Okay. So
Okay,
what
so
point do
that's
you want
what
to
you're
make?
referring to as not being fair.
But and I just want to state
yeah,
that
because
this is Canada
Okay.
after dark,
yeah,
and in
things I'm
Canada
saying is
we
you're
have
hearing
separate
certain
stalls.
words.
It
So
has no
that's
impact on my life. That's why I don't
yeah.
like talking about it. I'm not sure if that came across or not.
No,
Yeah,
that
so
this
like
is so
Where
far
I
in the
let's
live,
past, and
we
take
have
like
separate stalls.
bathrooms.
I don't care. I
Let's
don't care about bathrooms.
yeah, let's take bathrooms out of the equation and go specifically to DV shelters or jail or prison and talk about the fact that it's not fair
I think I've
that
already said
women.
like 14 times I wanted to derail from coming down on trans people, and my whole life is about allies. So we entertained it for a
Oh,
little
well, I
bit here,
wasn't
but
coming down on them.
well, we're changing the gears here.
All right.
Like
Well, the answer to your question then, SL, is yes. Trans allies are toxic to women and harming the community. Absolutely.
so I'm gonna ask
Yeah.
Siege, are you in the trans community?
Who, me?
No, Siege.
Siege.
I was going to say, Jesus,
yeah.
you know me.
Yes.
Siege, may I ask what are you trans?
I'm not. My best friend just transitioned. I
Okay,
have
so
an
you are an
ex-friend
ally,
who did yes, and
right?
I have an ex-friend who I do dislike, who also transitioned, and I still try to use their proper pronouns even though I dislike them. So
That's
I'm
fine.
very
But
much an
so
ally.
what I'm gonna ask you then, because you wanted to discuss the washrooms. What are you
Oh
specifically doing
no,
to
I wasn't.
encourage
I wasn't.
change as far as the washrooms in your city, your state, your country?
No. It was like I said, like it was in the past when people were talking about it. I was trying to tell people to stop talking about it. I was just trying to give examples. I was
Oh, I
not
got
trying
you.
to bring it up.
Okay.
That's please. I was just. I now
No, I
realize it
ask
was
everybody
my
this question now because I feel like a lot of people have a lot of things
so
to say, but they're not actually doing anything with their
my only
actual
opinion
trans.
about bathrooms is literally it's a toilet. If you need to use the toilet, use the toilet. That's my literal only opinion. That's it.
Sure. Okay.
That's
Okay.
it.
So what are your thoughts on change rooms after like going swimming and so on and so forth?
So if a single father or a single mother needs to change their child, how are they to do that if they don't have
Family
change rooms?
bathrooms. They already have access to the family bathroom,
So
which
there
is
you go.
individual.
There you go.
So you're
I
They
telling
think
have
trans
access.
people to go to a family bathroom? I would agree with
They
you
have
then.
access. So they have
Okay, so
access.
that's what
So
you're
I don't
saying. So
understand
they shouldn't go in the
the problem.
women's or the men's. They should go in the families. Is that what you're saying?
So you're saying that a single person who doesn't have a child is supposed to use the family child or family
No,
room? Is that what you're
no,
saying?
no, okay, no, no. You asked
We
where do
also
the
have
single fathers go with their children? They go in
we
the family bathroom, which is a
yes.
single stall. It's a single room.
Or if the
Yeah.
child's young enough, you take your kid in and you go into the closed doors, the curtained areas. There's a
Yeah.
difference between
Mhm.
going into a washroom and using the privatized areas.
Yeah,
given,
washrooms aren't a
or
big deal.
standing in front of children when you have a dingling in a women's change room area and changing because you're proud. Yes, you
Yeah.
pass, but to have the privatized areas exposed are another completely avoidable and again stupid, in my opinion, conversation because I can't even understand how anybody would in their right mind do that.
because like you just answered your own question, so I just don't know where. Like you know,
That's why I think it's such a stupid conversation, because nobody would do that.
Exactly.
Nobody would do what?
People
They
do it.
do though.
I know.
It's
but that's
happened in
Nobody
America
would do what?
several times.
It's happened in
Okay, but
Calgary.
that's America. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
happened
not-
here in Canada. Like,
What's happened?
we're not gonna.
People
Trans
expose
women
themselves all the
going
time in the
yes,
bathrooms. What are you talking about?
in the wrong change room where children are after swimming and walking around nude. When yes, you may pass visually.
Well, and also in
let's
this
say.
specific area that it's happened in America, it wasn't illegal because it was flaccid and not erect. So it didn't,
again,
it didn't
like,
matter.
But this is something that I don't want to talk about. This
Exactly,
is like
that's not
specifically
what
why
I
I
was-
have my own live, because I'm so
and
fucking tired of the
That's
same
why I don't
screaming
know why you
chamber about.
wanted me to answer the question, so I answered
Well, I'm
it,
trying to
and
be
then Mark
fair
got
because
me.
people obviously
Yes.
want to.
Sure.
And I, again, like I
I'm
said, I
fucking
didn't
tired of
want to talk about it because I'm in agreement with you. It doesn't go anywhere, so that's why I didn't understand why you
Well,
wanted.
and I
it.
was just
So-
gonna call you out a little bit because you are an ally who's coming
Yes,
up,
I'm
and
an
you obviously
ally.
had something to say. So I wanted to know
I've
why
got a
you
black
initially
friend.
came in.
Not
What
the
did you want to say?
tokenizing.
Oh my God.
Here's
Your
the thing, and this is what I want to say really, really quickly, is that I do have a lot of respect for you, Karina, and I just met you 10 minutes ago. I appreciate the fact that you're genuine and that you're understanding when you speak to women, and, you know, you don't stand in trying to be offended, right? Because a lot of people do.
Karina is one of many, right? Like Karina is one in a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And I hope that
Absolutely.
I have.
Can I
met
ask
someone
Karina a question real quick before I forget and I have to drop? Can I ask her a question? That's all.
For Bart tells me off. Yeah, of course, go.
I didn't. I said I have to drop. I might have to drop here soon. Karina, do you know that person, that trans person named what is gosh name? Oh my God, what's the name of this person?
What do they look like? I'll tell you.
They're like Cutie or something, or they're called. It's that guy with the comb over, long hair.
Oh yes, I was.
Adorable. Yeah, adorable. Do you know that?
Mandora.
Okay, hold on. Do you know that? Have you ever seen that person's lives? Okay. Have you noticed that person adorable also has a sex thing, whatever they do, showing off all of their genitalia online, which is pretty much degrading all women, because this is what this person does, like literally does all of this, and has a huge following. And the only thing, see, the thing that I'm looking at it as is that it was a person that got the bottom surgery. And now that they have the bottom surgery, and I don't know if they got the top or
He just got the top last week. I do.
Oh, perfect. Great. Awesome. But is literally exposing themselves online now, trying to, I don't even know what it is that they're trying to do, but it's completely ruining, I guess, the movement that you guys are fighting for, being classy in the first place. Do you know what I mean? Trying to keep a certain decor there. This person's absolutely like disgusting, but has a fellowship of people with kids that follow this person. And do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, these are the things that when we're talking about this person's got a huge presence on TikTok with all of their little friends and family that follow, and yet does this, advertises themselves, and actually belittles all womanhood by showing their genitalia that they deem or they think looks like a vagina. Looks
nasty
like
naked photos. Like
yeah, like
nasty.
we're talking nasty. We're not talking.
And it's not behind lock and key, and you don't have to pay for it. It's accessible on Twitter.
Daddy Mac
Right.
and I talk about this quite a bit, and we're very like, Daddy Mac, is that you? That
Yeah,
the real
it's
Daddy
me,
Mac?
it's me. Yeah, no.
Is it
real
actually
Daddy
real
Mac.
Daddy Mac?
Yeah, it is.
We're very critical. We are very critical. There's a lot of trans people like myself and Daddy Mac that are critical of like this performative aspect of being trans, right? Like they're really. I'm just gonna say this. I understand why people that are not trans have a fear. I understand why, because I see it. It's problematic for me. The when I see trans women like Adora, and you could judge me all you want, okay? You could judge me all you want. I don't care.
You're talking to them.
My first question is, why did you decide to transition in the places that no one can see, right? So for example, when I transitioned, the first thing I did was laser hair removal, because I wanted to be seen as a woman, right? I wanted to be, no one was going to check my genitals, right? And so I did everything I needed to do. I got on HRT so that my body can start reacting to the estrogen. The first thing that went was I did my brows, I did my hair, I got rid of everything because I wanted to be seen and respected as a woman. So I am very critical of trans women who say they are trans women, who have not achieved femininity for themselves, if that makes sense. But of course,
Have not spent their money wisely.
if I say that, of course, that's very judgmental and that's very that's beauty standards and all that shit. But there's a reason why a reason why women are more comfortable with me versus someone like Adora, and that's because I not only act the part, but I look the part too, right? Like it does.
Right.
There's not a.
I mean, there's a dude running
That is
around
such a
here calling
fucking valid
himself a
point.
trans woman with a full blown fucking mustache, and then wants to use women with PCOS as a fucking cop out. Like,
Well, that's not even an issue because the picture of Adora was actually floating around. And unfortunately, somebody sent it to me, and I was like, "Oh no, God! Like I can't get it. It's etched, and it burnt my
I've been
retinas."
sent it 100.
And the reason why I'm asking this, hold on, but the reason why I'm asking this is that she looks absolutely fucking gnarled. Like it doesn't look natural. Like
It's really
yeah,
really bad.
like that's my question. Is that
No, it's bad for you guys. Like
it's
mine is bad.
it's I've never seen something like that. I don't know if the doctors, if this is now, I don't know if it's a general step practice, but if I was somebody that was thinking about getting the bottom surgery after seeing that, I'd be fucking running. Like that would scare the shit out of me.
We could just talk about how disrespectful it is.
Well, it's not just it being disrespectful. Like it's
not available on their face page.
You gotta wonder why, right? You gotta wonder why is someone showing that, right? Look.
and I mean, Mark, you saying that the mustache thing doesn't matter, but it does. It really does.
What?
Or whoever said that.
Massively. It really does.
When I was talking about the person that's running around calling themselves a trans woman.
That's the thing.
I didn't say mustaches don't matter. Fucking rights they do.
No, Goofy. It was the fact that this person's running around, has a full groomed, well-groomed mustache on his face, calling himself a woman, and using women with PCOS as a cop-out. Like, oh, well, women with PCOS have facial hair. And I'm like, bro, they have a disease. They didn't choose that, right? That's dangerous. And that is so invalidating for women, especially women like me who have PCOS. Like I will sit in the mirror and literally pluck my face till I bleed to get rid of that hair because I can't afford laser hair removal.
Make me full screen for a sec. This is the person you're speaking of, right?
No, I'm talking about Sif.
Oh, because this person has PCOS in their background too.
Yeah, well, there's this new trend where they say men can get PCOS now.
We do keep trans women accountable, or people that say that they're trans. The other night, me and Daddy Mac were talking to this trans woman. They said they were a trans woman. They were like in their late 50s, early 60s, and they call themselves trans. They don't have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. They're not on HRT. They've never been to therapy, and they haven't done any transitioning other than just looking feminine. And we called them out and we said, and we called them out and we said, I'm sorry, but that's not trans. What's the difference between the way you used to live and now? You put on a dress. That's not the cause here. That's not like, womanhood is not something you put on, right? It's like this.
That's fetishizing, right? Like,
right. And so
it's pretty much cross-dressing.
We told her or him, I would say him, we told him, you owe yourself femininity. If you are trans and you have a woman's identity, then you're going to do everything. That congruence is going to make you want to do everything in your power to be a woman, right? To feel like a woman in your body, to see a woman. So the fact that...
Who are we talking about?
I know what you're speaking of. Yeah, but the thing is, Corinna, this person didn't have an incongruence. And gender dysphoria, they didn't have that either. And gender dysphoria is like a symptom of it. It's like distress and such discomfort. And if, like I am someone with gender dysphoria, and I do have that incongruence. And I would.
So are you
I
saying
don't-
though, like, hold on, I want to ask both of you, are you saying that you need to have it in order to actually like to fit under that trend?
You-
Yes, right? Thank you.
Yes,
Because now
you
there's
need
so
that
many people out there that
incongruence.
just say you don't.
The fact that I transition is my treatment to the gender dysphoria.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
is the max. So when someone comes up and says I'm trans and they haven't done any of the work, or that's proof that they're not in treatment.
What if they don't have the
So
money
the
though,
only
for real,
excuse I would
For
accept,
real,
that's what I
real.
was about to say. That's the only excuse I would accept is that they can't afford it.
Yeah, but
And
it's
not
not here.
anymore
It's
because they
not
got
here, Sonia.
grants and
Let me tell you something. My insurance, sorry, Corinna, my insurance, I don't pay a dime. I do not pay a single dime. My insurance covers it completely. I have been on testosterone for a month and 2 weeks.
okay. So let me just call out the bullshit and that right quick. And I'm sorry, Daddy Mac, this is no fucking hate to you, but there are full grown fucking, I hate using this term. And again, I'm sorry, but actual fucking men that need testosterone supplementation that the insurance will not fucking pay out on.
Well,
But you get
I
it
see
for
this all the
free.
time, Tink. I've been trying to get, like, I need a breast reduction. I'm
And let's
fucking
not forget,
a
there's a
buck
lot of
10
people
with
without
huge fucking
insurance in the
boobs.
U.S.
Right.
And I
I
can't
do
get it covered.
again, Daddy Mac, I like you, I respect you. I'm sorry, that's just how I had to say it because I couldn't figure out another way.
Yeah, but there's
That's
also
how
a
I
lot
do
of
offer
people
boob
that
boob
there's also
reductions if you need some. If you need
yeah,
a breast
but
reduction,
My
I can
doctor,
offer
Mark,
that.
I've been
the
fighting with this guy,
difference
man. I
I only
herniated
give
disc in my back.
exams.
the difference between a reduction of your, so on, is would you consider that more? Who is running water?
It
Would
was
you
me, sorry.
There's a medical issue because it can cause a whole lot
I
of other issues.
I
it can
herniated
cause-
a disc in my back. I couldn't walk for 42
know.
days. I had 2 kids to take care of. I couldn't control anything in my body. It was the worst fucking time of my life. And I finally got in on a surgical, like I'm in a clinical study and I still can't get my fucking boobs done. And
Well,
yes,
if
I could pay for it. Of course I could, but I fucking refuse because
Yeah.
Canada's giving out surgeries left, right, and center for people that just want to, like, I actually have a medical necessity for it.
Yeah, no, I would, if it has to do with like mental, like if it has to do with like not mental
So you
health.
guys can come upstairs. Come on.
It's actually
Come on.
like
Come on.
yeah, if
Medical.
it has to, yeah, it's literally medical. So I believe that for you, yeah, you deserved that.
But the wait list is too long and
Oh, the
like,
wait list, the wait
it's
list for
fucking
surgeries is
ridiculous.
long too. Trust me.
Yes,
Yeah,
but like this is the thing though. I should be
it takes
prioritized in
years
my
for
opinion.
any trans person to get a top surgery or bottom surgery. It takes years.
No,
Wait, Daddy, are you in
you can't
Canada,
say
Daddy?
that.
No, I'm not. I'm in the.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't think so, but SL's talking about wait lists for surgeries in Canada in general,
It's the
right?
same thing for both. They're both really long. They're years.
Right.
Yes, but like that for you, I'm sorry to say this, but like for your situation and others in your situation, it is not you're not incapacitated. You're not unable to like provide for your family or care for your kids. And the fact that I'm being backlined because of all of this
Physically.
other, like literally, I got cortisone injected, which is fine, I guess. But then you're being told
Thought
cortisone's
that
bad.
would
You
suck,
shouldn't
man.
be doing that. But like, it's the only. I don't have any feeling in my left leg from my knee down. You could puncture it, and I wouldn't
Her
fucking feel
breasts
it.
are so big
They're too big.
that she fucked up her spine,
I'm just
and she's saying that. Oh shit! Sorry, I'm talking to my wife. I didn't realize I wasn't muted.
I knew you was going so.
That's why I was like,
Mark.
"That's so fucked." That I feel so bad for you, SL, that you fucked up your spine because your breasts are so big and they're not letting you get the surgery. That's just messed up, dude.
She can't get them all out of bed.
Oh.
I was gonna say too, going back to that trans person that was claiming to be trans, whatever, they were in their late 50s. I find it hard to believe that this person
Exactly.
did not have a career, did not have insurance, and could not have gotten the assistance that he needed, right? Because I mean, every major city now has these agencies that are very, they're advocates of the LGBT community, and there's actually programs now. Cities have programs that if you are old enough and you qualify, if you're homeless, or if you have income that's below a certain threshold, they can put you on assistance programs. So again,
So hang on, Karina, because you just said homelessness, okay? So
with the drug abuse and mental health of not all, but a large percentage of homelessness,
Right.
money should be going towards that, but not getting them off the street and cleaned up, off of drugs.
Yeah.
Because I know of no program like that in my area.
Both is happening though. Yeah, both. So like, for example, here in Houston, the center that we have here, they will do, so and I used to work there, that's why I know.
Sure.
SL, wait, hold up. SL, Taylor Moon wants to come up, but there's drama between us, and I'm trying to tell Taylor that SL, you don't want any drama here, so that's why it's up. I'm just saying up to you.
Well,
Oh, I don't care. Yeah, it's fine.
When a homeless person came in and they were on,
She said she'll be civil.
and they were on drugs, that was dealt with first, and then anything else second.
right.
Yeah, I don't think like when a homeless person comes in, the priority is not to get them on HRT if they have gender dysphoria. It's like,
Right.
we need to get you off the pipe, or we need to get you off whatever you're on,
Yes.
and do whatever you need to do.
Some
So
life skill or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think you're beautiful, Karina.
I got a little stiff with you.
Sure, what is it?
Well,
Go
why are you
there
talking so much
tonight.
fucking mad shit on Avani?
Because I have a video of
Well, I
Avani.
haven't been able to.
So I have a video of Avani saying that they are not diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and that they then they said they got diagnosed by an endocrinologist. So Avani is not
So like,
and they
we're
call
talking about this stuff, right? And everyone else can do it, but then we're calling out Avani on it.
I'll
No,
text
I call out anyone, not just Avani.
Yes, babe.
Trust me. Ask Karina. Ask
I'm
Karina.
gonna-
She's
I'm
seen
gonna-
me.
I'm going to tell you that the problem that
All week.
because I'm going to say I've been I've been recently critical of Avani as well, but I don't think that means that just because us trans people are critical of what she's doing, I don't think that translates to like people that are not trans, because Avani's message still is in line with what your message is, but it's no longer in line with our
I
message.
said the fact.
Yeah, because they're
That-
Okay, let's go back to the ally
when people are
thing.
starting to like
With
call
one
that-
foot
that
in,
nasty
but not
word.
in the community,
Yeah,
and you
so they're
support
pretty much
that person,
self-ideating
shouldn't you
as-
support that person and the
No,
cause?
I'm not gonna.
When they're claiming transness.
Yeah,
Right.
like they're literally
Right.
self-IDing as a trans woman. That's what I don't agree with.
And it's increased 6,000%.
So I call out anybody. It could be Avani.
Okay, hold on.
But you didn't 2 weeks ago, Daddy.
Yes, I did.
Nas, one second. Again, you guys, the hypocrisy, please. You guys got to keep your energy. Yeah, hold on. Again, look at what you're saying, because you want people to accept you for being a man or a woman, okay? And now you're sitting there saying, well, they're not really a trans person because, hold
Did I
on.
say I was a man?
No, hold on.
Because of an appeal to legality.
You're literally,
We're gonna just keep it decent and ask.
Hey,
yeah.
can
I'm
I
keeping
say
it
my
decent.
piece because I'm
Karina, I know
at
you wanna
work.
go.
Hold on. Taylor, don't come in
Okay,
here
go
all
ahead.
hot. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. But do you guys not see the hypocrisy that just happened there? It's like, if this person wants to be trans, who are you to tell them they're not? Because you say the exact same thing to us.
Okay,
The exact same fucking thing.
How does it bother you?
So wait, hold up. As a trans man, I have never claimed to be a man. Sometimes I put satire.
But-
No, hold up.
Yeah.
You didn't let me finish. I let you finish. So sometimes I
Let
put
Daddy finish.
satire up as a joke. I don't actually mean it. Everyone knows I don't actually mean it, right? But anytime someone claims to be a woman, I will say you're a trans woman. That's the difference. Same way I wouldn't call myself a man because I am a trans man. So you
Well,
can't
and
put
that's
that
fair.
on me. You can't put that on me. So I call out anyone. I don't agree
So
with that.
if someone told
I
you
don't
you're
know,
not a
'cause I've never
trans
heard
man,
of
but
Bonnie
you're a
say she's a
woman,
woman.
if someone told you that you're not a trans man, but you are a female, you would be upset with that, would you not?
I am technically a female, but they can't say I'm not a trans man because I have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and I have.
Okay, hold on.
Well, that's the difference.
Okay, but there's no difference, because actually gender dysphoria is actually just a medical term. It actually has no ground or basis. Anyways, what I'm
We
saying,
disagree on that.
no, we can, that's fine. I did therapy for 10 years, you tell me. I don't know. I had master's degrees, but that doesn't matter.
I know what
Anyways,
I know.
all I'm saying is that you're literally doing the same thing to somebody else because if they identify as being a trans person, just because they don't have gender dysphoria or meet your criteria, doesn't make it less truthful in your community's eyes.
And
Do you
and
see the
here's another
hypocrisy?
part of it is, you know, Avani may not have access to that mental health care because our systems in America fucking suck. But second to that, Avani may have been seeking treatment and a diagnosis and just haven't received it yet. Like, I don't know if any of you know how long Avani has been on their journey, right? So we need to take all
Well,
of
and
these things
my
into
argument
consideration.
too would be like Avani is not holding a platform where Avani is getting monetary gain every single day and not making any effort
And
and
she's shadow banned.
to transition like physically, like on the face and all of that stuff, right? Where we have people on here and like Daddy Mac, I would have to argue a little bit. Like you're not calling out like Adora.
Oh,
You're
I
not
do
calling
call
out
out
Natty
Adora.
the Baddie.
I
You know,
call
we're
out
not calling
Natty
out
too.
people.
I debated
Do
Natty.
you?
I debated Natty.
Okay, that makes me a little bit happier because like there's more harmful people that are self-diagnosing, in my opinion, who
Yeah,
are like we just discussed doing bottom things, but not actually making any effort whatsoever to even look remotely like a female.
Yeah, so I call out
or
Adora.
male.
Sorry, Karina, you can go after me. I do call out Adora. And I actually debated Natty in Atlantic's platform. I think it was Atlantic's or somebody else's.
I think Avani, by coming out and saying that she was not like diagnosed and all of that, I think it actually hurt you guys more than it hurt us. We were just more pissed off, right? But I think it hurt the message because one, it threw a wrench in the system, right? Like both Daddy Mac and I would say that trans people do need a gender dysphoria diagnosis. That's the beginning. That's the start.
I agree with that.
You also need to pass, right? We would both agree. Avani does not do either of those things.
But Avani doesn't call like Avani calls himself a him, right?
You know what? That was a recent thing, but no.
Her bio says trans
woman. He used to. But
Here's a serious question.
Oh yeah, sorry, Taylor has to go.
Here's a serious question.
I'm sorry, I'm
Karina.
on break, Nashville. Can I?
Oh, go
can I
ahead,
say
go
this?
ahead,
And then I swear it'll take me like 5 minutes, and then I'll drop. All right, Daddy. I just want to be upfront and honest with you about my opinions on this. I may not. I may feel a certain way about that person, but I feel like I think you can say, as you have in the past, that those medicines that you're on can affect the way you feel and the way you react and things like that. I think it was that. I think the people that you've been hanging out with have been using you, and I think they're going to be done using you here soon. And you're going to be the one left holding the bag here. And I do care about you enough that I don't want to see that happen to you. And I know I have been popping off and reacting, and I can take full blame for that for myself because my mental health hasn't been stable here lately. And I've been seeking help and therapy and things like that. And I lashed out at people, and I apologize. And I've worked things out with Mads. I can't speak for anyone else. You would have to squash that with them. But I'm just going to say, even if you keep attacking me, I'm just going to ignore it for my own sake.
Yeah.
And that's just all I had to say.
I'm going to
Go
respond
ahead.
to you, right? So you did you made a whole account called Miss Mary Mac. I thought it was a little funny. So I know. So I found it funny. So I did it back, right? I did it back just to be like a little like cheeky and whatever. I don't agree with the fact that you're saying that they are using me. Me and them really don't debate. We just play like Fortnite or some games together, and like they're actually civil people if you're not like debating them, right? And I do like them because they're also like they also kind of think the same way I do, right? Like they don't like the self-IDing, self-diagnosing, but like at the end of the day, like they still like have the trans women or women and so on. So yeah, that's where me and them don't meet that ground. But like at the end of the day, like me and them can sit down and like play video game and things like that. But if they,
Well, I would have to question your little bit of a friendship with this Bella person who is just being completely rancid to people.
Well, the Bell situation.
And like you could be friends with whoever you want.
I'm going to say Belle was in my life first, and it kind of popped off between Belle and Nate. And then I wasn't feeling good last Friday night, and I was like, y'all, I'm going to bed. Y'all can take this to another live. And then I don't know what happened in that other live. I think her and Caitlin kind of didn't blend well because of how Caitlin feels so strongly. And I think that's where like the gas hit the fire on this situation. And I don't particularly feel very like, I don't like her at all. And I don't
Hold on
particularly
one
like the other
second.
friends.
I hate to interrupt. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but I don't know if y'all remember when Avani and Sophie had their mess going on. There was somebody in Avani's live while Sophie was in a completely other live, but they were in there pretending to be Sophie. Somebody's in the comments right now, Daddy Max, saying that there's an account pretending to be you and in a live.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
There's like 5 of them.
Yeah, so
We all
I'm
know
gonna tell
who
you
the fake ones
something.
are.
Like, I'm gonna tell you something really
Yeah,
funny.
one of them's me. And I can't change the name for 7 days. So I can't change the picture.
I knew it was you, so I did a little.
Yeah, I used my account. I didn't make a whole nother account. I feel like, because if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it with my whole chest, even if I'm wrong. And I can apologize for when I'm wrong. And I hope you accept my apology, and we can kind of like
I am sorry.
move on.
Look at
I
this.
appreciate that. And like, it's going to take a while because I did feel attacked when I wondered in your live. I think it was Sunday night. And I know you were somewhat sticking up for me, but like 7 trans women, climbed on me all at one time. And it triggers me, honestly, when I feel a man speaks over me or uses a deep voice over me. It will trigger me like worse than anything. Like I will lose my shit.
I mean, I am sorry.
Who's
for
at the club?
So I am sorry for the part I played.
Taylor's at work.
Against you, right?
Sounds
But
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. There's a jukebox in the break room.
Taylor, what happens if a woman overtalks you? Is it the same energy or no?
I don't
I
know. There's
overtalk
just
Taylor all
something
the
in
time.
it. Yeah,
See?
if it depends on the intent. If the intent is to try to intimidate me, and I'm gonna say I've been through enough therapy that I know that it's a defense mechanism that kicks in of just PTSD and all kinds of issues. And I have my own issues, and I can own up to that shit, and I work on myself every day, and I can admit when I'm wrong. Yeah,
The first night that we met,
Hold on,
you
Karina, what did
bitched
you
me
say?
out, but I'm good with it.
Oh, me and Taylor have gotten into it too. Are you serious?
I'm just gonna say,
and me and SL can work out, but it takes time to build back trust. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Me and Taylor got into it. Taylor gets into it with everybody
guys.
at least once.
Karina's really quiet. She wants to say something.
Go ahead, Karina.
Karina, go. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a question that's in my head. Okay. So, I've been critical of Adora, right? And so has Daddy, right? But Adora does have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria, and she's had surgeries and whatever, right? Avani hasn't. So where should we be critical here? Like where, in terms of trans
Well,
people?
Let me answer
Here's
that
the
for you real
question I
quick.
was going to ask a while ago, about 10 minutes ago.
Let me
is,
answer.
If everyone's so critical of that, of self-diagnosing, I mean, I think self-diagnosing could be harmful to the trans community as well. But here's my question. How many lives has Karina or Daddy Mac with a backdrop, self-ID is bullshit, you have to have a diagnosis to be trans? I don't see you calling it out
This
to
is
have
my-
that
hold on,
strong
let
of a
me show you-
stance.
Let me show you my background.
I would say that
Okay,
Karina.
Daddy.
Karina.
No,
this
that's
is-
you're missing the whole point though of
This
what I
is
was
usually
saying
my
there. So
background. So this is usually my background. Do you need GD to be trans? I usually put that up so I can get anybody in there, even people that disagree. Because if I just put and that's why I put T women and T men, because TikTok will banana you if you just say you need GD to be trans, because TikTok will take down my life like this. They will do it so fast. So that's why I put a question mark to get opposition, but also just so my life cannot be bananaed.
And I don't know
okay,
if it's
so
wrong.
to answer the question for Karina, which is really simple. You see that it's frustrating when you're fighting or you're experiencing something in your life, and then you have somebody that just nonchalantly comes along and takes your label from you of things that you've worked hard to obtain. Not even worked hard, but this is what you've experienced in life. Well, there's billions of women that feel the exact same way about the trans community doing the same thing. That's why it's frustrating, because again, you're saying they didn't have to go through the hardships that you did to be who you are today. So how dare they take that title?
No, I
And
mean,
that's where a lot that hold on, I'm not done yet.
He's
That's where a
talking,
lot
so let me respond.
yeah, that's where a lot of women and men have this issue. Do you understand now? Like it's frustrating, and and people want to go under the guise of all inclusivity. But if you want to have that, guys, you can't say it's good for me but not for thee kind of mentality. You can't do that.
Yeah, but we have to stop doing that too, Mark, where we can accept one person but not another.
I'm going to tell you this, Mark. I hear what you're saying, and I'm going to say, take it to y'all's ballot boxes. Go and speak to your politician. I mean, that's the only thing I can say, right?
Well, in response to that, really quickly, would you accept an extra bathroom for yourself?
Hang on. Let Karina finish.
I am playing by the rules here. That's what I'm trying to say, is that it's not just identifying. I'm not just identifying. I'm playing by the rules too, right? I don't go into women's spaces and disrespect them. I literally had to like learn the ways so that I could assimilate, right? Adora has taken more steps than Avani, right? So I guess that's what the question is. And I hear you, Mark, like I hear that it's, you know, perhaps we're challenging women now, but I hear.
But do you see the issue of why you can't answer what a woman is? Why people can't answer? I'll tell you why. Because everyone has a different definition of what a woman is in their own mind.
But Mark, you're 5 decades.
That's okay,
late.
actually.
You're 5 decades late. What should have happened was society shouldn't have let the first trans person live their life as trans and then they ended up dying. Like, you shouldn't have let a person exist if they were trans, but you did, and now we're here. Right?
No, that's not. No. Hold on. That's not my argument at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying at the end of the day is that, again, like I said at the very beginning, is that you're taking a space that's already filled. Why can't trans have their own space instead?
Again, what's the measurement of the space? That's
Well, okay, when you're identifying what a woman is, it's an adult female, somebody that has, you know, certain traits, certain attributes. Okay, that's what a female is. That's what a woman is. That's in our language. That's what we have grown to understand. However,
right, but
okay.
But the fact that trans people have been able to exist, the fact that I can go into a grocery store right now and go into the restroom without anyone bothering me, that's the reality here, right? I mean, I don't know what your solution is here. Like,
the solution is what? Like, if you're a trans person, you're a trans person. Simple as that. Have your own space if you need your own space as a trans person.
Right.
Why take over a space that's already occupied, like a woman or a man?
Go to your legislator,
but I don't think that.
And go and have them build all the facilities that you want for us.
Mhm.
Go and do that. And then
That's not, no, hold on. So the question being is, go build the facilities for it. Why do people have to cater to the 1%? Why do people have to go out of their way for you?
Well, because Mark, everyone has a problem with it.
Hey, Mark.
Well, that's my point. No, not everybody has a problem with it. What are you talking about?
Can I answer this?
Hold up. So many trans people have existed for a long time, and I would say
that is actually not true. But okay.
You didn't let me finish my question. I mean my answer. So trans people have existed for a long time. I don't know where you're getting that information from Mark. Anyway.
I'll tell you from wisdom and from actually knowing history, but trans people have not been. Trans people have not been around for a very long time. You're talking about what you're talking about is like transvestites. Yes, they have been. Transvestites have been. Yes, people that were born with dual. But you don't have people that have undergone surgery. You haven't gotten people that have undergone liposuction or injections and so on and so forth. This is actually relatively new.
No, it's not relatively new. They have been around for.
You're talking about cross-dress here. Is that what you're talking about? Cross-dressing?
Oh my God, this guy is.
No, you have no idea what you're talking about, Mac. You have no idea.
So the very first SRS surgery was in 1882.
Yeah, how did that fare? And how did that fare?
Okay.
What do they do? Put a horse appendage on it?
You didn't even let me finish what I was gonna say.
Okay.
Can you let me
Look like a door.
Let's let Karina go, please. Let Karina talk. Everyone mute.
All right, so
You
as I
guys are
was
so
saying,
delusional when it
oh,
comes to like history. Jesus.
hold on.
Could
Can
I
you let
actually,
me finish what I was
if
gonna say? No, Lee,
could I
I
go
wasn't
next?
done. I wasn't done. Thank you.
Mm-mm.
So as I
Take
was
turns.
saying, trans people have existed for a long time, and before then, trans people
How
were.
did they exist? Okay,
Hold
Mac,
on,
tell me how they existed
bro.
first,
This
and
guy does not let
I'll
anybody
be quiet.
finish.
Tell me how they existed.
What do you mean? Tell you the
How did a
incongruences?
trans person exist many centuries ago? How did they exist?
He doesn't even have the answer.
Thanks, Tank. I do not support that, and I remember that person.
I didn't think so, Mac. You
No
have no
problem.
idea.
Mark, can you let me finish, or are you gonna keep talking over me?
Go ahead. Well, because you're spouting out a bunch of bullshit. Okay, why don't you give me an example or tell me how trans people existed in the 1600s, 1500s? Tell me how they did that.
Are you done? Thank you.
Go ahead.
As I was saying, trans people have existed for a long time, right? And most of those trans people were passing. And no one said blinked an eye or anything because you couldn't tell. You couldn't tell. That's what we need back. That's what we need back.
Give
And
an
before, and
example.
Wait, that's called cross-dressing, buddy. That was called a cross-dresser.
It wasn't
Do
called.
you have proof that they didn't?
Well,
Actually, the only thing that makes trans people what is the definition of trans? What are you transitioning to back in the day? What were they transitioning to? They were just a bunch of men putting on makeup and women not putting on makeup and cutting their hair. There was no transitioning there at all. The reason why you have transitioning nowadays is you have top bottom surgery, you have liposuction, you have plastic surgery. That's what you're transitioning to. You're not just playing dress up.
Definition of trans, Mark. Tell me the definition of trans.
Transitioning, you're transitioning. The whole point of trans man is a transitioning man or a transitioning woman. You guys decided to change it lately, as of late.
Not the definition. It's a
Matt,
Latin
dude, I've got
word.
pubic hair older than you, buddy. Don't try to match wits. You're not gonna win.
It's a literal Latin word, and it means
It's
not
a
on the
Latin
same
word
side.
now.
It
Okay.
means not on the same side.
Yeah, it means on the same side, but you guys changed it now.
Not on the same side. It's a Latin word.
It's a Latin
All
word.
right,
now.
everybody.
Trans
Host is trying to speak. Can y'all give her a moment, please?
I remember the trans fucking.
Yeah, let's stop talking over one another, guys. Hang on.
Hi, I can't yell because my traditional housewife self will get a backhand from my husband if I wake up my kids. But
Ooh.
Mark, I hear your passion, but I can't hear a bloody thing that anyone else is trying to say because your man voice.
Okay, because of my toxic masculinity, I apologize.
She's strong.
The
She's
thing is,
strong.
this guy
over
doesn't
here.
even know what trans means. It literally is.
I
a
know
Latin
what trans
word. It
means,
on the
buddy,
other
because
side
you
of
don't
it.
even know what it
It
means.
You're literally not
He
on the
gave
same.
the
Like,
definition.
Thank you,
what?
Giovanni.
Transitioning is not what. Oh no.
He gave his definition. Are you saying that
His
definitions
definition?
are objective or are they subjective?
That's
Subjective.
not the
His
definition.
definition.
Though. It's
He
not.
gave his definition of
No,
of trans,
so you want to use the
what trans
you want to
means,
use the definition
right?
for woman as an
So
adult human female, but you don't want to
yeah,
use
that's
trans
my
as the
subjective definition. Yes, that's my subjective definition, and we can
that
argue on
is
the
the
utility.
definition by Oxford
We can
Dictionary. Of
argue.
course.
We can argue on the utility of that, right? So, like, what Mark is doing is showing to you how this definition of the word, like transitioning, and how that applies to, like, history, and how there were actually trans people in history. There has never been a trans person in history. There's been cross dressers, right? Or third genders, if you want to categorize third genders. But these people, like, they were not actual, like, trans people as we know them today.
Exactly. That's exact. Thank you, Avani. I appreciate that. It's exactly what I was trying to say, Mac.
You could have just said that.
I did say that. You just weren't listening.
Transgender wasn't always a word. I know
You weren't
transgender-
listening, Mac.
Transgender wasn't always a word, but the word that I'm using now is what trans people were back then.
Sonia, can we get
We
back?
fought for the word transsexual. We fought.
So
for
how's
the-
those allies doing?
Yeah.
Hold on, yeah, Karina's trying to say something. For the love of Lord, please.
I was going to say, can we get back? Because this particular topic won't go anywhere. It really won't.
It
But
won't.
I did want to say too, for those of us that respect women's spaces, right? Whatever that means to you, there's women that have trans women come into their spaces and they feel respected. That's one thing. But I mean, if you guys want a big change of how we structure public spaces, then again, go and talk to the people that are responsible for that, because trans people are not responsible for that.
It's private businesses is who's responsible for that.
Right.
That reflects in everyone's retail price.
I think it's also trans people's fault too, because they perpetuate the ideology, the belief system. So if we're not holding each other accountable to not do that, I think it does fall on us.
I mean, at the same on us. Anyways, but
Can I just say something, Avani? Because I hear like your tone is so, you're very critical of the trans community, and I get it, right? But you do realize that women are, at least here in the United States, the women are like the highest voters, right? The highest turnover.
This
like,
doesn't matter to this idea.
Avani, because it's a math thing.
Wait, but this doesn't matter to this idea. If you're again, it doesn't take away from the fact that trans people are also pushing this ideology, right? And so if you're saying that it doesn't fall, it falls on like specific people, that's the problem.
I hate when trans people come up and say, hey, I am trans without having a diagnosis of gender dysphoria.
I have a
my God.
dysphoria. What I really hate.
Like I said, the diagnosis of gender dysphoria is actually just a word. It actually doesn't mean shit, because gender dysphoria is actually a repercussion of maybe a distressness that you've actually engaged in your life, such as depression, anxiety, or a traumatic experience.
And listen, I just want to say, I hate when trans people try and correct me.
Gender dysphoria. Okay, if they don't find where gender dysphoria is actually how it's actually caused by, which means it's not like schizophrenia, it's not like having ADHD, and it's not like having autism. There's a big difference between gender dysphoria and those diseases. Big difference. One of them is self-inflicted.
Superpowers, motherfucker! Don't call me out.
What?
But my issue is
My ADHD is a superpower.
Sonia, do you?
Yeah. So my issue is when trans people like Karina beside me, with big ass eyebrows and clearly a manly nose, decide to tell me whether or not I'm diagnosed.
Please don't do that, you guys.
Want to
Please.
clarify.
you
I
can't
just want to
even have a
clarify.
civil conversation. bro.
See, what happens is that we will point the discrepancies when it does involve a lot of trans people. This is often what they do. They show their masculine side. So you can't be critical,
All
right?
right,
Because
Bonnie,
then
put
your
your camera on.
masculinity comes out. And then when you are critical, or other trans people trying to hold the trans community accountable, it's like, oh, you're not trans, you're not diagnosed, you're not this, you're not that. So I find that to be very hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, me
that
and
is part of the problem.
Karina both agree that you need
But
a
go ahead, Sonia, whatever you have to say.
Avani, before you came up, they asked me if I hold trans people accountable, and I do, right? So claiming that you have gender, or I'm not you, but just someone claiming that they have gender dysphoria when they don't.
You were directing that towards me. Let's be very clear, Karina. And not only that, right? I was responding to what you said. I wasn't responding to what you said before because I wasn't here before. So I was responding directly to what you said, to be very clear. And to pinpoint just that one community, I find that to be disingenuous.
Yeah,
that's the only problem.
But your tone too, you're very disrespectful.
Don't tone, please.
Yeah.
Okay, Avani, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question for you and for Karina.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up?
I want to just make one statement, and Avani's tone is always Avani's tone, no matter who Avani's talking to. I have the same tone, so I honestly think we can't take that personally. And
Thanks, Cece.
It's the tone. It's not. It's how. That's how they talk.
So
Even when they agree with you.
So here's my question. Are you guys talking? Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. I apologize.
I was asking Avani a question because I'm pretty positive that, Avani, don't you agree with the need of gender dysphoria to be diagnosed?
I do, and I am diagnosed, and I know that for a fact, because it was
Yes, I
part of
thought
the
so.
guidelines.
So I just want to
for-
clear that out.
yeah.
For everybody.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Also, it was, nurses can actually diagnose as well. It's not only psychiatrists. So who diagnosed
Social
me?
workers as well.
See the actual paper.
Hey, but this is why it's become a joke. That's why.
I agree, Mark. It has become a joke.
That's why it's become a joke. Since when can doctors and nurses and counselors and everybody else under that guideline of like I don't know, anybody
Medical.
that's not medical. This is not just medical. We're talking about social workers, okay, that can
Because we have nerdy
diagnose
on here,
this.
right? We have nerdy.
No,
that's
hold
up
on,
here
hold
all
on.
the time.
Hold on. Okay. Since when do they take over the job of a psychiatrist and therapist? Since when? Since
When
when?
the
I mean,
insurance
a therapist
companies
and a
took over the
psychologist won't
place of
sit there and tell you
doctors,
you need brain
that's
surgery
when.
and perform the brain surgery on that person. But
When
that's
insurance
exactly what we're
companies
doing
took
here.
over the place of doctors. That's when it started, Mark.
Yeah, but Mark,
Yes, exactly.
the reason why I'm saying this though is because I need to look at the paperwork, because I not only talk to nurse practitioners, I also talk to endocrinologists, I also talk to mental health providers, I also talk to, I believe, even a psychiatrist. But I'm not
Mhm.
sure who did diagnose me, but I know for a fact that I had to be diagnosed because my insurance required it when I was working for HEB
How do you not
in
know who
Texas.
diagnosed
Well,
So it was
I believe you've been diagnosed, Avani. I completely believe you have been, because it's not hard to get gender affirming care. Hence the word affirming. There's no opposition in it whatsoever. When you see a therapist and psychologist, ones that actually specialize in the trans community, they're just there to affirm the trans community. They're not there to say, no, you're not having these problems. No, you don't believe in this. They're there to affirm you. Hence why it's called gender affirming care. So anybody can be diagnosed with it. I don't, it's that simple to actually do. All you have to do is just walk in and say you just don't feel right. You feel depressed, you're upset, and you're anxious because you feel like you're in the wrong body. They can't tell you how you feel. Nobody can tell you that. It's subjective.
Yeah.
Nobody can tell you that.
Yeah, that's true.
I have to disagree. I wouldn't characterize the whole profession, like anyone that has a clinical title to fall under that. I would agree that there are some people where their ethical guidelines are a little bit loose, but I wouldn't say everyone. I'm a therapist and I don't hand out gender dysphoria diagnosis to everyone. It's one of the least things that I diagnose when we're talking about gender.
So if you have but if you have somebody that's going in there looking and seeking for gender affirming care, saying, I feel like I'm in the wrong body, I don't feel like I belong to where I'm at, and I have stress and I have anxiety and depression, then yes, you actually do. Because again, I practiced there for a very long time, and I will tell you that's not how it is.
I'm just saying I do not do that, and I know other clinicians that do not do that. It's not the entire profession. That's what I'm
Maybe not the entire, but a large portion actually are. I mean, this again, you have a lot of other psychologists that are literally not even wanting to touch the subject because of that reason, and you should know that if you're in the field.
Right. Yeah, Mark is correct that there should not be anything categorized as affirmative counseling. That's not, it goes against what counseling is. So if you see a psychologist or a counselor that is an affirmation counselor, that run away, because they're not going to analyze you. They're already going to analyze you with a bias. So
exactly.
The one thing I do agree with Mark is that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But go ahead.
And then also, see, me, I work for an insurance company, okay? And I do the prior authorizations for the puberty blockers and all this other stuff, okay? So I see what goes on behind the scenes. It is easier for a person to get the puberty blockers, like for estradiol and testosterone and Lupron. It's easier for people who they diagnose as transgender to get those medications versus the people who have hypogonadism that actually does need the medication. I see it every single day because
That's what I was telling Dottie Mac earlier, is that a trans man can go get testosterone free of charge. Insurance covers it 100%. But a man who was born male who needs it for their body to function properly has to pay out of pocket 100%.
Yes.
Do they have to? Insurance doesn't cover that?
Not always.
I thought insurance does cover that.
I had to
Any
fight my
man I've ever
insurance.
met that needed testosterone supplementation for actual, like, maintaining normal levels, they have not been covered. My dad being one, my husband being another, my uncle being another, my cousin being another. And they all have different insurances. It's all different insurances.
Because some insurances don't cover testosterone for trans men. Like
All
literally.
right, so let me throw this at you too. My ex-father-in-law was a postal worker, and they have the best insurance, right? It wasn't covered.
The best.
And then on top of that,
it depends on the insurance. That's the difference. Like it depends what insurance you have. It could be the best insurance in the world, but it still depends.
But Daddy Mac,
Low testosterone leads to other diseases and disorders in men. it
Did
needs
brush
to be
your
paid
teeth,
for.
blah blah blah. Yep, been there,
But
done that.
But
Got the
that
T-shirt.
that
and
brings up
Daddy Mac, and what you fail to realize too is that being transgender is a multi-billion-dollar business. So in actuality, if you really want to know the truth, they're making money off of you and they're laughing at you behind your back and you don't even realize it.
I
see it
just wanted to
every
pipe in for
single
1
day.
second. And Mark, Riley's here for you. She's saying in the comments that you are spilling misinformation. So I'll let you guys have that.
Riley. Oh, Riley can go ahead. Yeah, let's do this. Go ahead. Come on, Riley.
So I just have a question. Do you even know how the process works in order to get hormones?
Do I know how the process works?
Yeah.
Yes, I
Lately
do.
on
Do
this
you?
topic.
Do
Yeah,
you
I
know
do.
how the process works? Okay. So what are you trying to
From
say?
what I hear, the feeling needs to be consistent and persistent. You just can't walk in and get them.
When did I say that?
Oh, Mark, can I please? So there's a friend of ours that has a page on this application. If you'd like to go look the video up that I'm talking about in specific, it is Lumberjack. Okay. So what he did was he made a phone call with his voice disguised, claiming he was 15 years old, transitioning, asking if he could be seen and prescribed these medications without parental consent. Now, 2 or 3 of the places referred him to another place that actually went ahead and said, yeah, sure, we're going to put you in under this specific act. I can't remember the name of it.
Go send it.
And
Cindy.
we're going to, oh, there we go. And we're going to go ahead and get you processed out, and we'll make sure that you know, we don't send you any mail, and we call your phone instead of somebody else's phone. Like, we won't give your records out or anything like that. So I would say it's pretty fucking easy here in the States.
Right.
Well,
There's also a case that's in. Hold on, Riley. Are you American or Canadian?
I'm in Arizona.
You're in Arizona. Okay. So there's also a case here in
FYI, you're
PC where a
American.
man was literally contacted by the hospital themselves, where their mother brought him. They were separated and they needed his signature to get started on the HRT, which the mother just brought in that day. And the father actually ended up going to prison because he misgendered his child in court. This has actually been across the world, this whole case, which shows you exactly, again, yes, indeed, if you go into a hospital or a clinic and you claim to have disparages, with either your gender or your ideology of who you feel you are, and you're having depression or anxiety, they will treat you right then and right there. They will set it up. Now, I'm not saying they're going to give you pills that day or give you your injections that day, but they will set it up where you'll have it within the week. Yes, it is that easy.
I don't think it's like that in every state, though.
Can I just
Yeah,
make an
there's
observation? Can I just make an observation real quick? Like, I know we're talking about trans stuff and we're talking about HRT, but let's not forget that with most prescription drugs, anyone can have access to them in ways that can be damaging and ways that are not through.
Not children, though. Children can't. Children can't go in there and get Oxycontins. Children can't go get over-the-counter drugs without the consent of a parent.
Be realistic, Mark.
They
No, they
can get
can.
it
You
on
know
the
they
street,
can't.
We're not talking
You
about
know
like
they
the
can't.
streets, right? We're talking about
They can't even
specifically
get
for the
antibiotics.
doctors.
Right. The point is that our medical system here, at least here in the United States, it's fucked. Right? This whole
Oh, I agree. I agree.
It's a red herring. It's like it's fear mongering just to say that
not
gender affirming
fear-mongering.
care is the only thing that kids can walk in and go and get by themselves.
No, but it's the only thing that they can actually argue with an actual professional about, and the professional cannot rebut it. That's the problem that we're having.
It's the same thing with other. I'm telling you, in my profession, it's easy for
Can you
kids
give an
to
example, please, Karina?
ADHD meds.
So
if a
You
guardian.
can't tell them
You're
how they
saying,
feel.
hold on.
there's a
Hold
test
on.
that you have to
You're
be put
saying,
through
hold
for
on. You're saying
ADHD
that kids
medication.
can get ADHD drugs without parental consent?
There's some.
No,
that
you
do.
can't. You
Yep.
can't.
And
You know,
some
you
that
can't.
don't.
It's over the counter. You can't. Well, here
No,
in Canada,
Karina,
anyways. I can't speak on the States.
you know,
No,
Mark,
it's
and
definitely a prescription only medication. And if the parent is not present and their child, I think there's like a 16 years of age rules in some states. However, it's not like
But like, let's
11,
not put
12,
it past them,
13-year-olds doing
Hold on.
it, right?
Because if other people can get puberty blockers, like let's not assume that
Right.
but
they
you know
can't
what though,
get.
Karina?
Right.
Karina is correct about ADHD medication because I see it behind the scenes all the time. When you work in the insurance company, you're actually doing the prior authorizations for these different plans, you see a lot. You just don't say nothing. And
Right, but
it's
the
so
parents would have
easy.
knowledge whether if it was billed to the insurance, right? Because it would come
Let
straight
me
to
tell
them.
you. Let me tell you how this works, okay? You want to know? If you want the list, I can tell you exactly how this works. Okay?
I'm absolutely go ahead.
Okay. So check this out, right? Your child go to school, right? And that teacher see that child acting out of nowhere, okay? They're not themselves, okay? They could just be hyper off of sugar. Let's keep it real, okay? Because they feed them a whole lot of processed food in the first place. So they could just be as simple as hyper off of sugar, right? And this may be an everyday occurrence because of maybe what they're taking inside their body, okay? So the teacher gonna sit there, send this child or whatever, go do some test, okay? And they could determine right there in that school that child have ADHD, okay? Now, the parent may find out right away, or they may not find out right away. It depends on how the school system is being ran in that area. Okay,
That's a
and
fucking
next thing
lawsuit.
you
Gotta
know,
be.
and then next thing you know, your child is being put on methylphenidate somewhere that they really don't even need. And guess
I
how
wish the
easy it is to
fuck
get
they
covered through
would.
their insurance plan? The only thing they're gonna ask is that, are you unable to focus when you're in school or you at work? And if they say yes, it's paid for.
It's even worse for the kids that are in the foster system that don't have like
What if they have allergies that the
Right.
school's not privy to?
My message is that it's not just with HRT. And I get it that there's places where access to HRT is easier than other places. All I care about is the standard of law for the entire nation. Like if
And
it's
I would
not
agree with you, but let's talk about, and I'm not saying that there are not any long-term effects from other medications, right? Because we know that there are, but chances are that HRT, especially when it comes to puberty blockers, the long-term effects are much more drastic in many cases.
I'm not for puberty blockers. I'm not for them. But HRT, I just also want to add too that HRT are sold on like black markets, which everyone has access to if you know how to get there. Like if you know how to get there and order them. So if you want to say that kids can access HRT when they shouldn't, I would say, yeah, it's unfortunate. That's how a lot of trans people did it back in the day when they didn't have medical care. They went through a black market and they got them shipped, right? So, but yeah, I don't believe, this is just my personal belief. I'm not talking, on behalf of the entire community. I don't think a kid should be put on puberty blockers.
And I agree with you, Karina, too, as well. And you know what, you are right. There are certain places that kids are certain pharmaceutical fucking shit that they should not be having access to. But again, this is the world we live in, and I think it's disgusting. It's gross. But
I do hear the concern though about the HRT. I hear the concern
Yeah.
about kids. Yeah, I do.
anyways, that's my time. Thanks for having me in, Karina. I'm going to give you a follow though, because I really enjoyed having a conversation with you.
Thanks, Mark. Have a good night. Tell your wife.
Yeah. You know
Do you
what?
want to say also?
SL, you stop it with telling my wife shit, okay? You're not telling my wife nothing.
I'm coming for
Oh,
one.
Oh, for the
Tell
love
her
of
to
I
God,
want
my
to say
wife just
this
said good night.
because these
Tell her to make a
motherfuckers going off
sandwich.
in the comments. Let me explain something to you. You cannot reverse puberty blockers. You can stop them, but you will never get the time back that you lost. Okay. Period. End of story. And a lot of people who are put on puberty blockers are rendered infertile for the rest of their lives. It's not a fallacy. It's not a joke. It's not a lie. It is what it is. Okay. There's no argument there. So stop freaking spewing the false narrative that if you stop taking them, you can go back and get the time in which no, the effects are not reversed. They're not.
Programming, that is a weird flex. I know you're joking, but that's
There-
a weird flex.
There are some kids, I'm just going to say this, and I think it's rare. I honestly think it's rare for a child to truly know 100% that they're trans. Like most trans people were figuring it out in middle school, and then they got to high school, and then it solidified in college or whatever, or that around that age, and then they decided like right away. I think it's very rare for a child to be 100% like
aware.
The case of them being trans, for it to be solidified at a young age, I think is rare. But I will tell you, it does happen. There are some kids, again, very rare. There are some kids that will literally try to like mutilate their own genitals because that's how bad their incongruence is. Or
I mean, for
you know,
sure.
But
I mean, but we have to acknowledge too that a lot of people are not even
at that
realizing that they're trans until well into adulthood.
right at that point, a kid, I don't know, it's kind of hard because
is Belle one of those cases?
I don't know. I'm against.
You
Listen,
see where I'm going, Karina?
I am against puberty blockers as a standard. Like this is a standard treatment for
I
kids
respect
that
you for that.
No, I mean,
but
sorry.
in special cases where you could tell that this kid is, the incongruence is so bad that they're not living a fruitful life. I think as a parent, you're gonna be in a tough position. Like you're gonna have to ask yourself, okay, is them going through this puberty, and it's a really tough question. Them going through this puberty, is it going to do so much damage that I'm going to lose my child? And it's a mind fuck. It really is, because what puberty is fucking comfortable? What puberty is comfortable? None of them are.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, I'm just gonna say something from my standpoint as a trans man. Like, I mean, I'm not for puberty blockers either, but like, I agree with you, Corinna. Like, I think there is a tiny, tiny, tiny chance that maybe, like that's a hard situation for a kid to go through, right? But is my other thing, right? I didn't know, like, I mean, I knew I was different than other girls, right? Like, I just knew, like, I wasn't like other girls and things like that. And I definitely knew that I didn't know what trans was as a 9-year-old, right? But I knew that this puberty wasn't for me. And when I went through it, that's when my dysphoria got so much worse. Like that's when I went crazy. That's when and at that time I didn't know that was dysphoria because I was also 9. Like, and it affected like my anxiety and things like that. And so I think I realized more. I know that I realized more that I had dysphoria when I was going through the puberty.
I think there's ways that a kid could, I'm just going to say this. I think there's ways that a kid could explore their gender and whether they're trans without medically transitioning.
Yeah, that's why I waited. Like when I was like at 19, I was on sub therapy for a while because Planned Parenthood like kind of sucks, and I wanted to like. At that time, I was also scared about the changes, so I think they did sub therapy to slowly get me into it. And then I told you I've only been on a real like testosterone for a month and 2 weeks, and the changes are very fast. Like the hair growth is like very fast, and my voice.
But like you're just 18, right?
No, I'm 20 now. At 19, I was doing
I
sub therapy.
thought though that you were just saying that you were 18 like 2 days ago.
No, I'm not 18.
Oh, okay.
I was born
Okay.
June 19, 2003. So at 19, I did sub therapy, but at 20, I started doing real like therapy, testosterone.
I was in high school when you were born. Oh my God.
You know what though?
What I'm talking about.
Y'all were in your first marriages. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Second? No, I'm just joking.
You know what, Daddy Mac, when I was growing up, okay, I seen young girls trying to dress up as boys, okay? But at that time, it was just them finding themselves. They wanted to fit in somewhere. They just didn't know how. You see, when you're going through puberty, it will knock you off your rockers. I mean, you would think that you're going crazy for sure. Whew, Lord, you'll be a man. I'm telling you, it will have you rethinking your whole life existence because your hormones are all over the place. Okay, so just to make sure that you don't make this life-altering decision that you cannot change in the future. If I were you, I would really sit down and think about this nice on your heart because once you chop it off, it's over with.
Oh, trust me. I'm gonna call you Cece. I have been I've actually first was in mental health therapy first since I was 9. So I've been in.
Sorry, Daddy. I just want to say hi to Vroom. Hey, Richie.
Hey, I have a question when
Sorry.
when I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Wait. Am I gonna respond to Cece or?
Yes.
Yeah, go. Yeah, go ahead. I'll wait.
before I saw a gender affirming therapist, I saw a mental health therapist since I was 9 all the way till now. I still see her. She's great. And then I started seeing a gender affirming therapist and so on. So before any gender affirming care, I saw a
The big
mental
box.
health. I saw a mental health therapist first. So and I knew it was dysphoria. I got diagnosed, and yeah. So I've been going through this for years. Like, trust me. Like, I have sat down with people. I've spoken about it, and I have even sat down with myself. And I got so deep into a depression because I was like scared that of what society would think of me being trans. So I have sat down and thought about it. So this, I know it's a life-changing experience. Like, I know this is life-changing. Like, I can't go back and change what I'm going to be doing.
Just know that Jesus loves you regardless of the circumstances that you're in, and you just have to give it to him. And just give it to him. Whatever you may be going through, whatever you may be passing through, I don't care what nobody tell you. Everybody dealing with something. Just give it
Can I
to
have the
him,
big
okay?
box love?
It depends.
I have a question,
Thanks,
and
Cece.
I'm interested
Just a
definitely
picture
in
of
what
me when I
Karina
was
says.
younger.
But the question's for the panel, and there's a disorder that's BIID, and it's body integrity. What is it? Do you know what it is, Karina? BIID.
I don't know if that's in the
It is.
Just explain to him what it is for him.
It's body and identity integrity disorder, and it's rare, and it's when people have an aversion to a limb, and doctors won't touch that. Like, very rarely will doctors actually amputate it, and it's very analogous to what you were talking about, getting the surgeries, right? And I'm wondering, why is it that it's so easy to or it's easier to get the surgeries for trans or transsexuals, but doctors won't touch an amputation, right? With the BIID. And I just posed a question because somebody asked me the other day, and I thought it was a really good question, and it's
that's honestly
it's interesting.
That's a question that people have in the trans community too. That's a question that I have.
So this is me.
1 second, hold on. Daddy, do you want me to block the fake accounts? Yes. Okay.
To answer your
Sorry.
question, Groom, it's because
Hold on,
people are
Lucas.
killing themselves because they
Hold
have two
on,
arms.
Lucas.
Yes. I mean, at the same time, it doesn't bother me, but I don't want them to say something and people think it is me. You get what I mean? So I don't want another poly situation, and I have to be.
No, I
poly.
don't like it either. I had one under me too, so I didn't pay attention to it. Just tell me next time, okay?
All right.
Okay. So this is me in high school. Couldn't tell me I wasn't a boy.
You look
I'm
like
minding my chest.
you kind of look
I
like
hated the fact that
sorry. You
I
kind of look like
didn't have boobs at all. I had like a boy chest. So I was like, all right, then just fuck it. I'm just gonna be a boy. But here's the thing.
Zendaya.
Who?
Zendaya. Do you know who Zendaya is?
Like the singer, actress thing, lady?
Yeah. She was a tomboy when she was younger too. You kind of like look like her.
Oh, cool, thanks.
No problem.
So with that being said, I think that while you should give it some weight, and I mean very little weight, when a child, even I was a senior in high school. I was almost 18
Hold
years
on.
old here.
I'm a little confused though, Tink. Are we just saying because you look like you could be non-binary?
No, I was a boy. Right? I didn't have any fucking clue what transgender was. I didn't know any of that. I hated my body to the point that don't call me a girl. I'm a boy. There wasn't no non-binary. I identified as a boy.
But you're
right?
not trans, right?
No. And that's what I'm saying. While I do think it should get some respect and a little bit of weight when a child brings this to you, and they should trust you enough as their parent to be able to bring it to you, you should give it some weight. But I really truly believe that in a lot of cases, it's just
It's exploration.
Yeah.
It's
confusion, even because I didn't understand why I didn't have boobs like all the other girls around me. So I guess in my head, it was like, I guess I must be meant to be a boy.
whenever
You know?
whenever you did get boobs and they grew in, like, did you snap? You're like, ooh, I'm feeling
No,
myself.
I never grew boobs until I had kids.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is almost 18.
So then what ended up
Thank
stopping
you.
that like identification of a boy, if you don't mind me asking?
I just met a guy that, you know,
But did anybody answer Richie's or Broom's question or no?
Wait, what was Room's question about the amputation?
I agree with Richie's analogy.
Well, I mean, for an adult,
I did try
I
to
mean-
answer Room's question. I said the reason why they're different is because people aren't K-wording themselves because they have 2 arms.
Oh, but in that dysphoria, I think that I think you're very wrong there.
I don't believe that anybody is unaliving because of this, because we see all the trans women and men on here that are grown as adults that aren't getting their surgeries until now, and they've done just fine. Right?
Just because you don't see them doesn't mean it's not happening.
Okay.
Yeah, the statistics are there. I mean, plenty of people are dying.
Yeah,
to this day.
I would disagree with that too, SL. Respectfully, I mean it's
To me?
I disagree with you. I think there tragically has been a lot of people with gender dysphoria that could not get care that did take that route, which is a tragedy for any human, you know.
But like, I guess my thing about it is that teenage years are hard for everybody, right? We all know a lot of teenagers that just don't, unfortunately, get through it. So I wouldn't argue, because I'm not going to be that cruel, but I don't.
No, I mean
I don't think
that
it's fair
happens
to
to a
say
lot of
because
people,
they're
not just
getting
that community.
HRT
I agree.
and gender like care, that's the sole reason, right? There's underlying.
Absolutely.
That does, like, I can see that, like, from a treatment standpoint, I can see how that statistic might like pressure people to immediately go for a diagnosis and transition as a treatment for the fear of, I don't want to lose my child because they might unalive themselves or whatever.
right.
I
I
feel
can
like
agree with
I
that.
feel like
But
that's
On
dangerous.
here.
That is a dangerous pressure. That's a dangerous pressure.
Do you
That's
want to
why-
admit your son's a girl, or do you want to lose your son?
That's why
Right.
a lot of people, if you knew that statistic was out there and your child is LGBT, I think LGBT kids are like they're like 4 times more probable of unaliving themselves than like heterosexual kids. That statistic is scary as fuck, right?
Right.
So as a parent, I'm not surprised why some parents are so paranoid that they're like, I want to go and get my kids assessed. If they're trans, we need to make sure that they transition quickly. Like, I get it. It's just,
But I have a question
you know.
to that end, because I only know how to use anecdotal because it's something I've experienced, right? But like when I went in I was diagnosed ADHD as a child, but I didn't have the record, so I had to be re-diagnosed as an adult. And the psychiatrist effectively was like, no, you have PTSD, you have anxiety. Those 2 things can contribute to ADHD-like behavior, right? And I had to push for it. And I ended up, I am actually ADHD. But she really, really wanted to work on the PTSD and depression and anxiety with me before she went ahead and threw me on this addictive medication. So I guess my question is, like, the way she took those steps in order to get to this diagnosis, instead of just running straight to it and affirming me, right? Why aren't we taking a serious but longer way around approach to see if there is some type of disorder or instability that can be fixed?
Psychiatry, I'm just going to say this. Psychiatry is probably one of the youngest professions we have in terms of medicine.
Mhm.
Like
I would say hi, Kelly, too. Hi, Kelly.
Therapy and psychiatry has only been counseling and psychiatry and counseling hasn't been around more than 100 years. So like, I hear what you're saying. I also, because I'm a clinician myself, I see a lot of gaps. I really do. I do see a lot of gaps, and we're doing a lot of good. I'm not saying that everything is dangerous, but I do see the gaps, and I feel like, the ethical standards are like, they're getting tighter, but ethical standards don't mean anything unless people follow them. And training doesn't mean anything unless people follow it. And that's the scary part.
Do you find that patients don't follow that guideline as well?
Yes.
I think that's a huge problem.
Some patients will come in, right? I'm just going to say this. If I have a client that comes into my office and they say, I have depression, can you analyze me? Like they're already coming in with wanting to be diagnosed. So as a clinician, I already know as a clinician, I'm going to upset this client when I analyze them and they don't come out as depressive, right? I don't give a fuck if they get mad. I'm like, you could go to anyone else, but I'm not going to give you a diagnosis because my license is on the line. If you don't meet the criteria, then you don't get the diagnosis, right? But there are some clinicians that feel, when a client comes in and they have these symptoms, I'm just laying it all out there, and I'm like, I'm gonna be crucified. But I'm also gonna say this: there are some insurance companies. So all LPCs, all psychiatrists, all clinicians, we all work under agencies, sometimes private practice, and we get on insurance panels, right? Meaning that we could bill through that insurance company. Some insurance companies, actually a lot of them, will require us to have a quota of diagnoses so that we could bill through that insurance. So there might be some agencies that need to diagnose depression or need to diagnose anxiety or need to diagnose, schizophrenia so that that agency can continue being on the panel for that insurance, right? Which is scary as fuck. The only way that we could be safe from that is if we have a private practice where we don't have to use insurance, which I don't. But that's a scary thing, right? Because what does that tell you?
Karina, is that the reason why so many psychologists and therapists and psychiatrists are cash based?
Yes. So
okay.
If
that makes sense now. I've never heard it put that way.
I will have clients where I don't go through insurances. If anyone here wants to become my client and I'm a therapy, I will show you my license. You'll become my client. But I am upheld by ethical guidelines, right? I have the wherewithal to provide any diagnosis that I can without the pressure of an insurance telling me that I could only use
right.
them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And so then the individual can file their own insurance if they wish.
If they wish, yeah.
Yeah. That's just fucked up.
Right. So it's actually safer to go to a therapist that's not under an insurance company. If you want a real analysis, yeah.
But if you can afford it.
Right.
Yeah.
$200 an hour or
right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to see if Callie wanted to say something, and then guys, I'm going to wrap it up here in a minute.
Holy shit, it's 1:42. I cannot stand you, Sonia.
Sorry that I
why do you
created a
do
safe
this
space
all
to
the
talk,
time?
Okay.
Got a freaking conference call early in the morning.
I really do just love the fact that this has been a very well managed conversation. Honestly, it's kind of a breath of fresh air.
That's the goal. I'm so sick of yelling over each other, and
it has everything to do with the panel and nothing to do with the host.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to put that out there.
Base.
Actually, I did
She didn't
pretty good
even
for
have to
myself
tell.
without doing that.
She didn't even have to yell at any of us. She's taken all the credit. We've acted accordingly.
No, yeah, everyone's listened to me. But Callie, did you want to say something, my darling?
Yeah, I just I had a question with Richie really quickly about BIID. Uh like Richie, I don't know if you like looked into it or anything. Um why would you think that that has to do with transgender people? Like where's the analogy or not analogy? Like how is that
Body
not
dysphoria.
Specifically transsexual,
okay? So
right? Yeah.
okay. No, go ahead, because I wanted to ask you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no,
And you're
just
effectively
specific.
amputating a part of your body.
Yeah.
So I heard though that when it comes to BIID, it usually is OCD related. So my question is transsexuality OCD related then?
No, I was just asking a question because I think it's an interesting question, and I came across it by a mutual acquaintance, and I've been thinking about it, and I just think it's an interesting question because they are analogous, and even doctors often, and I haven't looked into it extensively, but it is the surgery. It's just interesting to me that doctors won't touch an amputation, right, for BIID, but it seems like doctors are quite quick to prescribe um, life-altering medicine and surgeries at 18, 19 years old, right, or whatever the age that they have to be. I just find
It's
it
an
interesting. That's
interesting
all.
theory, though, with the OCD kind of thing, because I don't know, you're like at a point where you are kind of obsessed with how your body does or does not look, right?
Well, it's a compulsive more than a like obsessive
Well,
compulsive.
a
So yeah,
completely
yeah, I get what you're saying.
question-based statement. I know I didn't form it as a question, but it was like just a fuck, I have to say this thought kind of thing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is an interesting, like Richie, that is an interesting question because I'm like, how do they distinguish like the dysphoria that someone feels with their gender versus someone that has a quote unquote dysphoria with the part of their body? Like, I wonder,
And they're
I
linking the BIID to neurobiology as well. That the brain isn't mapped properly with their body, so they always feel like that they need to amputate a part of their body.
I wonder if there's just like more, I wonder how many people have that. And like, I wonder if maybe the safeguards for like transgender people or gender dysphoria I wonder if the safeguards are tighter for this diagnosis and not that one. Because, like for a sex change, for example, if you're going to, get bottom surgery, you have to have at least a year or two of being diagnosed with gender dysphoria and therapy evidence and stuff like that. So I wonder if, I don't know anything about the other diagnosis. So I'm wondering if there's those requirements too. I don't know. But that's a good question.
It just poses a interesting. I mean, I don't know how many breast augmentations or mastectomies are done right
They're
in
not really considered. So breast augmentation's not really, I don't know. So Daddy is still on here. I don't know how your top surgery is classified, but mine is not. So my breast surgery was not considered gender affirming. It was just cosmetic. But I don't know.
Did you pay for it?
Yeah, I paid for it out of pocket.
Okay, good. Not good, but
yeah,
either
thank my
minus
wife.
things, it makes
Yeah,
sense.
I couldn't go through my insurance, and I was so pissed. But you won't even believe why.
So what about the mastectomies, right? Like when those get done, is that cosmetic as well? And why would that be cosmetic? And why would that be different than a limb, right?
That's my question for
Yeah, but so Richie,
Yeah.
I brought this up earlier. I'm not sure if you were here, but like I'm a really petite person with monstrosities. I've been very gifted, I guess some say. And after 2 kids, like my boobs are so big.
It's a
I've
gift
herniated
and
a
yet a
disc in my
curse.
back. Like I couldn't walk for a month and a half. Like I had finally gotten referred to. I'm in a clinical trial with Foothills Hospital, the spinal surgeon, and I don't want to pay for it. My insurance doesn't cover it, but the wait list is so long to give the care to the trans community. that my doctor won't even entertain the paperwork of even sending it through for me to even go there yet. And it fucking
wonder-
infuriates me.
I wonder if it's the functionality of what they're removing, right? So a limb, like you need your leg to walk, you need your arm to, you know,
I need
whereas,
my boobs to go away.
yeah, no.
Can you
I'm
look
saying
into
as
my
it
eyes? If
pertains to
anybody
like
else
a
who wants boobs,
limb
you want a boob
and
job? Come suck it up.
Yeah, but like,
you
okay,
know what
so
I mean? Like, so you need your arms to do things, you need your feet to walk. We're not going to
Need
go
your
ahead and
spine to stand up
remove
straight.
those, but we're going to go ahead and remove this organ because it's not really effective for your day-to-day life. You don't need it, right?
well, there would be no
I
point.
would still like to
Well,
know
okay,
Daddy's answer on the mastectomy, if that was gender affirming or if it was cosmetic.
So for the first question was top surgery. I think when I go,
Mastectomy.
I know, but Corinna was talking about top surgery at first. For the trans men top surgery, for my case, it would be considered gender affirming care because before I get that top surgery, which I'm going to after, well, actually, I might actually just, well, the wait list is like a year. Like I've spoke to like 5
Right.
different surgeons. I've actually been calling them and talking, and a lot of them have like a year or 2 wait lists. So I have time to like get muscle and things like that. And it would be considered that because I would need to get a yes from my therapist.
So I was just going to say that, Daddy. Do you not think that's a good thing? I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm bad for it. But because you are making a decision like that, do you not think that a wait list for you is kind of a good thing, or a wait list for like a
No,
medical
I think
reason?
I think it's a good thing for me personally because I get to my like I'm not even like fat or anything, but I want to get like muscular, like just get that like masculine presenting body before I go for the top surgery. So that's why I'm glad that the wait list is like a year or 2, so I have time to get to that. But for me to get that surgery, and for my insurance to cover it, I would need a yes, which I am getting a yes from my therapist and my endocrinologist can say yes too, which would be considered a doctor. Corinna,
I'm
right?
gonna drop and get some sleep. Y'all have a good night. I followed you, Karina.
Yeah, you guys. I'm gonna end too because I don't want to
Corinna?
host anymore. I'm sorry. I'm not paying
Okay,
attention.
fair. No, that's fine. I just want to say one thing. Wait, Corinna, your face after I said the endocrinologist, because I spoke with my endocrinologist and she said that she could put a yes for it. Yeah, I did. I'm not joking. I seriously did. I spoke to my endocrinologist and she literally said that she could put the yes for it. And I was like, oh, okay. So
I
she would
think
be able to
Corinna's been an
back it.
ally to you right now, Daddy.
Well, you know what?
I really
hope that everyone feels comfortable to come back.
You want me to get her on the phone and ask her? I mean, it's a
No,
little
no,
late,
no,
but-
no, no.
No.
It's not that. It's just
Listen.
I believe you, Daddy. I'm just saying, if other
This goes
people-
back to everything. Everybody's medical situations should be personal.
Yeah,
So
I
let's
mean,
just leave it at that.
That's fair enough. That's a good thing to say.
All right. Well, listen, you'll have a great night. Corinna, I've been following you for a while. I love your attitude and I respect you a lot.
And yeah, I hope that everyone feels comfortable to come back. Hopefully it was okay.
It was.
yeah,
Daddy, I hope that wasn't offensive, right? I was making that face because of our experience with someone else.
Oh
And
yeah. No, like I've had one-on-one conversation with my endocrinologist, and like my dad was also in the room. So if you need my dad to say anything, like he will literally vouch for it. But yeah, she said that since she's technically a doctor, she can say yes to it, and so can like either my mental health therapist or my gender affirming therapist. Yes.
Can I ask you one question?
That
Hold
makes
on,
sense.
for the
Daddy,
top surgery, yeah.
can I ask you one question off topic before I end?
Oh yeah, sure.
What's with calling Muppet a racist?
I
Okay,
was
I'm out.
joking. It was just being cheeky. I don't actually think she is. I was just being cheeky.
Bye, everyone.
So we need to be careful of our cheekiness, right?
All right. Muppet is not racist to 68 people watching. She's not.
Oh, I forgot there's 68 people. I thought it was just us.
No. No, Muppet's not actually racist. It was just a joke. I just
Okay,
wanted
I-
to get underneath her skin.
Well, it's impossible to get under Muppet's skin, but I appreciate you coming up and always come back.
All right. Thank you.
No, thanks, Daddy. Okay, have a good night. I hate calling you Daddy. I feel like I'm violating my husband.
Oop. All right. Have a good night.
Yeah, take care.